You got to have Jesus now.
Don't you see?
You got to have Jesus now.
You haven't got to have him.
You got to have Jesus
We
now.
have him in our hearts,
For
brother.
the Lord is calling.
Well, take away. Receive it, bro.
You got to have Jesus now.
Receive the life.
It's calling. It's reaching out. It's reaching out to you. Yeah.
Thanks for joining the stream. I'll put some talk down. There's a modest-sized crowd at the moment. There's a video that I dropped from on the way in. I've done into a group of transgender campaigners. Only a brief chat with them. I think I got that on video. I'm at the moment being drowned out by the Jesus boys here. There's another banner. First people to read it. We live in a flat. We live on a flat plane. I'll put this Hey Brian, how you doing, bro? Nice to see you, man. No spinning globe. I have obviously put that bit. Nod to David Weiss.
No man can control except Jesus Christ. Where's that brother?
My son Luke helped me with this one. He did a great job. So I put this in there.
Every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord. Every knee shall bow. Every tongue confess Jesus Christ is Lord.
I don't believe that Earth is flat.
You don't believe it's flat? Do you believe it's a spinning ball?
Yeah.
What's your evidence of that? Do you have any evidence, though? Like, 'cause in physics, right, we should be able to demonstrate a claim. So people say that something falling to the ground is evidence of gravity. And that falling to the ground will cause water to be attracted to the underside of a ball, which we can't.
You still wear a mask after 3 years of lies. You still believe in Chris Whitty?
I'm sure I've asked you that before, actually. Yeah.
Why do you wear a mask?
Breathing your exhaust is
Let's
never
talk
a
about
good
this
idea,
mask.
right?
This is more interesting.
Yeah.
Why did you still wear a mask?
He looks interested. I'm going over.
You know why? I mean, I think he said to me before that he does it to be incognito. But let me tell you, the reason why people wear masks like they did is because they don't know who they are.
Who?
We humans, because we think we live on a globe. And we come from monkeys. I think that guy looks like he comes from the school of the Page village. Let's put some talk down.
Don't you lie, don't you steal, don't you kill. None of that, just love.
Just love.
It's called pure Jesus love.
Yes.
That will save you.
Yes.
I don't care about your devil. I don't care about your... Walking extra mile. Hallelujah.
Need to add to that. Add to that. Those Bible boys over there, they still don't really want to accept that Psalms 19:1 and all the stuff about it being set on pillars. A little bit of chalk in Speaker's Corner. It's been months since I was here. Many months. First time this year, anyway.
Straight my line. Straight my line.
Put a little one here. There's not the footfall that certainly on a summer day. I hope you guys are having a good day. I'm running out of chalk, that's why I dropped the S. I mean the IS. Flat. I got a little bit of a new chalk here. It just doesn't sit up as well in this. It doesn't sit up so well. I was going to put. There's some strong arguing going on over here.
I don't want to know. 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 I don't want to
It's typical though, it's set up for that. You guys, get out and do activism where you are. Even a bit of chalking like this. Then you're breaking the algorithm. That's what you're doing. Hey, bro.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good. I like what you're doing. What you doing?
Thank you. I'm just reminding people that Disney and NASA are connected.
Oh, you remind the people. Disney and NASA.
Oh, yeah.
They are
Disney and
connected.
NASA. Huh?
Yeah? You sure?
Yeah.
Can I ask you? Yeah, go on. What's going on?
My name is Trinity 4 on YouTube.
Okay.
And let me tell you what I learned about 8 years ago is that the guy who started Disney,
Yeah.
Walt Disney,
Yeah.
and the guy who started NASA, a guy
Yeah.
called Jack Parsons,
Okay.
and the guy who started the Church of Scientology,
Okay.
L. Ron Hubbard, they were all three of them students of Anton LaVey, Church of Satan. And all of those three guys went on to create religions and belief systems in something that we can't prove, that's something that goes against what God says in the Bible.
Okay.
About we were created in God's image, not evolution.
Okay.
We were created here with a special place, not aliens that are going to come from space to either plant us here or to take over us or any of this sort of stuff. So what they've done is they've created this belief system, NASA, that is more powerful now than the church. Where people go, yeah, we believe Elon Musk, we believe they can go to Mars and they're going to save humanity and all that sort of thing. When we should be trusting the Creator,
Yes.
not man.
Exactly.
See, we go to the man for his vaccine, and we go to the man for his knowledge on the television, the television. And none of this stuff is designed to help us. It's actually all designed to minimize, mitigate, get us just divided so that we never come together as God's creation. Not under some Vatican arrangement, not under some religious banner, but as God's children, or as God's emissaries, or God's produce. That's what we are, and our blood is the same, no matter how we look in the mirror. Our blood is the same, and we come from the same source, but the system wants us to think evolution, wants us to think we come from monkeys, and they want us to kind of believe that we are not that special, when in fact this place is created for you, by your Creator, for you to have a beautiful, growing, loving experience, but we've been put at war against each other, so that we will never come to that loving thing. Now, whether it's simply because people are greedy and mankind has fallen of the seven deadly sins or whatever, or whether it is there's a soul a challenge going on here to see whether you can get to the end without being lost like along the way by all the entrapments and entertainment and pornography and alcohol and all those things that are designed to minimize your link to the Most High, to the Creator.
This is the good thing, sir, I hear from you, because this is very important people to know, because it's the knowledge you have. Now what you're doing is the knowledge. I respect your knowledge. I respect what you say. I'm YouTube as well. I put it on my YouTube. We share this knowledge together.
Yeah.
Because you now you have an audience, I have my audience. When my audience they hear something new. I like that. I like people with knowledge like you. You share the knowledge. This is what I'm trying to say to all Muslim, except Muslim. The Muslim now, they do a lot of things bad. I tell them this is wrong. God, He didn't say that. God, He didn't send prophet for that.
Yeah.
They do it, they call me evil now because they what they desire. Thank you, sir. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I've got a banner over there.
Yeah.
You can show your viewers my banner.
Which
so
one?
you can see there's two yellow ones. And that's my message there.
You see any
There you go. Yes, brother.
About this one, go find it, what he say. You find what he trying to say. Because now you see what he doing, this gentleman. He's like same what I'm doing. Look, I see something there in the middle. That one. I don't know what's that. That one.
This is you.
Yeah.
This is the whole universe.
Yeah.
Inside you
Yeah.
is the whole universe.
Yes.
You have the key to the universe, but you are small,
Okay.
and the universe and God and Allah is big.
Okay.
But just like the orange,
Yes.
if you cut open the orange, inside you will find one unique cell
Yes.
inside that orange.
Yes.
That is you.
This is me.
You are equally orange, equally tasty like orange, but small
Okay.
than the whole thing.
Okay.
Now, you can't get out of this body that you are in,
Okay.
but nor can we get out of this apple or this orange that we're inside of, God's orange. We're inside of God's egg,
Okay.
God's orange, and it's an electromagnetic orange, you see. So we are inside of this thing. There's a firmament, like it says in the Bible. There's a roof. It's a set upon pillars, this place. It's not a place that we're meant to leave. It's a place where we're meant to be healthy fruit.
Okay.
Because one seed, one little bit of inside that orange goes bad. The whole orange, it can make it the whole orange bad.
Yes.
But equally, if you take that orange and you cut it down from top to bottom, from stem to the butt, and you let it fall open,
Yeah.
inside there, you will find seeds in the seed pod.
Okay.
That seed pod is the equivalent of our continents, because if you make that orange billions of times bigger,
Yeah.
those seeds are the land masses that we call Africa and Asia.
Africa.
And Asia and Europe is the
Okay.
seed inside of the orange.
Okay.
The orange is lying on the table like this.
Okay.
The seeds are what we sail around on the ships.
Okay.
We sail around in that. That's the macrocosm. In the microcosm, you are the same thing. You are too a small orange. If I cut you down the middle, I find your body. But you are this big electromagnetic orange.
Okay.
And you are connected to God always, but this system wants to divorce you with the rubber soles and the VR headsets and the chemicals in the arm and the poisons in the air and the water and the food. All these sorts of things are designed to rob you of your true connection to Source, to Allah, to God, to the Most High.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy with what you say. I will put it to my audience to understand, because what you say I'm feeling is very important, is the truth. Thank you, sir.
Trinity
Thank you.
4 on YouTube.
Oh, sorry?
Trinity 4.
Okay.
We are the Trinity.
Okay.
We are brothers, and we are this microcosm of Allah, of God, of the Creator.
Thank you a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Blessing on you, brother.
So there's something you say that is also true in the Quran that also refers to the earth as a flat
Flat
surface.
surface with a smaller moon and a small sun.
Yes.
The sun and the moon are subject to the earth. But in this religion that we have today of Christianity and also in science,
Yes.
where they worship the sun, they say without the sun we would not be here. Well,
Yes.
that's not true. God created the light.
There's
God
always a
created
yin
the
yang
sun.
as well,
They're
right?
yin and yang. They're two polar opposite energies.
Yes, yes.
And we can measure the sunlight to be hot, and we can also measure the moonlight to be cold. So, you know, you can go in the shade of the moonlight and
Yes,
find that
it'll
it's
be cold.
warmer there. It's warmer in the
warmer
shade.
there
It's
in the
opposite to being in the sun. So we're saying that this is just the yin and the
So,
yang.
yes, and also, but obviously there's also theories too. If it's the flat, what is on the outer skirts and whatnot. I've seen those sort of
Yeah, so there
conversations.
might be more land.
Yes.
There might be more land, but I think there has to be a roof.
Yes.
We have to be inside a container because we live under pressure.
Yes,
We have 1 bar of pressure here at the ground level, and that pressure keeps our water solid, and it keeps our
And it
gases
keeps us firm as well.
down.
Yeah, that's what I also like.
It's like living inside a big deodorant can, really. We need it to be sealed, otherwise the pressure would equalize with whatever's out there. Some say it's waters, in the Bible it says it's waters above and waters below. I don't know how it says it in the Quran,
I
but
mean, overall, when it talks about the earth and how God created the earth as well, it refers to it as He's laid out a flat carpet,
Yes.
or and there's under
a rakia, like a roof.
yes, and a construction. He built it as a construction.
Yeah.
Construction cannot be round, basically.
Yeah,
So I'm with you on that aspect. Yeah.
So how it works at the edges, we are not sure. There's a good
we
theory
limit it, yeah.
that it's like we live inside of a bowl that's got a ring of ice around it.
Yes,
that
that's what we're
stops
told.
us. Yeah, the Antarctic ice ring. But it may be that we can access other lands that are beyond this land.
Yes.
There's a lot of stories about that. And I think if you're creating the globe, there's a big reason to do that. Aside from divorcing us from God, it is also to maybe hide something.
disconnect you from your higher power.
Definitely connected.
That's because we're all connected, like you said, in one shape or form. You know.
I like the earth is flat.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know? Congratulations. Well done. How long have you known?
That's the
Later, I'll talk to you.
You know what? I heard, like, literally, touch.
Sorry, that's
chalk.
chalk. Oh, we're talking, yeah.
Well, I kind of, was that, you know, when all this lockdown comes, not that I'm a Christian.
Right.
Yeah, so basically, I was kind of asking God, like, okay, so if the earth is flat, show me how. Show me how it is flat. Show me, you know, and obviously I come across YouTube videos, I probably might come across yours, you put YouTube video up, yeah. So anyway, I'll come across loads of videos, and it's just all the evidence, and it is the word of God. And you know, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. So there's your deep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's your big bubble of water.
Yes.
Yeah, and then God said, let there be light. And God made the firmament and separated the darkness.
Waters from the water.
The waters from the water, so there's the waters above and the waters below. But also, I see this other thing about the Antarctica.
Antarctic treaty? Or the ice ring?
Yeah, well, you've got the treaty, but, you know, it's all about, like, the ice wall and the extra land and all of that, and the moon map, and all on the moon map,
Yeah,
and all
that's
of it. So there's
interesting,
loads, so the moon map, I watched this other, I don't know if you've seen it, there's another documentary.
Vibes of Cosmos, is it?
So you know that there is a moon map. There's an
Yes,
actual moon map,
yes.
but apparently in the beginning of time, the moon map actually, you can see the map of our land, and then there's also the other land which is beyond, and it goes on a sundial, and to do with the sundial, so it will be coming into, it's called the new dawn, so when Aquarius,
Okay.
the dawn of Aquarius. So as that shifts round, that's what they call the new dawn, or the new dawning of the new thing. But also as well, it's very biblical.
Is?
It's very biblical because
yeah.
it's about the third day.
Okay.
So you've got and the Christ returning, Jesus returning. So it's kind of getting all these pictures of the puzzle, and they all start making sense. So the Earth being flat, absolutely 100%, I believe. But I believe it's more bigger.
Yeah, you
the
think
Earth is more bigger.
there's much more land?
There's much more land to what it is.
I mean, that's a very logical conclusion.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue against that, and there's so many limitations on our movement, and there are hints and odd maps and things that might point to all of that. So I'm definitely on side with that possibility. But I mean, I'm okay with it being the size we think it is, but I think there's a good chance
it's
that
only,
it's more than
it's
that.
only because I was listening to a teaching the other day, and he says like there's more dimensions, but these people were looking out still. They were looking out at looking at the stars, but the sun, the moon, and the stars are inside the firmament.
Yes.
So we can't look beyond the firmament.
No.
So
we have no idea outside.
So if there's more, So in actually, it does say it's in Genesis. So if there is more to it, it's got to be here.
Yeah.
It can't be
I'm
out
with
there.
that. I think that the other
which that makes
dimensions-
more sense to me.
Absolutely. I think the other dimensions can exist within the same space and environment that we're in
But
now.
then we've got the Antarctica circle, the treaty and all that. So why are we not allowed over there to have a look?
Because I say to people that there might be dimensions in which there was a highway running right through Hyde Park and we'd have no idea that it was there, and they wouldn't even know we were here. We were at different vibrations, so we can't see each other in the same way our eyes are limited to a very narrow band of frequencies, so is our ears. So our senses are also limited in that way. So when I took DMT in 2015, I was an atheist, and I'd been through Bible study. I joked with the preachers that the Bible was a flat earth book when I was a kid. I could see all the flat earth writings in the book. But I'd rejected it because I thought there's nothing loveless about this world where it's so at war with each other. What God could have created and authored all these religions that are at war with each other, even within religions. So I'd rejected it all, and then I took DMT in 2015, and I saw beyond the material world. I was able to see everything in the space I was in very clearly, but it was all light and frequency. It was like the God hum had come over me, and I could just see everything as the light that it is. God spoke the world into existence, so it's just a vibration, and I think we're interpreting our vibrations, these vibrations, as light, as metal, as glass, as a person. Although you're carrying, I believe, the spark of God.
Yeah, mine is obviously because before I became a Christian, I was actually an alcoholic.
Oh, wow.
And I know I got saved through the grace of God.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's only back in the beginning, I know that He is my saviour. I mean, some of the things when you hear a voice in your heart, and God spoke to me, and I was drinking in my car.
Wow.
And God spoke to me and He said, Lindsay, get out of the car right now. And I got out of the car and literally I locked the car up, and then 2 police cars come round. Now I could have been in trouble, but I heard the voice speak to me, and it was the voice of God. Only I didn't know then it was God at the time.
Yeah.
It was only 3 years later He goes, I had my hands on Him again. So I know He is the truth. I know, and also, when you talk about how, when you go through the Bible and you see, and the Book of Enoch and all these other books, you start seeing.
You don't need it.
Yeah, well, that's certainly. Yeah, for me, that speaks a lot about flat Earth.
And it is. When I saw that, I thought,
He's a load of
what I would offer to you, obviously I wouldn't try and convince you of anything, but my view, having read Jesus and so on, and understanding that there's Muhammad for the Muslims and others have their other deities.
But there's a devil in there as well, and the devil is the god of religion.
Yeah,
because he's the god. He said, because when the tree said we would come like gods, but he is the god of religion. He will make you believe all these other religions rather than the truth himself. And Jesus says, I am the way, the truth and the life. No one cometh unto me except they come through me. No one cometh to the Father except they come through me.
So what I say to folks is, if you had to say those 3 lines verbatim while looking in the mirror, because we are gods, we are created in God's image.
In the image of God.
So you actually, if you say those words and you're speaking to yourself, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to God but through me. And so what I'm offering you, because what the Jesuits and the Vatican say, they teach children, it doesn't matter what else you believe, that Jesus died for your sins. That's the only thing that they really want you to remember, is that Jesus died for your sins. And why would the Vatican, who've done all of this to create the globe and all these other things that have been going on in the world, give you the whole truth and nothing but the truth at age 5? I think that has to be disinformation. So Jesus said, you will go on and do greater things than I.
Absolutely.
And Jesus is very clear that do not worship me, do not idolize me, take my message and use that message to empower you.
He says go out and preach the gospel, but he does say worship him and him alone.
God,
not
God. Jesus.
Yeah, but we just had this conversation. He is free, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Yeah. What are you? Right, you're flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a soul. I'm talking to your soul right now, and you've got a spirit.
Yeah. So, but are you a child of God?
I'm a child of God. Yeah.
That makes you Jesus.
It makes me a believer in Jesus Christ and have faith.
So what I'm offering to you, having kind of listened to religions all my life, is that Christ walks in each of us. The Christ light,
Yeah, my sister's
is in
pretty
each
much
of
on
us.
what you're
Yeah,
saying. She's
which-
very much like that.
which may
However, I do believe in the word. I do believe in the truth, and I do believe, and all what you're doing there.
Yeah,
But Jesus
yeah,
will
yeah,
return,
yeah.
and He will. And the reason why I know He's going to return,
Yeah.
I know for a
Yeah.
fact it's coming soon because we've got the cashless system coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we read the Book of Revelation. In the
Yeah.
Book of Revelation, it actually
Yeah.
says no man can buy or sell unless he receives the mark in the right hand or his forehead. And that is from the devil. It is the beast system that is being put in place now. So this beast system that is now being put in place is actually going to be in by 2026. Yeah.
Yes,
I don't.
yes.
I don't say Jesus is going to come this day, but he is coming
Yeah.
soon. He is coming soon.
Do you believe in the
day
virgin birth? No.
and the hour? The day and the hour we do not know.
We do not know.
No, the day and the hour we do not know.
No.
However, yes, I do believe in the virgin birth because it was another word that was spoken into existence. Yeah, the word of God is called sperma, which
Sperma.
is
Right,
sperma.
that's interesting.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's called sperma,
Yeah.
which is where the word sperm
Yeah.
comes from. So the word of God is life,
Yeah.
and it's a seed.
Or light? Did you say life or
Life,
light?
it's life, and it's a seed.
Right.
And when that seed, it's like, you know, when you speak to something, it's life. Yeah, you can speak death or life to someone.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
if, come back to
it's
what I was
life.
saying earlier on about being on the DMT. If everything is light and vibration and frequency, then when a man and a woman come together, he's giving light to her light.
But with that, God would say stay with one man, one woman, husband and wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so just on the virgin birth thing, I discovered in my research that there are 5 previous religions who use the virgin birth as part of their Christ
but the
story.
devil knows that. He knows that. The devil knows the Bible
Yeah.
backwards and forwards. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows the truth, but he knows his days are numbered. So if he can get people to stop believing in
Yeah.
Jesus Christ and get to believe all these other religions. Even the Muslims believe that Jesus is a man,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but they don't believe he's the son
He's
of
a
God.
prophet, actually, in their view. He's a prophet.
their view, he's a
yeah,
prophet.
a prophet and a good prophet, but
But he's
just
the
one
son of
that
God,
wasn't
yeah.
the last prophet, which
However,
is Muhammad.
he is the son of God. He
So-
is actually the son of God.
So, do you think the Vatican is the evil or the good?
Corrupt.
Corrupt.
Yeah.
Not Satan.
Satan's corrupt, but they're all part of that anyway.
Have
It's
you
all
seen?
part of
Have
the
you
same
seen
thing.
the Vatican's big serpent hall?
Yep.
Yeah, and that big throne that
Yeah.
they've got. And
Yeah, all of
so
it.
I believe that the Vatican represents Satan in
Yeah,
this world.
absolutely, yeah.
And
But he's hiding behind the word of God.
And but part of the purpose of religion is to get people to believe in something outside of themselves.
Right, that's religion. So I have faith in the Saviour.
No, but
a lot.
what you're telling me about Jesus
Yeah.
is verbatim from the Vatican's religion.
Yeah,
Verbatim.
but then,
There's
yeah, but
nothing
then
unchanged- there's nothing
don't
changed.
forget the devil's corrupted it, and if he can get you to believe whatever you want about Jesus, he will.
Which is this, is that Jesus is a man who's outside of you rather than the coming is in you. That the Christ coming comes within you, not within some other dude who
Yeah.
might turn up in
No,
the
I
Middle
honestly
East.
believe that Jesus will return.
But
Same way
I
he left,
appreciate-
same way he left.
Yeah, I
God bless
appreciate
you, but I honestly
your,
believe,
no,
yeah.
and the thing is, I can't say I'm absolutely right,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I just feel like all of these people here, they want you to believe in the Vatican
Yeah.
and in the government.
I won't not go for the Vatican.
And
See, now I
NASA-
know, and NASA is corruption as
NASA
well.
wants you to believe in something outside, off planet, and all of that kind of
Yeah,
nonsense,
because
right?
absolutely, because it's trying to get you to look outside. Yeah, and
exactly,
that's the
look
Satan
outside.
behind that
And
as
so
well.
does
yeah.
football. You know,
Yeah.
it's like football fandom is simply, putting some other boy's name on your shirt,
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the same for me
Yeah,
about
it's
putting the
idolism, it's
crucifix
idolatry.
on my throat. Is
Yeah.
to say that I'm giving my authority away to somebody else when God inherited you or God invested in you God's own light, seed, spark.
See, then we're kind of, God is, when we look to Him
Yeah.
as our,
Is it
and
him?
know
But
what He
anyway,
done,
yeah.
as He know what He done.
Yeah.
He know what He done. He went to the cross. We know what He done
Yeah.
on the cross.
Yeah.
And like, so when we look to, and it's having faith in what the Word says. It's having faith. I can get where you can go that way and
Yeah.
that way. I get that.
Yeah.
But my truth and the truth is in Jesus Christ.
Do you believe that love is the most important thing?
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
yeah.
love. And
yeah.
where does love come
and
from?
God.
Okay, but in you, where does love come from?
No, God, it comes from Jesus. It comes from the act of love on the crucifix.
Okay,
That's
can
the
I
act
help
of
you a
love.
little bit? What most people would associate love
Yeah.
and the heart.
But then you can go back to the tree of knowledge of good and evil and know what is good and what is evil. So even if something's good,
Yeah.
oh, well, I'm a good person.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you Doesn't
No,
make you a righteous person.
No, but where does love come from? I was
Comes from
thinking-
God, the Creator. God is
I
love.
know that. I know absolutely that God
God
is,
is love.
is a love that is beyond our
I get
comprehension.
where you're going on that, but if you haven't got the Holy Spirit, you haven't got love.
Do you know? Let me tell you where I'm going because I need to offer you just this point to consider. That love comes from the heart. You know,
Yeah,
that's where
but
we love
without
from.
Jesus in your heart, you've got no love.
I
just
think,
realised while you're here. Are you the flat earth guy?
yes,
You know about Rob Skiba?
yes.
He
He
was.
passed, unfortunately.
Well, yes, but he went on a ventilator, didn't he, in the hospital?
Oh, I heard that.
Well,
I
and they
heard that.
kill you, the ventilators.
Yes, I have to say that was a little suspicious. I was
Well,
sorry to
I
see
think
him
he
go.
came from a conference and was taken ill, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, it was awful. But I learned a lot from Rob Skiba in 2015.
Well, I never really analysed. I mean, he thought the flat Earth was crazy, but decided to look into it. It was completely turned around. But the thing is, I never really listened to all his things. But I mean, I said to my pilot friend, "What do you think?" And she said, "Well, it's a football." I said, "Well, no." And she meant a rugby ball, the shape of a rugby ball. So maybe that's nearer.
Ask her about gyroscopes. Ask her, your pilot friend, ask her
Well, I
about
haven't
gyroscopes.
seen her for ages. What about them?
Well, because the gyroscope
Oh,
is
yes,
something we've set up to know our artificial horizon, you know, so we know where level is. So even if you're in a cloud, you can fly your plane at 1 degree up so that nose up so you don't go into the ground. That's what they do that for. And they'll fly for 10 hours on the same flat gyroscopic level. It
I
doesn't
don't quite
get
understand that,
adjusted
but
for-
what do you reckon about the Bermuda Triangle?
Well, there's a theory that goes that the Bermuda Triangle became that in the 1950s after they started dropping the rockets into all the launches at Cape Canaveral seemed to make a parabola into that area.
Oh, really?
So they may well be dropping
Well, actually,
the rockets into that
I heard
area.
that somebody, he was meant to be a Christian, probably still around, and what on earth is his name, from America, he set up his own thing, but he used to be on that guy Church's organisation. Do you know the one I mean?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Anyway, he said that he was in his aeroplane and he saw a flying saucer. But you see, the thing is, it's possible, isn't it, that, I mean, okay, they're probably wrong and satanic, but the Almighty is able, on occasion, to do something for his own.
Yeah.
And he said that I think that either it spoke to him, but anyway, he landed back and he really shouldn't have had any fuel, and he was away for ages. It was really weird, a bit like the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, there's a story that goes that they have got craft that look like flying. They've created craft that can levitate. And
Oh,
they
well,
do-
you know that the Nazis are at the
Yes.
South Pole.
They were, yes.
Well, they are, I think.
Oh,
You
yes,
know,
yeah.
with Operation High Jump.
High
have you
Jump.
ever-
Yeah.
And Admiral Byrd. And you see, the thing is about the flat Earth. Admiral Byrd said, didn't he, there was a great, people say you'd fall off, but there's a great ice wall apparently.
That's right.
And he said that over it there are tremendous resources.
Big lands, yes. There's a possibility they're hiding land. That's why they put us on a globe, because a globe you can't go anywhere. Whereas on a flat Earth, we could be sailing east and west for thousands more miles without knowing. And some say that the further you get away from the sun, the colder it gets. So you just get these big ice walls, and the biggest mountains are in the Antarctic regions.
Yes.
So it might be that Admiral Cook, who sailed 60,000 miles or something, was sailing all the way around some massive circumference of an ice wall. And we can't get out. But there's the Antarctic Treaty, which you may have come across.
Well,
as
I know that at a certain period in history, I mean, I'm very ignorant about a lot of things, but I know that at a certain period, the nations got together about the South Pole and don't allow you to go certain places. But the interesting thing is, you know this Klaus Schwab?
Yes.
Well, there's a Neuschwabenland there.
Yes, that's interesting.
You see, and it must be his family. Wow. And it used to belong to somebody else. I don't know, it was Matilda, Queen Matilda or something.
There's a lot of interesting, all the people in power have a little finger in that pie, and we're only able to visit a small little inlet, and they'll take
Well,
one
you
little
see,
tour
I
of
mean,
it.
I wonder how long they've been rewriting history.
forever.
Well, yes, since the Garden of Eden, probably.
Yes, I think there's been a desire to control this story for as
Yes.
far back as we can go.
Yes.
But we might actually have stories of previous epochs and sort of mud floods, Noah's floods, happening
Yes.
in the last 500 years.
Noah's flood what?
Yeah, Noah's flood might have been as recent as 500 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, and our cities like London
Why
have
do you
got...
say that?
Well, because we found pretty much all the major cities in the world have got cities underneath them, and we've simply built
Yes,
on top
yes,
of those. And
yes.
those cities can only be a few hundred years old. And even in
Why?
London, you can go
How do
3
you
or
know?
4 stories. Well, they could be older, but just how long do
I mean,
brick
we're
buildings
Roman,
last?
aren't we? Because didn't they, when I was young, in the 50s, I worked in the city, and there was a building called Passersby House, which was quite new, I think. Now, I don't know whether they've rebuilt it, but they've discovered the temple to Mithras underneath.
Really?
Have you heard that?
No, I haven't.
certainly don't want to go.
Wow.
And underneath, you see, they're always discovering things under London.
So we know that there's 10 feet or 30 feet of buildings beneath our feet.
Yes.
I've been into buildings in Lincoln.
Yes, I worked in Roman Wall House in Crutched Friars in the city, and right in the basement there was part of the wall. I used to go down and see it. There were rats there.
Right. Well, I've been into buildings below the ground where there's window arches into the
Really?
ground, which make no sense. And we've got them all over the world. And we've got these
Yeah.
massive star forts all over the world. Thousands of
massive
star forts.
What's that?
It's a star fort. It's a massive structure,
Yes.
a fort essentially, built always in a particular geometric pattern. It's staggeringly heavy bricks and deep into the ground.
Yes.
And we believe that there were bigger people in previous epochs with higher technology than
Well,
we
are
have
you
now.
thinking of the fallen angels and the Nephilim?
Well, it could go back, but I think in terms, because I don't know for sure, but I think in terms of 5 epochs, and that we've devolved in 5 increments over thousands of years. So when we look back at the Roman Acropolis and all of these sorts of things, these were built by much bigger people who had technology that we
Well,
struggle to
it
rival
probably
today.
was not normal people like you and me. It might have been the Nephilim.
Perhaps.
And I've got a couple of books that apparently, the final battle will be between Jesus and the Nephilim. And apparently, one of the books was saying that, you've been brought up to think that Greek myths are just myths, but then, they're not.
No, I think there's a lot.
And they're coming back and they hate us. And did you know, I'm not on the internet. Everything seems to have been removed from my house now. But when I was on the internet, I saw a Christian, L.A. Marzulli, you may have heard of him, American, interviewed a pilot that was in Afghanistan, and they lost some of their guys, and so they went to find them, and they came across a clearing with bones, and they thought, there's some wild animals. There were caves in the background, and then they noticed that their colleagues' radio equipment crumpled up like a packet of cigarettes
Really?
on the ground.
Wow.
And out of the cave came an enormous man with a spear, and they shot at him. It had no effect, and in the end, the leader said, shoot the head, a bit like David and Goliath.
Yeah.
And that worked, it killed him, and ever since then, the rules of engagement in America are not the heart, but the head.
Right.
And he was huge.
The giant of Afghanistan or something, or he was a
The giant
ginger...
the giant, not Afghanistan, it is Afghanistan,
Kabul-
Kandahar.
Kandahar, yeah, the Kandahar giant.
Have
yeah,
you heard
I've
of that?
it. I've heard
Well, apparently, L.A. Marzulli interviewed the pilot
Right.
who was there,
Right.
and he said they called for help, and they came with a chopper with a big net and rolled him. He had 6 fingers and 6 toes, and he stank like anything. He was huge. I think he probably had red hair, and they got one of the guys on his spear and killed him.
Wow. Well, I think that there's a possibility that some dark entity owns the Vatican and controls our government.
No.
that's-
Well, isn't there something about Washington, B.C., and the Vatican, and maybe London?
Yes. Well, the city of London is outside of England.
I know. The
and
Queen
the
or the
Vatican
King
has
have
to
to have
ask
permission.
Yes. And the Vatican is outside of Italy. And the Washington,
Yes.
D.C. is outside of the
Yes,
United
well, you
States.
see, the thing is, I don't think the Americans ever won their independence from us.
No, you're right, man. Yeah, unfortunately,
And
I didn't.
I've
Trump
got,
is
I've
just
got
another card
I
they're going to play.
I don't think I've got it on me. No, I haven't. But I've got a dollar bill with a picture of independence. It probably lasted a year or less.
Right.
Independence, and
Right.
and who was the guy in charge at the time? And it hasn't got all these Illuminati things on the bill either.
Right. Was that the greenback that came
Yes,
out with Lincoln?
yes.
Was it Lincoln or?
Yes, now Lincoln is interesting because I understood that he was a lawyer.
Yeah.
And he defended a guy called Chichinqui. He was amazing. He was in the Roman Catholic Church for 50 years. And when he was a little boy in Canada, he used to entertain. He learnt the scriptures, so many off by heart, and he would stand on the table and the neighbours would come in and listen to him, and then he became a priest. And but then he realised, what was sort of going on, and he finally came out. But he was responsible in Canada for having a law forbidding alcohol, and the women would come up to him and say, "Thank you so much, my husband doesn't beat me anymore," and all this sort of thing. And Lincoln heard of him, and he defended him in court, because Lincoln was a lawyer before he was a president, and they both knew that he would be assassinated. And you see that Lincoln was trying also to have the money sort of independent of private people,
control, yeah.
and I think he issued some money which when he died, when it came back to the treasury, it never went out again. And what's his name? Kennedy did a similar thing.
Right.
And I can remember seeing a clip, Kennedy saying he disagreed with secret societies, and he said there's a plan to enslave every man, woman and child, and before I leave this high office, and he'd gone within a week. And he did the same thing. He was trying to take away the power from the Federal Reserve, which is not federal, and there are no reserves. It's a privately owned Rothschild bank.
Yes, no, it does seem like we're under some kind of control system, and we are under some
But
control
the
system.
interesting thing is, I believe, I sort of realise now, that there's a shadow something all the time.
Yeah.
I've got 2 postcodes for Downing Street because I've tried to deliver things there, and that's interesting. And when I went, the police were not dressed in a normal way. They were dressed in sort of casual thing with just police written across their things. And it's a very interesting thing because I felt I should write, and I had a centenary version of the Schofield Reference Bible, and I wanted to put that in as well, and certain things I said.
Yeah.
And when I got to the gate, it took me about 3. I don't know. I'm getting muddled because I've done several things, but I wrote about COVID to whoever's in charge of COVID. And when I went on one occasion to Downing Street, I don't know which one it was, the guys dressed in different things. There's always a lead guy, and it took me ages to do the thing, and I wasn't tired, and then suddenly I became very tired and anxious, and then I remembered what the Lord said to Joshua. Be thou strong and very courageous, have not I commanded thee, not suggested, be not afraid, but commanded. So I rang the taxi, and he said, I'll be with you straight away. Well, he wasn't, he was ages, and he came in a different car, which I had been in before because his was in dock, but I think the car took us, because I recognised, I thought, Canada House and Admiralty Arch, and I went down, we went down, what's the name of that place where Charles was executed? That leads down to Downing Street, which is on the right. Yes. And I said, I was still a bit anxious, and I thought, well, if I have to go in, because something went beforehand, and I felt that a power and certain people wanted me to meet something or somebody that would have horrified me. But I still felt I ought to do it. It's a bit of a background. So I said to the driver, would you come with me if I have to go in? And he said, well, I've got to look after the car. So anyway, I went down there, and it was a bit different. I remember they had something that came out of the ground, not very high. But now they were great poles. Okay, they could have changed, and they probably had.
Brilliant.
And anyway, I said...
Another one?
Yes, please,
Lovely to speak
Still
to you.
believe in Jesus Christ.
No, yes.
I ain't gonna change.
No fear. I still believe you are Jesus. No, you are the Christ. There was a Jesus. Yeah.
What was I going to say? Anyway,
Much love.
I said to this guy, I've come to deliver something, And they said something about scanning, and I said, well, I won't say it's not a so-and-so, or you'll arrest me, because Tony Pierce, from where I worship, somebody that he knew was at the airport, and they queried something, and he said it's not a bomb, and they arrested him.
Wow.
So I said to this guy, and there's always a lead guy, I said, well, I won't say it's not a so-and-so because you'll arrest me, but I'll open it and show you what's in it. And I said, would you deliver it? And he said, I can't because of COVID. Now, that struck me as really quite ironic and funny. So I said, well, how do I get it there? And he said, post it. But when I went back to the car, I must have got the wrong turning. There was a car parked across, it was a bit weird, across the road, and there was a guy with a beard in it. I don't know what he was to do with the whole thing. Anyway, so I went into another, and I found the guy, and he was really worried, the driver, because people were going around as though they were automatic on bikes and everything. And he was worried about hitting them. He didn't, and I said to him, oh, you've got the knowledge. You know, the taxi drivers used to have the knowledge. But he doesn't. He's not a London taxi driver. He doesn't even go on the Rankin St Albans. He's more private. And I think the car took us. Anyway, but I thought to myself, because he had refused this, and it was sort of ironic, and I thought about that text that says that, because I believe that somebody wanted me to meet something quite horrifying, and or somebody, and so I thought about that text that says that the Lord will have them in derision, he will laugh them to scorn, and the next day I opened my Bible and there it was in Psalm 2, and I think that he protected me, and he was laughing at them, because when I went back, the basis of my anxiety was based in a supermarket where I've been witnessing for a long time locally. And the guy there, the manager, was there, and he was frantically stacking shelves. And I spoke to him, I mean, I know him by his first name, and he said, well, get to the point. So I said to the checkout guy, what's the matter with Ben? He's so aggressive with me tonight. And I think that something hadn't worked.
Right.
It's really very weird, but anyway.
You're quite outspoken, I take it.
See, the thing is, I think that at the moment it's all right with the gospel, but if you tread on their toes and start talking about who's really running the world, they don't like it.
Well, there's a plan that's being unfolded, and they really don't want that interrupted.
No.
But it's worth knowing that if you're wise to this, you can be in the world but not of the world.
Yes.
And I think that's what we're called to be: is in the world and not of it. And no, for me, I knew COVID, the pandemic was coming before it came. I wouldn't have called it that, but I knew there was something big on the horizon, and there it was.
How did you know?
Because I'd done enough research to see that, wow, so many things, like September 11.
But you know, when apparently was it 19 goodness knows what, they talk about the Spanish flu, but when I was young it was called Asian flu.
Really?
And lots of people died.
Wow. Is that a Mandela effect, or they've just renamed it?
I don't know.
Asian flu. Oh,
well, it was when I was young. I understand it was Asian flu.
I think we've got avian flu coming our way, and they're going to do more lockdowns.
I mean, but that is crazy. I mean, the sort of thing that the intelligent people believe. I mean, you can go to a restaurant, sit at the table, take your mask off, and then the virus or whatever won't come. But if you get up, you've got to put it on again. It's ridiculous. Well, you see, I've never worn a mask except once I went to the fellowship and I walked in. I had a silk thing, not one of these ones that poison you. And a woman was sort of officiating. I said, well, why haven't so-and-so got a mask? She said, you'll have to ask so-and-so. So I asked so-and-so. He said, they don't want to. I said, neither do I. So I pulled mine off, and I've never worn one since.
Very good.
But the interesting thing is, somebody at the church told me that I was exempt, and I've got a badge that says so, which is quite useful. But I mean, I
refuse the badge even because I said, it's a little bit like making me wear a six-pointed star in World War II, to identify me as somehow just somebody who's willing to think for themselves.
Well, I've got it, but I mean, I don't wear it, but I've got it in my bag.
We've given away so much of our God-given authority to a power that we should not. You cannot serve two masters, you know that.
No,
and so people are serving the master of government ahead of trusting.
And also it's occurred to me that people are doing things and saying things, and I mean, worship is not just exclusively bending the knee, it's obeying and serving.
Serving the higher cause,
Yes.
but not serving the beast. And I think
Well,
most people
yes,
thought
but I
about
mean,
that.
who are they serving? I mean, there have been people in the fellowship who've done their utmost in the past to stop me coming to Speaker's Corner because I'm elderly and we're caring for you, but that's an ostensible reason. But I have learnt so much, and I was here on the day of the stabbing, were you?
Oh, no.
And that is an interesting thing
Yeah.
because you know they built a viewing platform, and do you know what this used to be? Tyburn, where they hung people.
Oh, right.
And they built that viewing platform allegedly to look at the park that's been here for thousands of years. But I think it was for something more. And Hatun, you know Hatun?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Well, she was a lady that came here. She was Turkish and she was a Christian, but she would spend her time attacking Islam. And she had a Quran with holes punched in it, and she wore a Charlie Hebdo shirt. You know what Charlie Hebdo?
Yeah.
And really angered the Muslims. But the interesting thing is, I think, well, after the stabbing, now she was allegedly stabbed, but I believe that people have doubles and probably more than that. And I on one occasion, I couldn't see any scar, and the next time I saw her, I could. And it was really very weird. But anyway, there used to be a black guy walking up and down here preaching the gospel. And after the stabbing, I went up to him and I said, "Were you here in the stabbing?" He said, "Yes. I was a police main witness." And he broke out in a great sweat on his forehead. And since then, I'm not saying always, he now, or after that, he started to attack Islam, not preach the gospel. Now, I wonder whether Hatun had gone the same way. Now, I understand, I mean, was it last time I was here, I was giving that tract, which, that good one I've mentioned to you, did I, about the value of a soul?
No.
Oh, well, I was telling Dave. I gave it to a police, and he said, "What's it about?" And I told him it's about, you know, Dives and Lazarus. Well, Dives, I don't know where that name came from. I can't see it anymore in the Bible. But the rich man who died and went to the wrong place, and Abraham he saw his guy who used to be a beggar at his door, his gate, in Abraham's bosom. And it says, if you want to know what somebody who's died believes about the value of the soul, read, and I think it's in Luke. So I photographed that and attached it to the tract, and I gave it to the police. And when I told them what it was about, they took it. But when I started to talk about Hatun being awarded £10,000 by the Met Police for false arrest, they didn't want to know, and somebody else came and interrupted.
Let me offer you some thoughts. You know false flags. You know what false flag is? Yeah. Have you considered that Charlie Hebdo falls into that camp?
What do you mean? That there was no.
Well, I wouldn't say that no one died. I couldn't offer that. But
died. I didn't know anybody did die. I thought it was just they criticised Muslim.
No, but then people went in and shot up the Charlie Hebdo offices in Paris.
Oh, did I don't think.
Yeah, but that was a staged.
Well, so was Pearl Harbor.
Yes. So now, why do they do these things? But to incite people's rage and anger. And so what I feel is happening is there's an intention to incite rage between groups.
Yes.
And so if one person of one faith gets hurt by another person of another faith, whether it's real or staged, it creates a certain energy.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that she wasn't stabbed, but it's interesting that you say that you saw a time when she didn't look like she'd be stabbed. And I've seen plenty
Well,
of
people have doubles, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, either that or
In fact, I believe I've got one, and she lives around the corner, probably.
But no one that's meeting with you and saying, "I'm going to operate in your stead today. I'm going to go out into the field and be you." That would be a conversation that you'd have to have with your double to say, "Yes, you stay home today and I'll go and do you." You see? And I think that what's happening is that we are being led to war with each other between the religions.
Well, you know, have you ever heard of David Nathan?
No.
From South Africa. He was a Messianic. You are South African. A Messianic Jew, and I've met him. I went to a conference, and was speaking amongst others, I think, and he said that I asked him a question about the millennium or something, and he said, well, there's a DVD on the bookstall and by somebody I know, and it was by him. And it's very interesting because he says in the DVD, I think it seemed to have changed since I had it first, he said that, I think it was David Nathan, that he said that the I'm getting really muddled a bit. First of all, have you heard of Alberto Rivera?
Yeah.
The Jesuit priest who was converted. Well, now he said, first of all, I remember seeing on the internet, he said that the Roman Catholic Church had invented Islam, which figures, they're very similar, kill the infidel and all that. But David Nathan said that something about Islam, and he mentioned Revelation where it says the 10 kings and 3 of them will rebel. Do you know? Oh, well, I think it's end times, and he says that you would be surprised. I can't remember all the details, but he said these are groups of Muslim nations. And I think, from what I seem to be able to piece together, that the epicenter of Islam is finished, but they are using it to blame what they, whoever they are, doing, just as they used to use the IRA.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like the patsy, to take the fall for something, to create a narrative. Because the big game here is to keep us at war with each other, to keep us divided, divide and conquer.
Yes.
And through any means. So it makes sense that I would create the thesis and the antithesis to my
solution.
So I create a left paradigm and a right paradigm, a left wing and a right wing in politics and everything else in religion and so on. And so that we never realize...
That's Hegelian, isn't it?
Hegelian dialectic. Hegel's dialectic. So they never want us to kind of realize that we are the sovereign inheritors of the earth. Not these organizations or corporations like the governments and religions.
Do you know, I've got another thing that I want to do now. What's your name?
Dave.
Dave. Oh, that's a good name. And what's your surname?
Manel.
Manel?
Yeah, Manel.
How do you spell that?
M-A-N-N-A-L-L. But I'll give you my card.
Yes. But no, what was I going to say? Oh gosh,
check it out.
Gone from me now. I want to write something because I believe. Thank you. That these very wealthy corporations, they don't have to put up the prices of the utilities.
No, of course not.
And some time ago, before everyone else's went up, my electric went up enormously. I had a gas bill for £77 for 3 months, which was fair enough, and the electric one for about 6 weeks for about the same price. And I've been in contention with them, but then recently something happened, and my gas stopped, and it's cold, and somebody came from the church, and I said, I started then to look at the gas meter, and I mean, you can't prove this, but I think, I believe that they are making people, so that they will bow the knee to the wrong person, they'll get them starving or freezing, and I think they're doing it through the meters that are clocking on when people are not even using it. I've been reading my gas meter since the gas went off. Well, it's sort of the same. But when I started to look at the gas meter, I can't prove it, but I think there was a slight change in it, and there was nothing being used. And it was really weird. So I'm going to write, and I'm going to use a thing about Zacchaeus, and even who was the tax collector in the Matthew. Because I think that people, and I mean, I've got the name of the one in charge of, and his name is Matthew. You see, which is good. So I'm going to write. I mean, I can't accuse, but I should say it looks as though, and I think that they are doing this. It's awful.
They want to create a dependency on the state. So people that are older will need more money for winter fuel allowances and all of that kind of thing. And so people, in their minds, subconsciously, they become more committed to the need for government who's taking care of them. Because the more problems I can create for you and solve, then the more you're going to require me, rather than people becoming their own powers. But you're going to have to excuse me a while. I'm going to get some water and put a bit more chalk on it. It's been fascinating talking to you.
Okay.
Excuse me
Big
a while.
houses, big houses, big cars, big lions. They live the people, they live with poor people. Why?
No, did you do day's work?
No. Oh, really?
No, I have to do like that.
You're South Africa. What part did you come from?
Durban. I was born in Poole in
And
Dorset.
you've never heard of what's his name?
Well, it's been fascinating, man.
I will. The thing is, I want to write these guys because I think they're taking people for a ride.
Yes.
These wealthy companies don't need the money.
Well, the corporations are, I think, dead entities, and they're giving life to these dead entities that are taking our power.
They're taking the money and everything.
Yeah. Sorry. I need to take a little break from that lady. Thanks for tuning in. I just need to, I need to put some more chalk down. Yeah. Yeah, no, today's weather is not really conducive to like the usual traffic, so it's really more the hardcore. The hardcore kind of almost, well, I wouldn't say it almost, the zealots.
If it's not flat and it's not a globe, what is it?
Well, it's like we're living inside of an egg or an orange, and we're living on a plane within that. So there is
When you
a
say a
roof.
plane, what do you mean? A flat Salisbury plane?
Yeah, well, the one sea level. That we have one sea level. Of course, we have undulating mountains and so on. I say to people, if you look into nature, in nature, God shows us oranges and apples and all of these round shapes, and the fruit is not on the outside of the skin, as they claim in our modern science, with our earth being on the outside of the skin, but we're actually inside the skin. So if you take that analogy of the orange and you cut it from top to bottom and let it fall open onto the table, then those seed pods in the center are what we would call continents. If you magnified that orange up billions of times in size and scale, those seed pods are the seeds of God. That is where the earth is, from which new life can spring, including us.
It's a bit complicated, isn't it?
It's quite simple, really, because just like the Hebrew conception of the waters above, and there being a
below.
firmament, the waters below, and then the great deep, and the great deep is the oceans, and at the sea level, that's where the pressure is perfectly right for water to become air. So water becomes air and then becomes lighter and lighter gases into the top, to the roof, to the firmament. But we're standing on that flat plane. I mean, if you think about making a dining table for yourself, you wouldn't choose a bowl. You would choose a flat plate of wood. You would take a tree, you would fell it, and you would cut lengths of that tree. And that's how how God would make a table. And so it says in the Bible that God spread the roof out like a tent. And so there's no tent. Pillars, well, we're on the pillars. It's created on pillars, so it's unmoving. That's all in the Genesis, that the earth is unmoving.
I spoke to you about Rob Skeever, didn't I?
Yes. Now, in Psalms 19:1, it says, "The heavens declare the glory of God."
I know, and do you know that was on? Did I talk to you about? It was on
Werner von Braun's.
Yes,
well, I've written that on my flyer down there in the smallest print. It says that. It's on Werner
you
von
see, the
Braun's
thing is,
tombstone.
a lot of these people know the truth. By the way, I've met a lady who's descended from the Duke of Wellington, and she seems to know a lot. And she says that all these families are satanic.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Also, the old word for Satan was the opponent.
Yes,
So
I
this is
know.
the opponent,
Yeah.
possibly to God's light, if you like.
Yes.
So that's why I say once you know that they've lied about this, even the shape of the earth, they've created this whole globe deception.
Yes.
It might be to hide other land, but it also means that the powers that should not be are not your friend. They're not here to help you, and all the petitioning in the world to these authorities is never going to help. It's almost like the more you petition them, the more you're empowering them, whether it's negative energy or positive energy, that you love them or you hate them. You're giving your energy over to them rather than giving
Yes.
your energy
And what do
to...
you think about? Have you heard of Bill Schneider?
Yes, but I'm just going to go and talk to this gentleman
Yes,
over
okay.
here. One moment. They're still here, guys, ladies. Hey, guys.
Crazier than the usual.
Have you looked at this? Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim? You read the Quran? You read the Quran? In the Quran it says that the sun and the moon are small lights that travel over the earth. That's what it says in the Quran. And in the Bible it says that the earth is set upon
Is there
pillars,
any
not moving.
leaflet describing these events?
Huh?
Is there any leaflet describing all these events? I hope there is.
There is?
There must be.
Yeah, we've got no evidence that we're actually spinning, that we're moving. Your senses tell you you're not moving. And if we were moving, the air would be moving with us.
Possibly Richard Dawkins have the evidence.
Sorry?
Possibly Richard Dawkins have the
The
evidence.
rich people.
No, Richard Dawkins.
Oh, Richard Dawkins.
Don't
Don't
you know
trust
about
Dawkins.
Richard
No,
Dawkins?
no, don't trust Dawkins.
He-
He wants you to believe you come from apes.
Well-
That your great-great-parents were apes.
Well, do you think he's MFU?
He's?
Do you think he's MFU? Do you
I
know
used
what
to-
MFU means?
No.
You don't?
A nephew?
No, MFU.
Oh,
That means
M.
mentally effed up. Now,
oh,
you
yeah.
know,
Well, he's just a believer in what he's got.
mentally effed up.
Yeah.
Actually, you
Mentally
see,
shaped up.
Take a photo. Put it on your social media. Tell people that, you know what, you can't prove how water's going to cling to the underside of a ball just by calling it gravity. And your senses are telling you you're not moving. It's the sun and the moon that are moving over your head, not us that are rolling. If you think we're rolling, point the direction we're rolling. Which direction are we rolling? And who can tell me what speed? Who knows what speed we're moving now? Can you tell me? We're traveling 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles an hour. How can it be relative if you're doing this? If you're spinning and then you're doing this, you would have to feel it.
You need to have a center of speed. Do
What?
you, in relation to the sun, in relation to the Milky Way, in relation to the Earth?
There's 4 movements, they say, but we can't measure any of them. And the stars are the same for thousands of years.
So do you
The stars
think,
are the same that we
do
observe.
you think the Earth is flat?
I think that the sea is level. I think we live inside of like an orange. We don't live on the outside of the orange. See, if you lived on the outside of the orange, the fruit would die and you would fall off the bottom. That's what would happen. But where do you come from? Spain? Where are you from?
Austria.
Where?
Austria.
Austria?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you came on the plane or the boat, you think it came uphill? Or was it going downhill? Or was it just going flat like this? Because your sensors and the gyroscope...
And downhill.
Uphill and downhill at the same time. You're going up and down. So when you go back, you're going up and down. But I'm not talking about the takeoff and the landing. Once you get into the cruise phase, the nose of the plane 1.5 degrees for 1 hour. And that's not going
Why
down.
you can travel around the world?
I could travel around London. Doesn't make it a ball. You see, you play football on a flat
But
pitch.
I can travel around the whole world, not only London.
Yeah, exactly.
Explain that to me, please.
Well, on a flat earth, you could sail around England, for example, on a boat, and it's the same sea level. If you take any kind of topographical map, it's the same sea level. Yeah. So now I can make England, America, or Europe, or Africa. I can still sail around that. It's got the same sea level on the east coast and the west coast. You just go up to the top mountain and then down to the sea again. You're not going around or underneath. You can. There's no plane. There's no plane can go underneath the globe. There's no ship that's going to come uphill. Ship has to be on flat level. If it's coming down a mountain, they've got to put locks. They've got to stop it.
Underneath, yes, up. There's no up and down.
There's no up and down.
space.
Well,
Always need to have up and down in relation to another object.
What do
You
you
need to have up. Up is just because the Earth is down. But
There's
what
only-
if
yeah.
we are standing this way? Then there's down and there's up. You can't say
No,
it's
brother,
up and it's
no,
down.
no.
Yes,
So
you
when
can.
you let go of a helium balloon or a hot air balloon, it rises up. Now, if you think about a helium balloon rising up from the side of a globe, why doesn't it continue going up?
Because
to the top?
gravity is in this direction on this point in space. But if you move there, the gravity is in a little bit.
All right, you've got some good answers. Do you know the curvature formula for living on a globe? What is the amount of curvature per 100 miles that you travel?
Miles is bananas, I say.
So good science requires observation, hypothesis, and then measurement. You must go and measure. If you say that the sea or the water is curving, but can't measure it, then you're having to believe it. How many people are watching? 70. 70 people. 70 people.
Where can you see the Earth's curvature?
I think
when you're high up.
You know that? Have you heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson? He's the most famous TV scientist in the world, and he says even at 120,000 feet, you're not high enough to see curvature. Why does he say that? Because we've taken weather balloons to 120,000 feet, 4 times higher than the plane, and there's no curvature, bro. When you look out the window, you're looking through a perspex glass which is bent, and your eyes create this circle of vision around you. So there's plenty of pilots, let me finish this question. There's plenty of pilots on YouTube who've come out and say, we don't make any allowance for curvature. We're not flying down, we're not flying up. When I was a kid, when I was your age, I got into a cockpit of a 747 for half an hour, and I just saw flat clouds as far as I could see, and we fly for 5 minutes, flat clouds as far as I can see. If you say that water is curving around a ball, but you can't show that in physics because water must always be contained, once it overflows, it runs down. Water doesn't run up. So if you say it's curving, you must prove it.
The reason why
the Earth is flat. I believe you. I believe you.
Why?
Well, you know what?
I have
Take that.
Yeah.
Why
there is an end which you can see is the curvature.
Sorry?
The reason why there is an end, what you can see, is the curvature.
Okay, so we're told that a ship, when we stand on the beach, a ship is going over the curve, right?
Yeah,
That's what we're told.
you can
but if
see
you go
it.
up the mountain and see that ship,
When you're
in a plane, let me give you some information because I've heard all of this before. I've been doing this for a few years. I used to believe in the ball. I used to believe in the moon landings up until 8 years ago. And then I heard the formula for curvature. But let me tell you that when you go up in a hot air balloon, you can see ships for 30 miles on a clear day. Yesterday, I was on the 31st floor of a building in London, on the other side of the river, and I could see Wembley Stadium all the way in the northwest of London. So the higher you go, the further you can see. So I've flown over the Mediterranean Sea, and I, on a clear day, have seen a lake beneath me with hundreds of ships, all on a flat lake. So the same ship that goes out of view, we can take a high-powered camera and bring that ship back into view because your eyes have got limitations. In this ship, you can only see 3 miles, maybe 10 miles, even 20 miles on a clear day. Even 20 miles. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
I have a thing. When you stand on the beach and a boat is driving away from you, it's like going under. How can you explain that?
Do you understand what compression is? So when a train, if you're standing on a flat train track and the train is 3 miles away, 5 kilometers away from you, it's tiny, yes? As the train gets closer, it becomes bigger and bigger until the train comes past you, it's huge. Yes? You agree? The same is happening for the ship. The ship, as it goes away from you, is getting smaller, it's compressing.
But in the end, you can only see the mast from the ship and not the bottom.
So when you approach London from a distance, what's the first building you see? The Shard, the tallest building. Yes? If you're going to Paris, you see the Eiffel Tower first. Yes? Yes? Why? Because you see the tallest, but you don't see the bottom of Eiffel Tower. You only see the top. That's why the crow's nest on a ship is at the top. Because again, the higher you go, the further your angle of resolution, meaning the further you can see. That's why you see in reverse, you see the last thing you see is the top of the ship. It works both ways. It works both ways. I believed that I was seeing curvature, but then when I heard this formula, I was like, I grew up by the sea. I grew up by the sea, and I see things 15 miles away, on the beach 15 miles away, that I should not be able to see because it should be behind the curve at 3 or 4 miles, like the ship. Take a flyer, brother. Keep an open mind. I'm not telling you to believe me, but if you can't prove it, then why should you believe it?
I have a simple question.
When you fly in space, you see it's right.
You've been to space, bro?
Yeah.
You've been to space, or have you seen it on TV?
I've been to space.
No, the only space we got is here between us. This is only space.
I'm working for NASA.
I trust you, man. I trust you. Take a flyer. Keep your mind open.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why would they lie to us? Why? I always wanted
Okay, there's
to.
a number of answers I can give you on that. One, they're hiding land. There's a lot more land that they're hiding, and there's some evidence for
And
that.
they have like resources there they don't want to share.
Yes, on other parts of the land.
Okay.
Two, that they don't want you to know that this place was created for you and all of you to be at the top, not to be a slave, not to be in belief in government or religion that makes you less important. You're meant to be the pinnacle of the pyramid, not the little thing at the bottom of the pyramid. That's another big thing. And then they can control you with taxes and all the rules. Because if you are the creation of God or the Creator's spark, then there should be nothing that can touch you, harm you, and do things bad to you. That's the golden rule. But our governments and corporations are harming us, they are misleading us, so they can make you a tax slave, take your life energy, and maybe even make you recycle. Some people believe that we have to reincarnate, come back again, if we don't learn the lessons of life here. And I think we're meant to learn that.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe we are beings that were created from God?
Yes.
Then we're different.
What do you think about pigeons?
We're different.
We're different.
I don't believe.
What do you believe?
I don't believe that God exists. I believe that, like, I am religious. I am a Christian, but because of the community part of religion.
Okay.
So I want to like communicate and be with other people. I don't believe that there is a God up there or down there or anywhere.
Okay.
So you think there's land missing somewhere? Like we have more land somewhere.
Yes.
And
Possibly.
what is there? What's there?
Well, some say that there are 30 more continents. There are many more continents.
Are those reliable sources?
No, I'm only hypothesizing. I'm not saying it's true.
Well, it's
it might be that
hypothesis. How
all
would
we
you
have
know?
is this land.
Then why do you act like it's the truth? You're
No,
acting. Yes,
no,
yes,
it's
you're
like I
acting
said,
like it's the truth.
The
I
question
don't know
was
where you're
asked.
lying.
Let me help you.
I don't know where you're lying.
Let me help you. The question was asked, why would they lie?
I don't know.
Okay, there is an American admiral called Admiral Byrd. You can look this up yourself. Listen, Admiral Byrd was given a fleet of Navy ships, and he spent 15 years exploring the South Atlantic and the Antarctica. 15 years, and he came back and said, "I found land bigger than America and resources that would last a lifetime." He said that in 1955. In 1956, most of the big countries in the world signed the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents you and me from going and doing anything there. Going exploring that place.
There's a reason why we don't go there. Do you know that?
Why is that?
People harm the lands, okay?
That's
These lands are be protected. There's a reason why you cannot go there.
Have you heard of Shell, BP? Have you heard of these companies?
Yes, I know.
They ruin land all over the place. If there was oil and coal and
but
resources,
do you know why that is?
they
That's
would go
not
there.
because the Earth is flat. That's not the reason.
That's
the reason
your
is,
hypothesis.
Yeah,
You're
no.
welcome
The
to it.
reason is because we live in a country in a world where everything is ruled by money. Okay. So the
So you
entire
think if there
world,
was billions of dollars of resources there, they care about the penguins that much that they wouldn't go
they
and...
don't give a shit about these.
They don't give a shit about the penguins. So they would go and take the oil. They would take the resources.
But do you know that
So
there's
I'm just offering
people
you another. I know
trying
that.
to...
I know all of that. I used to believe all that. And by the way, I didn't believe in God until I had an experience with DMT in 2015.
What
But
was
I
your
also
experience? Can you explain?
ayahuasca.
What was your experience?
My experience
like?
was that we are connected to everything. That there is no separation between you and me and the nature around us, and that whatever we call God is within all of this. This is God. We're inside God, and we are a tiny fractal of God. Like I say to people, if you take an orange and cut it open, inside of that orange you will find one tiny cell of orange, which is perfectly orange, perfectly like all of it, but just tiny. That's you.
But hold on a minute. Do you believe that God died, Jesus Christ died to forgive your sins?
No. No. I don't think you need that, because I think the Savior is you. I think the Savior, God is inside of you, inside of each of us. And that the save I our, Christ I am, not Christ I am. I think that Jesus wanted you to know, each of us to know, that we are the Christ. That the Christ, that the light of God, the spark of God, is in each of us equally. But that light wants to be
Your
dulled.
sin.
Your sin is your
No,
sin.
I said your.
My own sin.
Yes.
Well, I see that as being like more sine wave. sin is the sign. So either you're in too much in the low, in the red energy, or too much in the cold energy. So it's just a matter of bringing your sine wave into
one day you will know that he died to forgive your sin, and unless you acknowledge him, you'll go to the wrong place.
Well, the Vatican teaches us that. That's a Jesuit teaching, by the way. So that's the one thing that the Jesuits want you to know. The Vatican wants you to know that Jesus died for your sins. I believe that you can only be your own master. You do not need a preacher. You do not need somebody else to give you your freedom. Your freedom comes from inside of you.
Adam and Eve had fellowship with their creator, did they not? Until they believed the dragon or the...
I'm not sure about all of that stuff, I'll be honest. But I try and have a natural relationship with God rather than one that's predicated on the Bible. So I would say that the Big Bang, by the way, and evolution, these things are designed to deny and demean you and what Creator is to you.
So I believe there are only videos of a ball like the Earth and no flat Earth. So I believe in this until you fly with a rocket in the air and show me that's not a ball but flat.
But we've taken hot air balloons or weather balloons.
Yeah, but I want you to fly up.
I want to
the whole thing. Do your own research, son. You don't need. What doesn't matter what I tell you. I've done. I've been on so many flights. Let me tell you, I've been on more than 100 long distance flights.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter how many times I tell you that. Since I learned that the Earth was flat, I've taken a digital spirit level onto a plane, and I zeroed it, and I found no. The plane's nose is 1.5 degrees up. I told you that earlier on at the start of this conversation.
Yeah.
The plane is 1.5 degrees up. We are not settling down. We're not going round. We're not doing it. We're staying level. Aeroplane. We are flying over a plane. It doesn't matter how many tests I do over water to say I've looked over water to see that there is no bulge. Take a laser or a torch or whatever to say, yeah, I can see something at a distance that I shouldn't be able to see. Until you do the test yourself, you're not going to unpick the programming. That water is level and it's only a fisheye lens. Did you hear of the Red Bull jump? Felix Baumgartner. Did you hear of that? Yeah. Right? Well, when you go look at that footage, you'll notice firstly that Neil deGrasse Tyson, the scientist, says, yeah, that's a fisheye lens they're using on the outside. That's why it looks like that Nevada or wherever he is looks like the whole size of the whole world. But when he jumps out of his cupola, there's got a camera right behind his head. And as you jump out, you see a perfectly level from 150 down to perfectly level.
Earth is big. It's not high enough.
But what's the formula for curvature? What's the formula for curvature? If you don't know the formula for curvature, you haven't done enough homework to be answering. You've got to look at this yourself. Don't believe the scientists that are trying to tell you Big Bang.
I've already got one. Thanks.
You got one. Good luck, guys.
I think it's bullshit.
Thank you, brothers. That's okay. Keep an open mind, children. Well, that was interesting. Hi. You're going to get a mix of rejection, and as you heard, there's some people that were like, well up for that. And I'll tell you what, this chalk does work. Hey, we can't find any curving water, guys. Can't find any curving water or evidence that we're spinning. Hi. You like my flyers? My banners? Thanks for stopping in, by the way. Hey, Brian Stavely in the house. Rob Greenwood, Old Nick. Nice to see you, bro. Brian and Mark's Robert, yeah, nice. Hey, it's been nice to see you. See, I was talking to a lady who mentioned Rob Skiba earlier. Nice to have him come to mind. Well, Brian, if you're still there, this old lady I was talking to, she was so many, I think she'd had so many Mandela effects. doesn't understand what's going on. Richie. Full junction. So, yeah, it's a quiet day here actually. So I'm hoping to pick up more conversations. Light vibration is creation, again, and yes, but that's not me, no. No, how are you? You okay? Cool, man.
About what? About what? What's the subject?
Say we're not a globe. The Earth is not a globe. NASA is fake. NASA is designed to steal our mind, get us believing in something that we can't. Is outside of God's creation, outside of Allah's creation, which is that there's men on Mars, life on Mars, and people on the moon.
You mean the Earth? It's not
a ball.
A ball? Not a ball.
No. But if it is a ball,
the
but it's a ball. It's like a ball, but inside that ball is like a flat place where we live. This little continents. You see, like if you take an orange, and you cut the orange top to bottom, you let it fall open where the seeds are. That's where we live.
Yeah.
On the continent.
Like orange.
Like an orange. But we inside. The fruit must be inside, not outside. The orange. It's a cold day in Speaker's Corner. It's nice.
How you are truth that truth.
Yes, I'm a truther.
Yeah,
how do I test that?
Test that,
How do you know that to be? Well, the question is, how do we test that we live on a spinning ball? You see, if I throw a ball up in the air, it's going to come back down.
Yes.
If I put a water on the ball, it's going to run off. Yes? If I pour water on the ball, the only way you can contain water is in a bowl, in a cup, in a swimming pool, a bath.
Yeah.
Water must have a containment.
Yeah.
But we got all these oceans around us, and they say that it's just gravity is holding it to the side of the ball. And you can't prove that. But when we see the sea, when we go on an aeroplane and we see the ships in the sea, they all look like they're on a flat body of water for miles.
Maybe about the what's the name? It's start. Not start. This.
The height. How far?
Yeah. It's in camera. Yes, and out the sky.
Yeah.
The camera.
Oh.
Yeah. What's name?
We've seen a camera from about 150,000 feet.
Yeah.
That's about as high as we can take a balloon. 150,000 feet.
Yeah. And more bar.
Yeah.
You look at the camera. Something.
The cameras we've sent up have been showing us that it's all level and flat, not ball. And you know, the satellites that the NASA say they have in space is not real. They have balloons, and they can put satellites on balloons. They're called satelloons. But they cannot put a rocket, a man on a rocket and fire him out to 100 miles or 1,000 miles to the moon. That's not possible. Like the Quran says that the moon and the sun are small lights that travel over the earth.
You believe in Quran?
I don't believe in Quran, but I've spoken to imams that tell me the same thing, that according to the Quran, Earth is superior to the sun and the moon. But in modern day religion belief is that everybody wants to think the sun is the most important thing here, when of course it's not. The sun and the moon are subservient to the creation. In the Bible they say the sun and moon came on day 4 of creation, not in the beginning. So science wants us to believe that it's the sun that's more important, and we live in a solar system. So I'm just trying to tell people that we live in an electromagnetic world. We don't live in a material world. Atoms and all of that Newtonian stuff is nonsense.
Yes.
That we actually are light. We are the light of God. We are the spark of God emanating here and meant to be carrying the love of God. but we've been caught up in all of this division, war over religion and nation and sex, gender, and all of this kind of stuff. So that's the primary message here, and that God is within you. And I think that we are either meant to become the master of the ship, or we're going to be a servant of the state. Master or servant. And God is within you. I actually, when I first made this, I had, you are God within you. And then I thought I balked at putting that, because people don't like to hear that you are God. You think you're a God. Well, like I say about the orange.
Not everybody think it's in God, because not anybody prove it that. Yes or no?
What, that God?
The God, yeah. No, who is God? Who is proved that God is some there in this world? Who is?
Well, I guess that's a good question in terms of how do you actually prove something that we can't touch.
Who is proved that?
You know?
Nobody.
Yeah, but I think that's why I think
only people need something. Take him to believe him and give him. I got what I see like strong. Strong psychology. I have God. I have
strong connection to
yes,
God.
And I am safe.
It's
about you saving you.
Because like it says in Quran, God is closer to you than the jugular vein, yes?
Yeah.
Closer than the jugular vein. And we talked about the temple of God. This is it.
In history, old history, the people that have more war, and war that dead and kill. The kill, it's give people something scared. It's everybody. It's scared on the death. Yes or no? Kill or death. This is take people on this thing. This thing. The God.
They want to make us fearful.
It's looking for the God. But the God, it's only.
God is within.
Only something. It's find the people for safe. It's safe. You know?
Yeah. Cool, brother. Cool, man.
Okay, see you.
I'll talk to you again. Well, how you guys doing? That's hard to understand it, man, so I didn't want to talk too long. And I was saying hello to a few people there. Nice to see you guys. Thanks very much for stopping by. Thanks for the recent support, Brian. If you're still there, thanks so much for that birthday. The badge that you're going to have. Still resonating with me. And, almost gone through the birthday gift. One second, I just need to zip up my jacket because it's a bit cold. Yeah, my hands are pretty cold. My body was getting a little cold as well, so I thought I'd just press up. Hey, the Explore Channel UK. This is a guy I met in a beautiful day I had in Salisbury recently. How you doing, man? You're the guy with the insistence that by dropping a bag on the floor, you are proving that water can stick to the floor. Of course, complete. I was going to say to you, because sometimes I have better debunks for people, but something for you to think about, bro, is that we're given apple falls on Newton's head, so he comes up with the idea of gravity. Why did they use the apple? Because no one thinks about how the weight, that 200 gram, 150 gram weight of water was to be up there, and it had to be picked up there by the tree. It had to be drawn up, sucked up, or extracted from the atmosphere. That has to be pulled up and given force to be above the water, above the ground. Now, if you have to take a pool of water and raise it right up, or a bucket and raise it right up underneath the bucket, would that have to float? No, it would float on that water, so it wouldn't fall to the ground. It would stop at the. It would stop at the thing. How are you doing?
How are you? Good.
Good. How are you, man?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sovereign being.
Sovereign being, man. Sovereign being. Hey, bro.
Alright.
This is mine.
Yeah, so what? Isn't this different from last time? I'm sure the poster was different before.
Yeah, this is brand new. It's the first day I brought this poster out, actually. Brand new poster. Because I'm trying to take people away from the programmed debate about, or argument over Earth being flat. Because the Earth being flat concept in most people's minds, they think about outer space with a flat frisbee or pizza and then water falling off the edge of that, and which is completely not what anyone who knows that the Earth isn't a globe is thinking. You know, we're all thinking we don't know what's outside of the realm that we're living in. We think that there has to be a containment because that's thermodynamic laws, that if we want to have a pressure system such as we live in, you have to contain it.
Yeah.
And so we don't make claims about what's outside of this home of ours, this realm of ours. We believe that we can only travel 100 miles up and 8 miles down, and maybe a few thousand miles east, west, or south or north of where we are. And then we reach either conditions that are too harsh for us to travel, or we're limited by the Antarctic Treaty from traveling too far from the land, or there are restrictions to how far we can go, because simply the further you go away from Africa, or the further you go away from the center, which I believe to be Africa, then the colder it gets, and eventually it becomes so cold it's just ice, and there is nothing we can do to travel through that place.
Okay, but have you seen any of those videos where they people launch rockets?
Yeah.
The sort of well, I suppose they're not homemade, but they're, what do you call them? Amateur rocket launches.
Like a go-fast rocket.
Yeah, you know, and
the silver one that hits the roof. Is that the one that seems to hit the roof?
No, the one where it goes up and you see you see the picture of the Earth, and the Earth is curved.
Yeah.
So do you think that they faked that picture, or is that the footage? Do you think?
Two possibilities there.
Yeah.
One, we're believing that what we're seeing is this curvature, but they use a fisheye lens typically.
Yeah.
And the fisheye lens will always bend the horizon. But also if you use a wide-angle lens and you just go off the balance of horizon, it'll either convex or concave the picture that you see. So that's not good evidence itself. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, a very famous TV scientist or evangelist for scientism, he says that at 150,000 feet, even Felix Baumgartner, when he did the Red Bull jump, wasn't high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. And actually, when you watch that jump of his, as he leaps out of the cupola, you can see from the camera that's set behind him that the horizon in front of him is just level and rising to your eye level. And that's always what the horizon does, is it always rises to your high level. So there's plenty of airline pilots on record now on YouTube saying, no, there's no curvature. We don't allow for any curvature. We fly flat and level. 2016, I took a digital spirit level, and zeroed it on the plane before we took off, and I watched it the whole flight. And our nose stayed at 1.5 degrees nose up, which is to prevent us from dropping to the ground. And then we stayed for like that the whole way over to France. And then only in the last bit to settle did they drop it down to 0.5 degrees of nose up, and that's how we descended.
Right, but here's I suppose the easier one is, has anyone tried from Dover to see the beach at Calais?
Yeah, you can. It's a matter of very popular thing. On a clear day, you can see from Calais, you can see the white cliffs of Dover.
No, but I mean the beach. The beach of Calais.
Yeah, all of it, the whole 300 feet. And by the way, the distance between those two should have more than 300 feet of earth curve in it. So none of the white cliffs should be visible from France. But we can see all of them from France. Yeah, absolutely. And guys have done much further experiments. One of the most famous ones is over Lake Michigan. From 50 miles, they can see Chicago on a clear day.
Yeah, that's not that far.
What? That's further than from Calais to Dover
but they say they can see Chicago, but they're talking about the buildings.
Yes.
but I'm talking about the actual yellow of the beach, the bottom.
Yeah, well, I
bottom
mean,
part.
okay, look, when you're at sea level, when you're really close to the ground, you do get obscuration at the lower levels. You know, everything is compressing, as you know, like with the train going off in the distance, right? It's compressing, getting smaller. The tracks look like they're coming together, but you know that they're not. So that compression is occurring. The lower you are, the more that compression is happening at the bottom. But if you take, say, a hot air balloon and go up to 100 meters, all of a sudden that compression goes away, and you can see the whole of the image for another 5 miles. You know, if you're looking at a ship going away or something like that. So your low angle. So let's say you were looking at a painting, and you said, "Oh, you can't stand in the middle of the painting. You have to stand right at the very bottom." You know that's going to limit your view of it. But if you got to stand in the middle, well, because when we're standing right on the beach, the picture in front of us, we're right at the bottom of the picture. We're on the ground floor of a very massive panorama of sky going up 5 miles or higher, perhaps.
Yeah.
You know, because you can see planes at that height flying by in your scene, right? So your scene is very high, but you're right at the bottom of it. Now, if you had to go up to, say, a mile of height, all of a sudden you're starting to level up with the picture that you're looking at, and now you can see into the 50 miles of range. In fact, the world's furthest acknowledged photograph over water is about 250 miles of Mount Carrigu, which is an island off of France that you can only see 2 days of the year when the sun silhouettes as it sets. It silhouettes it, and so you can see this from 250 miles away.
Right.
There are limits to our vision, and I think these have been used to say, well, because you see this, that means that. This is what you're seeing. So we can explain pretty much all of it.
Yeah, but I suppose if that's a more ambiguous one, I suppose a more well-defined one is, if I was to look up on the internet, you can go and find webcams of cities.
All right.
So if I go here, and I can see it's daytime.
Yeah.
So if I calculate, okay, I know it's a globe, I know what time it is, so I know the sun's shining at this angle. So these cities on the globe will be in darkness because the sun's rays will be blocked.
Yeah.
So if I looked up those webcams for those cities, I found they were dark, and they looked up some which on the globe should see the sun, and they were light. What conclusion should I come with?
I'm not sure really, other than it's still light in a place, and the globe says maybe it should be dark. But I think some of the things don't quite make sense on the globe model that we're sold about. You know, it's rotating once a day, and that bringing it into the sunlight and so on. Because you know, it's meant to be rotating at about 1,000 miles an hour, which means the terminator line of shadow and light should be moving at about 1,000 miles an hour. But when you watch the sun lazily move over your head and the shadows lazily move by, that doesn't seem like it's moving anything like 1,000 miles an hour. So the flat Earth, a lot of people say against the flat Earth. How does it work if there's a sun above a flat Earth? Why doesn't it illuminate the entire Earth simultaneously?
Yeah.
Well, the simple answer to that is that the illumination potential of a very much smaller sun than the one we're told is 93 million miles away is actually that it is only able to illuminate a part of the land masses or the Earth, known Earth, at any given time. It still can be doing some sort of travel over a 24-hour journey over the land, which brings the morning rise and the afternoon set. But that doesn't negate it being possible, just because we have this idea that the sun is 800,000 miles wide.
All right. So what about if obviously to do this experiment, you'd have to have people on site in each of the towns, well, the cities, I should say. If you get them to, or do you believe in if someone anywhere in the world, if they get a compass out, do you believe that the compass always does point north?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so
in Cape Town, for example, you've got a 25-degree declination, and as you travel up the east coast of Africa, that declination gets softer and softer and softer until eventually it's about 8 degrees, something like that. So it doesn't matter where you are. I mean, the further you are closer to the poles, the less well the compasses work. And so the story that the compass is always pointing towards some magnetic north and so on doesn't bear, our real world experience.
Right. So if we just stick to towns which are on the equator, and so we as try and find people who are in different towns which are spread around the globe in a decent sort of spread, and then you get them to put a pole, hope the sun's out, which it should be in the tropics, and then they put a compass beside the pole, and then you look at the angle that the sun is coming down at the pole. If you then calculated from all of those angles that, it must be a globe, what would you think about that?
Yeah, that's a 2,000-year-old experiment that was done by a guy apparently with a similar idea. But that presupposes the globe. You see, because if I took your example and took like a very powerful street light that was here in London, and then I put pegs at 10-meter intervals away from that, you would expect those shadows to be longer the further I got away from this light source. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's all happening in a flat environment. So what is Aristophanes? What he came up with was a so-called proof that we live on a globe, but it's a proof that you might have a small light source, and that if your friend in Alexandria and me over in Cairo at the same time go out and measure the sun, yes, well, it might be directly overhead for me, but that means that it's equivalent to 11:30. Let's say the sun's at my 12 o'clock directly above me position. He's west of me. He's about half an hour sun movement away. So his shadow is going to be longer because he's not got the sun directly above him.
Oh, but I don't mean you. I mean you actually measure the angle because then the angles will tell you the difference between something flat and something curved.
No.
Because remember, the sun's rays are straight. So you get a different. So you're saying the sun's rays aren't straight?
Have you seen crepuscular rays?
Huh?
Crepuscular rays, have you seen them?
No, I haven't heard of them.
Okay, but you've seen them, because you think about, like say it's a cloudy day where the sun's just up in the clouds, and you see this sort of pyramid or triangle shape of light coming through the clouds.
Oh, you mean that sort of the
it's almost like the light of God, that image of like a pyramid almost, and these are called crepuscular rays.
Right.
And the best example I can give you to sort of associate with this conversation is to say that when you look at the moon on a cloudy night, and say you can see the moon enough through the clouds, but it's only illuminating the blanket of clouds for about a mile around your head.
Yeah.
As you look further away from you, 5 miles into the distance, the clouds are actually black, dark.
Yeah.
But now if your friend is standing 5 miles in that direction and you ask him to look up into the sky, he will tell you that the moon is lighting the cloud just above my head, but not where you live.
Yeah, it would do. Because
no, because if this is a parallel body of light coming in, one moment, where it's a parallel body of light coming in, then if I took a sheet as an example and I put a powerful light against that, I'm lighting up that whole sheet. I'm not just lighting up a hot spot where you happen to be standing.
Yeah, but remember, as you travel, because of where
you haven't traveled though. We got two observers in two different places, having two different experiences of that light source.
Yeah, but remember, the two different people, the light that they're seeing from the light source is coming at a different angle for each of them.
Oh, no, you just said it was coming parallel.
No, the light is parallel to them.
But parallel to the whole Earth. I know obviously the moon is smaller than the Earth, but according to the mainstream model, the sun is 800,000 miles across, something like that. And so what comes to us is meant to be this parallel curtain, if you like, or wall of energy or light. So there should be no hot spotting, there should be no local effect. It should be, we are all seeing this wash of light. But when you stand on the beach and watch the sunset, the sunlight's coming right to your feet, bro. But 50 meters down the beach, somebody else with his girlfriend is going, look, the sunset's coming right to our feet. Yeah, because it's an individual light sort of experience that you're having with I believe, an energy wave. And that depending on your position, it triangulates around you. It always triangulates you. If you've ever traveled against the moon and watched it on a train, I have. Watch it on a train, how it just follows you. It just seems to follow through the clouds or whatever. It just kind of follows with you. Yeah, it's tracking you.
Excuse
the
me,
sun
Dave,
that you see is tracking you.
I have to go.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you, but will you promise to read this if I give it to you?
I will promise to read it.
Right.
Thank you. Tell me your name before you go.
Jill.
The value of a soul. Thank you, Jill. It's been lovely talking to you.
Bye-bye. Are you just right here again?
Oh yeah. This is my first visit of the year, but I'll be back. I'll see you again, Jill. Yeah, so I believe, obviously what we're taught, I understand what you're taught, because for 47 years I was on the globe, man. I believe the moon landings and all of that stuff. So I know the science. In fact, when I first found this in 2015, I had to go back and relearn my science just to make sure that I wasn't being hoaxed and fooled once more. But let me tell you that all my observations since then have proven to me that this place that we stand on doesn't spin, it doesn't move. And there's no science experiment that will prove that is moving. Even Einstein himself said there's no birth-bound experiment that can be used to demonstrate Earth's movement.
Right.
That's the one thing. The second thing is that water, we know, must be contained. If it doesn't be contained, it runs downhill. But when it is contained, it will settle always level. A little meniscus on the side for surface tension, but otherwise it's level, no matter the size of the container. So why, if it's a bath or an Olympic swimming pool or a massive lake, Kariba or Lake Victoria or one of the Great Lakes in America, which is where they've taken this photograph of Chicago from 50 miles, which should have over nearly 2,000 feet of curvature, so all of those buildings should be obscure, that we can repeatedly demonstrate how these things are a trick of the eye, and those tricks have been used to kind of make us believe that everything is, we're insignificant, we're within some kind of lucky strike Big Bang rather than we are the center of creation, and that we should not have government and religion shackling us down and making us feel small.
Right. So going back to the one where I said about the webcams at different times of day.
Yeah.
So, when the different people look...
One more thing before I go. My friend has just been telling about you, and she said, oh, well, he ought to have this as his song. The rain in Spain falls
mainly on the plane. Indeed. On an aeroplane too. Yes, and NASA have got documents. NASA and the US military have got the documents that have been leaked or come out that show that what they're doing is they're building fixed-wing aircraft to work over a stationary, non-rotating Earth. That's how they build.
Yeah, but what I'm
go back to your question.
Yeah, I'm more trying to go with experiments that normal people can do, where we don't need like a government to test it.
Yeah.
So
like water running uphill. Well, water running uphill and clinging to the underside of a globe, you can't test that, but you believe it.
Well, it depends on what underside is, though, isn't it?
Does it?
Who determines what is up?
Your senses would tell you. If I turned you upside down, you would know immediately that you're upside down.
Right.
If you were on a plane and the plane dropped a little bit, you would know that.
Right.
Yes. You went on a fun fair ride, you would immediately know if your body was taken from the normal perpendicular to anything other than perpendicular. Your body is so finely tuned that the moment you start losing balance, your body immediately is starting to allow for that. Put your foot backwards so you don't fall over. Immediately. But we're told that we can walk down the side of Africa, even fly down in 11 hours and change our perpendicular by 90 degrees and not notice a thing of it. I can't measure it on digital instruments. The gyroscope won't show you that you've changed your aspect by 90 degrees. Like I say to people, like if Africa was here, right, on the side, of the globe, and hot air was to rise up away from the globe, from the surface, because it's not attracted by gravity anymore, or helium, rise up. Why doesn't it just continue going up around the side of the globe until it gets to the very top of the globe, which should be really what is the top?
Yeah, but then if you go by...
Yes, you can't test, brother. What you're about to offer me is, but because if maybe. You can't test what you're about to say to me. I'm telling you that I can prove to you that water is level. That's a proof that you and me can do. In fact, when you were a 3-year-old kid, you knew that if you had a little boat in your bath, that water had to stay level, otherwise the boat would turn over. And it would always stay level.
Right, but
that you can test for yourself. So if I made your bath 1 quadrillion times bigger, are you going to tell me now that bath surface is going to start forming a ball?
No, because the gravity. Huh? So you believe? So what do you think it is? So you believe gravity?
Gravity is given to you by the white man scientist, bro.
Oh,
that's
okay.
all Jesuit bullshit.
Right. So what is it that holds the water down inside the bowl then?
Its own density. Remember that we're in this moment in time, we're in an environment of air, right? If we fill this Hyde Park up with water, you and me would float above it, right? Because we are less dense than the water.
Yes. But I'm trying to work out what makes it go in that direction.
Because it is more dense than the air.
Yeah, but something has to determine the direction.
Well, because on a flat Earth, it's very easy. On a flat Earth, there is only one up and down. So gases and hot things rise up, and cold things and heavier things settle down. And the water will go down will go down and fill the bottom of the pool. But if I drop something heavier than the water, like an anvil, then that would go to the bottom and displace the water at the bottom, the dirt, the sand, things like stones. They would displace water and push the water up, yes? Because they're heavier and more dense than the water.
Okay.
So things are either more buoyant or dense depending on the environment they're in.
Right. So what is it that makes the dense things go down? So you're saying density is the force?
All you need, there's no force. Things only get given a force. You see, everything settles in its own mean kind of density level, yeah? But when you pick up a pencil and drop it, you've already given it force by picking it up. When the apple tree draws the water off the ground and forms an apple that weighs 150 grams, it actually picked up that water off the ground. And then it broke the stem and it came back to ground, then back to its density. It would float on water. But bye-bye, Anne.
God bless. So I remember talking to you ages ago.
Yeah, I remember you.
With my son. I think it was before the lockdown.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. Can I give you my new flyer?
Have you got
take
another
away?
card? Because I think I've lost it.
Yes, please take. I've got your card here, but let me give you another one.
That's not a card, it's a
There you go.
thing. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, is God within? Yeah, when you receive Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, He
Then
comes
He is
into
in.
your spirit.
Yes.
Yeah, God is
Until
within
then.
us. If you're a born-again Christian, He definitely is within.
All right.
Amen.
All right. Well, I'll beg to differ on that. I think that Christ is within each of us.
But that's the Antichrist, the fake Christ. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is going to be an Antichrist if you know the Bible.
Yeah, but I think the Antichrist is the Vatican.
Well, a part of it, yeah, but
And the Vatican,
he probably
and the
is
Vatican
the
gave
false
us
the false prophet.
the Bible. The Vatican gave us the Bible. And the Vatican gave us, when I was 5 years old, I got my teaching through the Anglican Church. So the Vatican essentially gave me this Jesus died for my sins when I was 5.
Yes.
But then they also lied about the globe and all of this sort of stuff. So I think they are the Antichrist. So I'm not sure I would want to trust any
Actually,
message.
they worship Lucifer. There's nothing Christ about the Vatican inside. They deceived billions of people, led them to hell.
Yeah, and the British monarchy, have been talking about globe. I mean, it's not just the Vatican. The Vatican are the spiritual wing of it. Then there's the banking, and then there's the political.
Yes.
So there's 3 different sides.
And there's Washington D.C., yes?
Yeah,
Which is the military.
Yeah, well, that's owned by the British.
Yes, because they never won their independence, like you said earlier on. The Americans never did. So Washington D.C., just like City of London and Vatican, is outside of the control of the country they're in.
Did you know that the Bank of England
holds your birth certificate?
Pardon?
Your birth certificate. Yes, you know about the birth certificate scandal.
No, the Bank of England, as a result of Black Lives Matter, has put on an exhibition which finishes in April on slavery, and it's absolutely amazing. They've admitted so much, but somebody I met that introduced me to it, he said that he went and then they were very good and very honest and open, and then he went round the corner and set foot on a Rothschild setup, and all the bells began to go, enemy, enemy. And so the Rothschilds have got their thing just round the corner.
Yes, but these are court Jews. They were given the rights by the Vatican to become the bankers of the world.
Who?
The Rothschilds. They're not the biggest power. The Rothschilds are like the PR department, just like the Tony Blair and
PR of
Boris
what?
Johnson, of the banking control cartel. So they run the banking for the system.
Well, it was...
And of course it was a Rothschild that was given Israel, right?
Yes, well, the wrong people set it up. But, you see, it was prophesied that it would be set up as a nation. And sometimes God the true God, uses the wrong people for his purposes. And they have been set up, but they've gone back in unbelief. But a lot of them are now believing on the truth.
I do wonder though sometimes whether the Bible isn't being used by the controllers of the world as a playbook to say this is what we must do next. Kind of.
Yeah, but they manipulate. There's false prophets, even even in Jewish.
We are in the Laodicean. You know the Bible a bit, do you?
There is the truth.
Well, the Laodicean
age.
age.
To be able to discern. We have to have wisdom and discernment.
Yes.
And not be led around by
Absolutely,
man.
like sheep.
But by God.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's why I only need God. I don't need any other. Although I revere Jesus, I revere Muhammad as a speaker of man should do good and do
Well, you
right
know,
by
his wife was a Roman Catholic, and he doubted his visions, and she assured him it was okay.
Was
Well, it
6
wasn't.
years old. I mean,
But so-
they don't
so-
have any source material. I hope you look into that more
that's
before
why I
you
think-
revere somebody who's an absolute pirate.
No, but again, like people will say that Jesus' message has been usurped as well. You know, I think that the message that they were bringing was one of love.
But there's
actually.
Yeah. Well,
Yes,
no,
but
I
love
don't believe
is.
that because the history
I mean,
does not.
if you see, heaven exists and hell exists. Now, love has died to save you the penalty of your sin going to hell.
Or is it not possible that we live in heaven or hell depending on how we live our lives?
Oh,
now?
that is ridiculous.
Okay.
Sure, I'll be.
We'll talk to you. The ladies have got to go.
Anyway,
Lovely to see you
David,
again, and
might see you
we'll
another
debate
week.
some more in the
But
future.
you promised to read that.
I will read it. I promise
Yes.
you. I will.
And
Thank you.
yes, bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Yes, big man.
Where are you?
So, it's just what you're saying about the density thing. It's interesting because, so do you believe that all of the physics that they've been taught at school, all those equations rely on a value for the force of gravity?
Yeah.
So you think that all of those are wrong?
Yeah.
Right.
I think all of that. I think that it's pseudoscience when you and I can't test it ourselves. So if I have to insert into my formula something that I have to just accept, just like Jesus died for my sins, I just have to accept that, then I'm like, no, hold on a minute. That's not something that feels right for me to have to accept that. Because when it comes to what gravity is, I can accept that, you know, if I lift something up, it'll fall down with a certain force depending on how high I lift it and how much weight I've just lifted, yes? That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And the medium that it's in, it's a vacuum, if it's this atmosphere, if it's water, if it's mercury, it's going to have a different effect on that object depending on how dense the medium is that I'm dropping that thing. The football will only go as far as the water surface. I'd have to push it down to get it under the water, and of course it's going to want to try and equalize and come right back up to its balance. Now I could do that on an Olympic-sized swimming pool, or I could do that on 1 million Olympic-sized swimming pools. It's going to be the same result.
Right. So all right. So we've got gravity, which pulls. Well, what they say is it pulls towards a larger mass.
Yeah.
But I presume that you believe in.
That's one version of gravity. There's the time and space dilation, or bending of time and space. That's the other. So there's Galileo and Einsteinian gravity. There's two competing schools of gravity, just by the way.
Right. Do you believe in centripetal or centrifugal force?
I think that you can demonstrate centripetal force by, like we were told in school, take a bit of water and string in a bucket, swing them over your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's demonstrating that. But even when I was 12, 11 years old, I said to my teacher, but gravity can't be the string in the bucket. But that's what we're told to believe, is that just like the string in the bucket is creating that gravitational effect. And I'm like, no, that's not right, because you know what the water is. If I put a hole in the bottom of that bucket, that water is just going to fly right out of the hole in the bottom of the bucket, right? You know that.
Right, and so there's obviously a force pulling it out. Would you say
you're
that?
creating force by spinning?
Yeah, but you're creating a force which pulls the water out.
So if the spinning Earth, wouldn't that create a force that would want to push everything out?
So gravity is not the main force in the universe. That's correct.
Electromagnetism is the main force.
Plasma.
But you see, electricity and magnetism together make incredible forces. Yes. You see. And so even in quantum physics, they'll say that electromagnetism is like 1 unit of strength. Gravity is 0.0000001 strength. It is so small, it is almost not even worth talking about, gravitational force in quantum physics. When they're talking about how the big things work.
In the planetary is the same in the universe. So gravity is a force, but it's not the strongest force.
Yeah, no.
And I believe so. Everything is also connected electrically, like the planets and the sun and.
So for us, the planets, the wandering stars, Mercury, Mars, Venus, These are plasma or energy points that are vibrating in the firmament or in the sky at a point where we just see them as a repeating pattern of light like this. If you look at them under a powerful camera yourself, not with a computerized telescope, but with just a powerful lens camera, and I've done this myself, and all you see is this light show going, and that's all that is that it's vibration, God's vibration, in a medium creating a light. And that's what we see as the stars. But the idea that they are rocks floating, no, this cannot work. In our physics, rocks do not stay up in the sky. They always will fall down to the floor.
Well,
And
they even found out the formation of galaxies and stars.
Yeah.
They used to say because of, have you heard of Birkeland currents?
No.
It's a current for this scientist, Birkeland.
Okay.
And he discovered this current. And they found out now that planets and galaxies, they form lines, spiral lines, way earlier than what they thought, and much quicker.
Okay.
And it's
So-
related to the electrical.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me offer you this to think that. So, are you a Muslim?
Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, in the Quran, it says that the sun and the moon, they're small lights, and they travel over the earth. I've had Shamsi here tell me the same thing. Agree with me? Yes. This is what it says in the Quran. So in the Old Testament, in the Bible, it says that the sun and the moon are small lights, and they travel over the earth, and they were created after the earth. Earth comes first, and then these small lights to give us night and day. So modern science has you believe that it's 93 million miles to the sun, and the sun is 800,000 miles wide. When we see what your senses tell you is a small light is in the sky, and like we were talking about the clouds, it's in the clouds just for me. There it is in the clouds, right? But over there in London, it looks dark to me, but your friend who's over there in London said, no, it's just in the clouds for me. You see, so the light show that you're seeing in the sky is like a personal thing, and that the stars are maybe hundreds of miles high, not millions of light years away and all of this sort of stuff. The sun is so close that there's guys with video footage where they can show you how the sun is playing in the clouds. It's actually playing inside of clouds. There's a guy who's flying on a plane, he's in the cockpit of the plane, and they're filming the sun just here outside of their cockpit in the clouds. It's not like it's a ball of light that's inside of
electrical charged light. Yeah, the sun. It's not. It doesn't come from the inside. They found out the sun is the most hottest on its surface.
Yes.
Not in the
core.
In the core.
Yeah.
Because
So
of the
there's-
electrical filaments. You know,
Yeah.
you got electrical discharge and
Yeah.
all these stuff. Yeah.
I mean, exactly what the sun is and the moon are, I don't make claims about that. I used to believe in mainstream science. Yes, they know what they're talking about. Yes, they landed a man on the moon and all that sort of stuff. Now I know that all of that stuff is designed by the deceiver to minimize our connection to Allah, to God, to the source of creation. Because the source of creation, Allah, is closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck. And this is the temple of God. I think that you are a representative of Allah. Small, Allah is all. Allah is everything. But we are God's creation inside of that. And this science wants you to believe that we came from monkeys. I
Everything's
know Muslims don't
random
believe
and
that.
everything's There's no point. Everything's random.
Yeah.
and everything.
There's nothing for it. I don't have a soul. That there isn't like an eternal story going on here that I'm connected to eternal.
Actually, if you follow the mainstream science, they don't believe. They believe the universe is not only created randomly out of nothing, but it's like a mechanical robot.
Yeah.
There's no spirit. There's no spirituality in nature.
Of
There's no
course.
spirituality.
Yes.
In
And there's no spirituality in saying to people, I know you don't believe this, but I used to believe this, and most people in the Western world believe that we evolved from apes.
Apes, yeah.
And before that, the apes were something else, and then eventually fish, and then we came out of the sea. Well, this is against God, because Allah had the intention to create something, it would create it perfect.
Yes.
Not throw a bomb into a scrapyard and hope the Ferrari is going to come out the other side.
Yeah, if you
It's
look
never
into
gonna
the
happen.
universe, it's awesome. It's
beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And
it's
we come
like so
from
complex.
beauty. We come from love. You see, and you guys know this a lot in Islam.
yeah.
But
I think in Islam they should educate. I think most Muslims they accept the Big Bang theory blindlessly, you know.
Yeah.
But if you look closely into, because we as Muslims believe there's a direct line with the heavens.
Yeah.
But if you follow the Big Bang theory, you're going back in time and you're dealing with black dark matter and dark energy and all these
And it also makes God far away, that there could be light years.
Light years away.
No, it's all here. It's all actually
closer,
very close. The sun and the moon are close. The stars, even the galaxies, what they say in the mainstream is that their telescopes can see light years away. Well, I think their telescopes can see thousands of miles, but not light years. So when they see it, the original galaxies were seen with telescopes that they were so simple. They can't see those that far away. So I think that these things are actually, they're there, but they tell you that they're millions of light years away. And there's other life living on them, but it's actually just light and energy having a vibration. In the same way as your body has got different chakras or energy points, where there's the heart and the liver, they have their own
we
frequency.
are electrical beings.
Yes.
Our heart is electrical, our
Yes.
brain is electrical,
Yes.
everything
Yes.
is electrical.
We can bring you back to life with an electric shock or kill you with an electric shock.
Yeah.
So we are all electrical systems, but inside of your body, you've got the one big system, but inside of it, you've got smaller systems that are controlling different parts of your body. Yeah, and they want to, in the same way as in the microcosm, this is happening. In the macrocosm, this is happening. So Saturn, Mercury, Mars, Venus, these energies are mimicked in the small version inside of you. This is why when you are born, the time you are born, this has a bearing on the kind of personality that you are, because you're born under certain energy, Saturn energy, maybe under Aquarius or all of these sorts of things. It actually has a bearing on you, because when we look up in the stars, we are looking at Allah's creation.
Of course.
This is Allah's creation. When I look in the mirror and I look at you, I'm looking at Allah's creation, you see. But you are the microcosm inside of the macrocosm. This is what I got here. You are
Taurus. Is that Taurus?
Yeah, this is an electromagnetic Taurus, like
yes,
an
yes.
apple.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah,
and me are the same, where you are a Taurus, the small apple, and our whole universe is one big apple, and we are inside of that, walking inside of that apple.
So you believe, then you probably also believe you have your physical body.
Yes.
But then you have
the higher body.
Yeah, but like the electrical.
Yes.
That's connected to the ether and the.
Yes, to the ether, for sure. And I say, like the fun fair, they have those little cars you can ride, and they have a little metal probe on the roof.
Yeah.
We're like that. We have this connection to God.
Antenna. We have an antenna.
Through the pineal.
Because actually, I don't know what you think about these pictures. You say it's fake?
Well, cheers, brother. Salam alaikum. So I think that one is
the two on the left.
Yeah. So is it possible that if I was trying to convince you that there was an international space station, that I might dress up a U-2 bomber, which, by the way, people didn't even know the B-52 bombers and all these things were even in existence. What if they were flying at 60,000 feet and they had lights on them to make them look like they were the ISS, and they could tell you that your ISS is flying overhead of you tonight? Let me ask you you're a smart guy, so let me ask you to think about this. The ISS is flying at 250 miles high. You know that. That's 400 kilometers. Bro, you can't see a city from 400 kilometers or 250 miles away. You can't see a city from 250 miles. How are you possible that you're going to see a thing as smaller than a football stadium at 250 miles moving at 19,000 miles an hour? I do not think that this is possible. I do not think that the materials that they made the ISS with are able to withstand the conditions that they tell us are in the thermosphere and all these places that the ISS is meant to be traveling. Let me offer you also, if you're bringing up the ISS, that we never saw it being built on the ground. Just like we never saw the lunar lander effectively working on the ground. They never got that thing to fly on Earth. So they just flew it to the moon and said, it'll probably work because there's less gravity there to worry about. They've never shown us video of the ISS being constructed on the ground except in a swimming pool.
Right, so what do you think Ralph was looking at then?
Who?
Well, the guy who actually observed it, Ralph.
I think that he's looking at some kind of satellite trick. So it could be that they're using like some kind of, what's it called? Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is a thing that have a flyer, take some information, free your mind. No. There you go. So they could be flying, like I said, a plane that they have filled with that they have put some panels on. But the idea that you could see a light source at 250 miles, the furthest that we can see a lighthouse is 80 miles.
Yeah, but remember what it's been illuminated by according to physics.
What?
The sun. That's pretty bright, isn't it?
But you took that photo at night. That would be in the shadow of the
Yeah,
sun.
but
How can at 250 miles you be out into the light?
No, this was 360. It's 360 miles.
Let me ask these children. Does anyone speak English here? No. Yeah? No, I don't speak English. He already knows speak English. Let me tell you guys that we've been lied to about where we live. We can't prove that we live on a spinning ball. Everybody knows that the lake and the bath water is level when it's at rest. So the idea that if you let it get big enough, it's going to start curving round cannot be demonstrated. It cannot be proven. So we say that the sea is level and that the earth is not moving. It is the sun and the moon that move and the stars that move over our head. Earth is flat. La terra piatta. La terra plana. Don't believe the NASA propaganda. You're welcome. Don't believe the NASA propaganda. God is within you.
La tierra es igual de circular que mi juego.
Sure. You Spanish?
Yes.
Spanish. La tierra es plana.
No. La tierra son como mis pelotas.
You can't fly up a...
Sí, mi huevo
water will fall off. Oh well, good luck.
Bye.
There's a nice little hit there. For students, you know, I've got to spread the word. That's what I'm here for. You know, it's nice having a deeper conversation with you, bro. But I do obviously need to try and spread the word as much as I can. Thanks for stopping in if you're here. Hey, Underground. You coming around today or? Kevin Wilder, Gordon Zola, Squirrel Sniper. Hey, brother. So I hope all is good there in the chat room. I haven't been able to, I'm sure there's gentleman here trying to convince him to review everything that he believes. I hope you guys are having fun in there. It's quiet for me today, but you know, it's good to be out here, and it will build up a head of steam. I know that. It's going to be an interesting summer. Next month I got some interesting stuff coming up. I want to give these ladies a flyer over there because they caught a sign of my thing. Don't walk away. I'll give you a flyer. Don't run away. I just want to give you information. I do not bite. Ladies, no, the earth is flat, not a spinning ball. Oh well. Can't catch them all. Hit that like button though. Thanks for those who have. See, there's 54 likes in the room. And sub to my other channel, the Trinities, if you don't mind, because who knows, you know, I almost every day I kind of go, not every day, but it's like a constant concern nowadays that this channel gets washed away, and you know, another year I've been here in the water since I started this one up, and it does take a long time. I'm grateful to have reached 1,200 subs. So if that's one of you, then thanks anyway for subbing. We're building back up again. We're at about 33%. It's cold today.
11 شهر كل واشرب وسوي اللي تسوي انت عارف وانا عارف.
So what's your next?
Well, I was just going to say, you should look up.
Defense of things that you and I can't test ourselves.
No, you should look up this Ralph Vanderberg. Sounds like he's actually a big name in observing spacecraft.
Oh, okay.
With satellite.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I don't deny that I've seen some things in the sky that don't make sense, or I could write them off as satellites and that kind of thing. But when you really start to look into the ISS, you go, shit, man, it's very possible that they're doing this whole thing through sound staging, through using the Vomit Comet, that plane that can simulate 0G for 45 seconds at a time, and also when they do a spacewalk, that they're doing it in the same swimming pool that they do the testing in.
Oh, but what do you think about the 0G though? Well, what do you think causes that?
Well, simply it's that you're falling faster inside of the craft than you would normally fall under terminal velocity. The craft is falling so fast that you basically can essentially float. It's what seems like floating, really, isn't it?
But then how would density then affect? How would it change inside the craft? Because it's a sealed craft.
Yeah.
So the density inside the craft will be exactly the same, no matter what speed they go.
Well, have you done much flying in planes?
Yeah, funny.
Why do they get you to wear a seatbelt?
Oh, because if it finds a pocket of air where it drops, you float up, don't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You've answered your question.
Yeah, because that's.
You've answered your question.
Yeah.
And you know that if they don't pull that plane up after 45 seconds, maybe a minute, it's going to smash into the ground so hard they won't even be able to get a piece bigger than a matchbox.
Yeah, but I still don't see what that has to do with. Because remember, you said it was density that makes the heavy item.
You're temporarily overcoming that in the same way as you are when your plane hits an air pocket. Your density in the seat all of a sudden goes away as the plane drops beneath you.
But it doesn't. Remember, density is a static property that's related to temperature, isn't it? So something that's hotter, the density reduces because it expands. Unless you don't.
Yeah, that's right. That's why hot air balloons work.
Yeah, so it's only temperature that can make density change.
No. Well, okay. So let's not use the word density in terms of my density and my buoyancy. Let's use buoyancy rather.
Right.
My density may not change, but my buoyancy and your buoyancy will change if we jumped into a swimming pool, right? And if we jumped into the Dead Sea, which is very salty, our buoyancy would be super great. I've done it myself actually. So I float much higher on the water in the Dead Sea than I do in the normal sea.
Right.
Then the salinity will have an effect on my buoyancy. We know that. So my buoyancy is affected by the general atmosphere around me or the environment around me. So if it was water, I float. If it's air, I stand on the ground. I go to the ground. So in a plane, they're sort of, you haven't really changed that. You're staying at the same level until the plane hits an air pocket. And then all of a sudden, the plane has dropped beneath you more quickly than you can return to the plane floor. But you will very quickly return to the plane floor, right? You're sort of cheating the natural physics of falling by the plane falling faster than you would fall. So the plane's taking the hit, if you like, and then keeping you, instead of simply as you do in a plane that hits an air pocket, you sort of briefly leave the seat just for a split second, right? And then you're back down in it. What they're doing is they're going into an air pocket and lasting for 45 seconds, and they're creating that sort of neutral buoyancy, if you like.
Right.
By what you admit, by flying the plane downhill, flying into the ground, essentially.
Right. So with that change in density.
No, I didn't say change in density.
Oh, right. Change in buoyancy, then. Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know of any formulas that can be used to calculate that?
But I also know, well, not formulas, but I know experiments that can be shown to demonstrate that. When you take like different liquids, oil and washing up liquid and water, and you put these into a test tube, they will all settle at their mean buoyancy level, right? Depending on their density, the heaviest ones will go to the bottom and the lightest ones will go to the top. And then you can take objects like a bolt, an iron bolt,
and you'll fall through.
Some things will fall through.
Yeah.
Some things will stop halfway down. And
that
some will float right on the top. Right? And that's all to do with the environment or the medium that they're in and their natural buoyancy. So the most buoyant things are going to float, and the most dense things are going to go to the bottom.
Right. So if you know what we got in the world, we have the Americans and Chinese are sort of enemies. The Russians are enemies. So if all three of their scientists do independent experiments, and they want to do the plane, with the people floating in the plane. If they all of them independently said, well, this scientist said that that this what's it called? Something with gravity is 9.8 meters per second. So then they say, okay, so all we got to do is get a plane to accelerate to that speed, and they should float. So if all three of them did that experiment and found that the people in the plane did float, then would there be a conspiracy? Would you say that all three of them conspired to?
I think that works. I don't think that's a conspiracy.
But
you can overcome that. Like you said, if it's 9 meters per second. If you can fly downhill at 9 meters per second, then essentially you would be taking away that force if you were inside of that craft.
Yeah, the problem is you have to accelerate at that speed. So that's the reason why they can only do it for such a short, because you have to accelerate at that speed in order to have
they
zero.
fly down,
Yeah.
But I mean, once they fly this parabola, and once they get to the top of it,
They're
going down. Now we reach, and you see it with the guys that have done. I've watched the videos of them doing it, and as they go down, then it takes a little while, and then they start to get lighter and lighter and lighter. And now they're able to float for a little while, But they can't control it perfectly. They're bouncing off the roof, and it's not perfect. But it's interesting that you bring these three nations up, Russia, China, and America, because I think that they pretend to be at war with each other.
Right.
Because they are at the space race level in cahoots. That they all know that they can't get out of this place, and that the people who run the show have been pretending that there is an outer space with aliens and all of that kind of frightening stuff for a few centuries now. And the idea that there were dinosaurs and evolution, and the dinosaurs went away under some meteor coming in, all part of the same science. Not all these countries follow that science necessarily, but the idea that there's the Russian space agency, the Japanese space agency, Chinese, and so on, means that they are at the top table. You can step away from Ukraine versus Russia, and Russia versus the West, and China versus everybody else. You can step away from that because you know that these are all paradigms getting us at war with each other and fearful of each other, and they justify more military spending, more controls and limitations on your movement, and more taxes, by the way, as well. So there's a whole lot of benefits to the people who run the system to have this idea that we're at war with Russia. And war with other people, and yet, they will still carry the American space astronauts up to the space, to the ISS on their Russian what do they call it? I forget now. But so they still will help each other in space, but they'll be in war on the ground.
Right. So I suppose going past all what we're talking about, what difference does it make whether it's flat or a globe?
Good question.
Yeah.
Well, on a flat Earth, there could be a lot more continents. There could be other lands. The hidden lands of, what's it called? My mind's gone blank. But
like Atlantis.
Yeah, all of that could be. There could be other continents, and in fact, there's an American admiral on records who spent the 1930s and 40s and early 50s exploring Antarctica. Admiral Byrd, famous for having charted parts of the North Pole, apparently.
Yeah.
He is on record saying, I found land bigger than America and resources that would last humanity for centuries. And then soon after saying that, they locked Antarctica down with the Antarctic Treaties. So you and I can't travel past the 70th parallel. Commercial flights don't travel down that way, even though it would be quicker for a plane to fly under the Antarctic to South America from Australia, for example. And we don't do any research for mining. We don't do any of that stuff, and even though we've been told that there's more land. So I think one of the tricks of the globe is that it hems you in. It's a prison because you can't leave it, and you can't go anywhere other than the places that they told you exist. Well, this is one of my hypotheses, and a lot of evidence has come to light that there are ancient people who talked about Shambhala or other places that were outside of our place that either we've been to, or at certain times we could have traveled to or could travel to, or is closed off for now. But there is the prospect on a flat Earth that there's a lot more land. That's the one thing. The other thing is that just like in religion, they give you religion gives you a Vatican. Religion gives you a control center that needs to do the thinking for you, needs to take tithes from you, and needs to tell you what to think and how to be and all that sort of thing. Well, this science that has us coming from monkeys and Big Bang and all of this kind of thing, that actually reduces the creator's place in all of this, So for me, when I found that Earth, it was one of the first things I was like, wow, maybe there is a God, maybe there is a creator to this place, rather than, because Big Bang is not a God creation. Big Bang is just lucky strike. Big Bang is allowing monkeys to, become monkeys to then eventually turn into man.
Right, but I don't see why God would be out of it if it's a globe. I'm not sure why he'd be out of it then.
Well, because globe only comes from the Big Bang. The globe cannot exist without the Big Bang theory. It's like, how does the globe come to coalesce under its own mass around the sun that formed from a previous sun that was dust from something else billions of years ago. That's got nothing to do with a creator saying, hey, I'm going to design something beautiful. That's like saying, as I said earlier on to a guy, that's like saying I'm going to throw a bomb in a scrapyard and a DC-10 aeroplane is going to come out the other side.
Yeah, atheists love using that. No, sorry, it's the Christians that use that one against the atheists, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. So how could you? Yeah, how does that? That doesn't speak to a god. That speaks to random. And they tell us we're in a Goldilocks zone. We're just so lucky to be in this place from the sun. If we're any closer, we'd fry. If we're any further away, we'd freeze. All of that sort of stuff. No, that's not creation.
Oh, all right. So it sounds to me so it's more of a being against what science are pushing rather than. So, because it doesn't seem as if the fact that it's a globe gets in the way of like trying to go for freedom. I don't see.
But maybe you're heading the wrong way for freedom when you still believe you're in a globe. See, because the globe still gives authority. Most people who believe in a globe but hate the system will still give this government some props. When I say no, these governments are simply, the toy boys of the world, whoever runs the world. The governments are just the PR department of some superpower that controls the world. Same with religion. I give religion short shrift because I know that these religions have been designed to minimize you, to minimize me, to say that we aren't that important, rather than, what if God breathed life into you intentionally to come as you are, not wait for billions of years for big bangs and monkeys and all of that nonsense. So no, I think that it puts our centrality into sovereignty right at front at the table. It says, we are meant to be the sovereign beings. Anything that's created by a man is subject to my sovereignty. Right. I should not have to bow to any authority here, whether it be Jesus, Muhammad, Boris Johnson, Donald Trump, Putin. All of these people are in the same kind of game to control your progress, your soul progress.
Right, but don't you find it interesting? Because I tried to speak this to someone else, that the fact that the people who are rich they seem to be able to control things. You know how now we have things like the price rises.
Yeah, World Economic Forum.
But it's the fact that when the prices go up, the people just seem to mindlessly accept it. So do you?
Same with the nappies on the face thing in 2020.
But when we read in the Bible and it explains about Satan and how he could deceive people, that seems an explanation which can give us some information about what's happening. But if we don't use that explanation from the Bible, what would you then use to explain why is it people seem to be so easily manipulated?
I think that we've fallen for the deadly sins, greed, sloth, envy, all of this kind of stuff. So
but
we're kind of, if I'm right, if these theories are right, that we have been cyclically and over time we've been wiped out. Whatever was here over time has been taken away, and then new people have been repopulated onto the lands with a whole culture and a education system designed to steer their minds. So when we go to school, you're being trained like a dog to behave and to follow and to follow orders and stay in line, as it were. And even those who choose to go against that are still being programmed to be inside, even though they hate, because as I said earlier, even though they may hate the system, they're still being trained by that. Like a puppy, even if you beat on that puppy, it'll still come to you for food, you see? And so that's what they've done to mankind, is that they've whipped us with all sorts of dogma and restrictions and limitations and shortage and hardship, such that we would go along with the things that they, like I said, it'd be where if I came to your village and said, I'm a security firm, and you said, we don't need your services, sir. And I said, because we got no crime here, and I brought 3 of my bad boy friends next week in the nighttime to create crime for your town. Then I visit you a week later and you say, we got money for you, we need your security, yes?
Yeah, but you realize in that situation, there's something that's missing though. So if you have your peaceful town, what you also need is to have a force which operates there, which tries to keep the stability, so to counter anything that can come in. So
I get that, but I think that and that's good. But the thing is that force should be there to protect the town, not to protect the mayor of the town.
Yeah, but you see,
not to protect the biggest owner of a factory in the town. Yes.
Yeah,
the corporation.
Yeah,
that's what our corporate police now do. Is they protect the corporations. You and me as free men do not get protection the same as the corporation gets. So that's why when the corporation says, I'm going to mandate that you have to take a needle in the arm or a mask on your face, you got the boys in yellow here, the policy orifices, they're forcing people to do that stuff, That's against God, that's against your free will, but they're doing it for the corporation.
But I don't know if you notice how they did it, because they, what they know is that they can't just force the people directly, you have to use their employers to do it. Because that's
corporations.
So they're employers, and then what the corporations do, if any small companies don't cooperate, you come up with a clause in the contract whereby they have to, whoever works for them has to do it. But then all of that happening, the people themselves, we can still think, and there's still a way of countering.
You see, this is what I say to people, when you get robbed of your senses when you're 5 years old, and that's what happened to you, brother. When your teacher told you at 5 years old you're spinning, but your senses aren't telling you that you're spinning, because your senses cannot detect it. The senses you cannot trust. When they tell you that, you start to not trust yourself anymore, and you trust the teacher, because the teacher knows something that you don't know. Well, this is the lie, is that you should know everything. The truth is written on your heart, according to God. It's written on your heart, and I should not rob you of that truth. So my police force should not be empowered to rob you, and my teachers should not be empowered to rob you of your natural God-given senses. And your senses tell you that you are not moving. Your senses tell you that the water is level. But you're given an explanation as to like, oh, that ship is going away because the water is not level. And you're like, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's why. But I can give you other explanations, but that explanation is robbing you of your God-given senses. So now we don't trust ourselves anymore. That's why people, even though I've never seen a germ go from me to you and make you sick, people believe that shit even though they can't see it. Why? Because they are trusting higher authority.
But how would you explain the similar symptoms though? Not that I'm supporting the
flu is flu, bro.
Yeah, I'm
flu,
not.
Well, when I, back in the day, in the good old days, 2019 and before, when people said I got flu, they knew what they meant. Yeah. If I said to you, I had flu, you'd like, yeah, I had flu 2 years ago. It was quite bad. Yeah. We all know what flu is. You go to bed for a few days, you feel rotten, and your body is aching and sore and sweating and all of that sort of stuff. That's flu. And we need like a handbook on what kind of flu is that. Do you need a test to what kind of flu that is? It's flu, bro.
So how would you say it was transmitted then? Or would you say
it's not transmitted? Who's saying it's transmitted? They're saying it's transmitted. I'm saying this belief that I could try. I went to South Africa for a year, and I went around talking to the people there, and I was saying to them, listen, man, you're sitting on this taxi, like 10 people, 12 people in the same tiny little taxi that they drive around in South Africa. And you're sitting right next to the person and you're breathing in and out, and that air, the wind is going out the side of your mask and going into the side of the mask of your brother next to you. Yeah. So how is this stopping anything? They said to me, Dave, we got no COVID in the townships and stuff like that. We don't get that here. Because you guys are pretty robust. Your immune system is pretty strong. At the end of the day, if you're going to get flu, it's going to be on you because you spent the night out drinking, partying, or you've been eating bad food.
So you're saying it's an internal illness that just comes in?
It is your own flu, yeah, it's unique to you. But it does come in times of the year, like in the winter, right? Because the terrain has changed. You see, it's all about, people have been bamboozled into believing germ theory. Germ theory, I'll stress the word theory, like globe theory and gravity theory, is this theory that you and I could go and visit a hotel room. You and I could go visit a hotel room, and sorry, not a hotel room. We could visit a hospital, and tonight we go home and we're sick because the people in the hospital were sick. Never happens, bro. You visit Granny in the hospital, you never used to think about whether you're going to get sick. My mother was a nurse, intensive care nurse for more than 20 years. Never thought about her bringing sickness home. Didn't matter who she saw, what kind of condition they were in, didn't bring sickness home. We do not make each other sick, other than by stressing each other out, perhaps. But we cannot make each other sick. Your body is going to say every 2 years, every 5 years, it's going to say you've got some toxins. I need to kick them out, the flu. I need, like a chimney flue, I need to kick it out. I need to spit it out. I need to cough it up. And your body will sweat and will cleanse itself for 2 or 3 days, 5 days. Take another week or two before you're feeling strong like normal. And that's your own body coming to getting itself back right again. But that doesn't affect me.
Right. So
terrain theory.
So would you say that all these different like biologists who are agreeing on how viruses work, just in general?
Yeah.
Would you say, so you're saying that this is some global conspiracy where they've been told?
No. You see, it doesn't have to be conspiracy. Just like with NASA, there's plenty of people and satellite engineers who will put what they believe satellites are going into outer space, but they could be on a helium balloon. The same is true with virology. Virology is one of those subjects that, again, you and I can't test that. They have to work on the basis of if this, then that. And we've never seen an atom, by the way. So the idea, we've never seen an atom. You cannot see an atom. Only in a drawing. There's pictures of drawings.
Have you heard of X-ray crystallography?
No.
All right. Yeah, that's a way they say that you can see the structure of atoms.
Okay.
But it's just the way the X-rays diffract through the.
Yeah. So you're saying something, and then the hypothesis is that what we're seeing, this observation, is explaining that. And okay, I'll accept that's a hypothesis, but it's not a proof. That's not to say that.
Well, they're getting an actual picture showing
of something.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, if I could capture something, because like in quantum physics, they'll tell you that, well, we can't actually take a picture of the atom. We can say that with 92% accuracy, it's going to probably be in this area here, which happens to look like a torus. If they plot the area that it could be, it's like, oh, that looks like a torus, by the way. It looks like an apple. So it's all energy flowing, but is it like little particles of dust, tiny little particles? No, I don't think so. It's all light. It's all waves. It's all frequency. It's not dust particles smashing together and getting bigger dust particles until it becomes a fish, until it becomes a monkey, until it becomes you. No, that's not how it works. We are all frequency. We are all vibration. And so a virus might well be a particular errant vibration in your body, so that you and I might be able to take a certain test and our bodies might show up a particular vibration. Now the science boys will say, when you see this, you call it that. And same with COVID. When you see these symptoms, you can call it that. That's how they did it in the beginning.
Right, but that frequency, so you're saying that it's something which can appear in your like your nasal fluids. Because remember, you could get the nasal fluids out, put it on the dish, and sometimes the little line will show up, and sometimes it won't. So.
Oh, you mean by that test?
Yeah, the lateral flow test.
Yeah.
So when someone does it, there's people who've taken the test and they see different results.
Yeah.
But they're getting it from their own body, so it's not someone.
Yeah. But Kerry Mullins, you know who that is? Kerry Mullins is the guy who invented the PCR test. And he said it's not fit for what it purpose.
But still.
And we know lots of people who've had false positives, and so the test itself is so like 1960s. It's so inaccurate. It's so bullshit. I mean, a pregnancy test is far more accurate than that in terms of, and it turns out, because I'm not a studied doctor, but the doctors that I've listened to and other virologists and all of this, because I did a lot of research on it in 2020, is that one, there's no consensus in the science class. And the same is true with quantum physics, and Einsteinian physics. There's no consensus. We go around like, oh, well, they say this. Well, yeah, but if you actually look, it's just like Christianity or Islam. There are so many variations of that same theme that they're not all in agreement with each other. The same is true in these biologies.
Well, it's the same thing in quantum physics as well, because you can't see it directly, so you have to. There's a bit of guesswork involved.
Yeah. So and there's people who in science who scoff at quantum physics. You see. So it's not like oh well, it's a done deal. It's sewn up science. And the same is true with this medical stuff. Is that yes, your body is having a reaction. Some say it's because you've got an increase in spike proteins in your body. This information. So you've got these spike proteins that are being caused because your body is having an inflammatory response.
Yeah.
Just like in the same way as your body will start to sweat when you've got a fever. Your body's having a response, and because of that response. And you take a test, or you say, let's say, for example, we're in a biology class, and we take 100 people who've had this same response, and we test their saliva, and we find, oh look, there's something similar about all of that.
Yeah,
Why don't we call it this?
Yeah, I know what you mean, because what it is the test itself can't detect the virus. It has to detect the response from your body.
And so all we're doing is we're saying your body is in a state of this, and it's creating a mark on my test. I've had my nephew, he had a test and passed, was positive, and he said all I had was a scratchy throat. So just because his body was in a particular state, it was able to give it that signal to say, yes, you got this thing, right? So that's not, and then of course there's this whole school of idea that actually a virus is not a real thing. It's a little bit like gravity. Yes, there's an effect, but what is the cause of that? You could say it's called virus, but I could say no, it's because inside your body there's a little nub of something that's going wrong, and that's causing an effect, which we are now calling virus.
Yeah, it's possible. Oh, I was just going to say, you mentioned about the scoffing at quantum physics.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that these electronics we've got here, that came about because of quantum physics. So the theories were used to know, that's how they worked out how the, I don't know if you know how transistors work, so you got what's it called, NP, it's like you got a N, what do they call them? There's two different substrates, and they like dope them with certain, they make them so that one of them can accept electrons and one has electrons which like comes out of it. And it was quantum physics they used to work out that this could work. And then once they invented the transistor using those theories, and then they shrunk the transistor. Then that's when we got the CPUs.
Well, what I want to get too deep into that, I'll offer you this as a simile, and that is that when Marconi first fired a radio signal from England to America, or the other way around, everyone scoffed at him and said it's not going to work because it's going to smash right into the water. It's it's line of sight propagation. And so when it did work, everybody came up with this idea that, it must be bouncing off something in the atmosphere, and that's how it's working. Well, this is it's like I could test something for years and come up with something that worked, but not know quite how it worked. I'll say this must be how it worked because it bounced off the stratosphere. Well, we say, of course, on a flat Earth that it's going line of sight as these signals tend to travel as line of sight. So the same is true with the Ethernet, and we live inside of an ether, which most mainstream scientists don't accept, is that we live inside of an ether. And so how these devices are connecting with each other is through propagating data packages or information through the ether. That's how these things are working. But they will have in quantum or in these other sciences, they will have a different reason to say this is why it's working, which is not anything to do with the ether.
Yeah, because going back to that, it says on there an electromagnetic realm. Because actually, I thought of this before we got into all these other things. If the realm is electromagnetic, doesn't that mean then you'd be able to detect it with a metal?
With metal?
Yeah, this electromagnetic realm.
I mean, if you put a metal rod above a roof, what happens? The lightning will strike it. So that's a big electrical arc that'll happen because you're creating. In fact, we can take a thin filament and fly it up, say a mile, and on a balloon or whatever. And as we go up, we find that the charge increases by 100 volts per meter. I think that's the number. It's a while since I looked at that. But so we know that it's electrical, and we know that we live in a magnetic place because our compasses show that. Birds fly based on that. So I think that there is plenty of evidence of electromagnetism. You are in an electrical system, your heart is an electrical pump, or your blood is moved around you. In fact, a lady I used to garden for some 5 years ago, she said, my husband, he worked at King's College in London in the 1970s and early 80s, and he wrote a paper stating that he discovered that blood is electrical. And then a few months later, after publishing the paper, he was struck down by an off-duty policeman by his car, and he was never able to work and walk again. He was disabled after that.
Right.
A coincidence, I'm sure. But that we are electrical beings is, I think, quite easy to ascertain. I personally had an experience with ayahuasca in 2015, and when I was under the ayahuasca, the DMT, everything around me was, my eyes were wide open, my brain was working at 1,000,000%, and everything around me was light and frequency of vibration. So the trees, the pool, the walls, the bricks, everything. I couldn't see it as brick or tree. It was just light, pulsing light and energy. So that sort of set me off on this discovery of, wow, is this world anything like we were taught? This material world? No, it's electricity and magnetism.
Right. So when you, I see. So when you say electromagnetic, you just mean electromagnetic or a combination of the two? Because when I see electromagnetic, I'm thinking of, when you get a coil and you put a current through it. That's what I'm thinking of electromagnetic, where it pulls the metal in.
Yeah, and those forces of magnetism and electricity are so powerful. If you've ever seen someone use like neodymium magnets and a metal ball, they can get that ball run at 100 miles an hour. As quick as that, it's gone. So there is research that I came across that you might find interesting, which has got nothing to do with flat Earth, but it's called primer fields by a guy called David LaPointe.
Right.
Primer fields, where this guy takes a glass chamber, fills it with a gas, and then takes two magnetic bowls, cone-shaped magnetic bowls, and then fires an electrical current into that. And when he does that, you get this accretion disk forming between the two magnetic bowls. And that accretion disk, by the way, is an anagram for creation. And that accretion disk is what I believe we are standing on, between two magnetic poles, two magnetic bowls. And it requires the ether, and it requires electricity. L, the Trinity. L, the masculine electricity. Ma, magnetism, and the ether, which is the third part of it, which you need to create this realm that we live in.
Because you're saying it's
David LaPointe primer fields.
Yeah,
Primerfields. Primer fields, and he did this. He started with this about 10 years ago.
This is 2014.
There might be some more recent videos.
Yeah.
Primer fields by one. Yeah, go for that one. He's done some new videos. Maybe 8 years ago. We're not gonna split hairs. 2014 would be 9 years ago. So forgive me, out by a year, but. Primer fields is fascinating. When you watch that, I'm like, shit, man, that could be exactly how our Earth works. And when you look at the two bowls, it's like the owl. There's so much symbology inside of those in those shapes.
Okay, wow, man, it's this late.
Let me offer you guys some information. Take this information.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Cool. We can't prove we live on a spinning rock. There's no scientific experiment that demonstrates that the Earth is moving at all. So we're pretty sure that it's the sky that's moving over our heads. Same is true with the water curvature. We've never been able to demonstrate how water will start to form a ball around a material shape. Water must be contained. That's the basic laws of how water works. If it's not contained, it will flow and run down to the lowest point. And once it settles at that low point, it will be level. That could be a bath, could be an Olympic swimming pool, it could be a lake that On a still day, it is so level, you could look at it like a mirror and see the reflection of the trees and everything in the background perfectly represented, as it would be in a mirror. If it was concaved, then it would stretch the image. So we're given this idea that there is the possibility of flying out of this place. I used to believe that we landed on the moon, and up until 2014, I believed fully in all of that stuff. Now I know that that's all been designed as a con to give mankind a new religion. Because mankind has lost faith in Christianity and all the other religions, they've given us this new belief that there is aliens, there are smarter things than us out on other planets that we can travel to. Why do they keep us on a on a globe? I think also to trap us in a small space. It might be possible that if we live on a flat plane, that there is more land that's been hidden from us. And there is some evidence to suggest that, but you'd need to research that for yourself if you get into this topic. I also think that the globe is a way of controlling mankind so that we are kept in these little countries and kept at war with each other, kept separated and divided, and we are not given our true divinity or our true sovereignty, which is what we are actually all given by the source, by the creator that we come from. Is that we're meant to be divine sovereign beings, not controlled slaves of the state, which is kind of what I put on my banner over there.
Okay. Thank you. That's interesting.
Cool.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Good luck.
You mentioned Trinity for. Is it if this is a reference to the Christian so-called Trinity?
No, I'm actually against the Christian Trinity.
Oh, okay.
I actually I wanted to steal it back from the Catholics because they use that word for themselves. But I think that we carry that within us. I think that we are all the Creator's creation. We are all children of Allah, God, the Most High. We are all that, and that there should be no intermediary between you and Allah, God, whatever. You know, we are meant to be the pinnacle of God's creation.
Sun. You used the sun. That seems to be from the Catholic Old Testament.
I use that because this.
You take inspiration from what is called the Old Testament, or
no? But there are some useful things in there. When I was a kid, I was given the Bible. And I used to say to the preachers, hey, you know the Bible says the earth is a flat earth, right? It's not moving and it has a roof. That's according to the Bible. So I like to refer to
it's a globe.
Not according
to the Bible.
No, not of course. There's over 200 references to the earth being like a stamp, and that God looks down upon the earth. And in the Quran, it says that the sun and the moon are small. They are lights that travel.
But if you would find one reference as a globe, then it would contradict all the other references, yeah? Would you agree with that?
No, not necessarily. I mean, if it said, Earth is a small planet flying around the sun, this is heliocentrism. If it said that, then that would be interesting, but it doesn't say anything like that. What it says is that on the fourth day, God created the lights to go above the Earth. So the Earth comes before the sun and the moon, according to Old Testament. But why I put this Psalms 19:1 is because the man who is responsible for taking us to the moon, a guy called Werner von Braun, he was a rocket scientist who came from Operation Paperclip. Nazi came over to America and he started the rocket program. Well, not started, but he was the grandfather of it. On his tombstone, his name and Psalms 19:1 is all it says. So you go look at Psalms 19:1.
Where's he buried?
In America. You go look at Psalms 19:1 and you realize it's saying, he's giving us a clue. He's saying that there is a firmament, a rakia, there's a roof. Thermodynamics has laws, by the way. You know that. If you have a deodorant can and puncture it, there will be equalization of pressure. We know that. So to live in a pressure system like we do, there must be a roof. There must be enclosure. So I think that the Quran and the Bible are correct when they say that the earth is superior to the lights. Earth is our place, our playground, and God or Allah, the Creator, made us to be the shepherds of the earth, not the servants of the earth.
If the universe expands, then the enclosure also expands all the time.
Well, okay. So I think that it's
generally
possible.
speaking, those people, the scientists, believe that we're living in a closure, but they believe also that the enclosure expands. You know?
No, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Just say that, like, your body is equivalent to God's creation. So when you breathe, your body will expand and contract, yes, in the same way. Now, when the scientists, they look out into outer space and they see things that are 10 billion light years away or a million light years away or whatever they say, these things, I believe, are thousands of miles away. They are not millions and billions and all of that. I think that God is much closer to us than they would like us to believe. And I think that when we look at the extremities of the solar system, into the galaxy and beyond that, we are actually looking inside of a macrocosm that is contained. Some will say it's light years away. I say it's only thousands of miles, maybe 10,000 miles, but not billions of miles. The cameras that they use, the telescopes they use, are only seeing thousands of miles away. They are not seeing light from. They have to tell us, it's been traveling for millions of years. It's been traveling to get here, to get here, to get here. Now we can see it. No, it's there. It's only close to us. That's why we can see it. It's because it's very close to us. The early astronomers, they had such simple devices that they were looking at. Today, you can buy the Nikon P1000 camera, and you can zoom in and fill your viewfinder with a Mars. You can fill your viewfinder with it. But if you take that same viewfinder and you point it along the ground at a ground target, you'll realize that it's only 20 miles. Maybe 30 miles at the best that you can still pick up an image and fill your viewfinder. So I think that these things are much closer to us, small and close. These things that they say.
They are not vision telescopes, by the way. Do you realize this?
They what?
those telescopes, they are not visual cameras. They are wave telescopes. You understand?
Yeah. So you know the
So
W
you don't
map.
you don't see the Mars or the expansion. It's a wave system where you send waves and then it pings back.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any problem with that, but you
That's
know
my
the W map-
understanding.
Yeah, you know
and
the
I'm not a
W-
scientist.
You know the W map. They used to do a background radiation image. They used to create a background radiation image of the universe. They used to do that up until 2015. And whenever you look at that, you see what looks like an egg-shaped thing. And that's what they say, that's the known universe. Well, I say that's true, but it's not that it's 500 billion miles. I say it's only thousands of miles. And that's the big difference. Is I still think they're seeing waves, they're still seeing energy, they're still picking up data, but they have to assume that it traveled light years to get here, when I don't think that that's
What's
true.
your understanding of the age of the Earth?
I don't have I used to believe that it was 4 billion years old. I used to believe that.
Yeah.
Now I say it's more likely that, it's thousands of years, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, possibly even a million years, but billions of years, I'm not sure that there's any way of evidencing that. They would like me to believe that 65 million years ago the dinosaurs went away and all of that. Again, I don't think the story is that old. It may be, and I do not say this to disrespect the creator, but I think that a lot of the science has been propagated to make us think that God has got nothing to do with this. That a Big Bang, give it 10 billion years, and then the sun forms, and then a few billion years later, Earth coalesces, and all of that sort of stuff is not creation. It's all about trying to demean God's intention to
How
create
can
a
we
place.
know about God or the Creator, yes, you call him?
So it's hard. How can we know about it?
Yeah.
Because the
And what
Creator
can we know?
The truth is on your heart, brother.
Oh,
God,
I
like
see.
it says in the Quran, is closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck. And this is the temple of God. The temple of God is this that I see standing in front of me. You carry the spark of God, in my view. So you should have no trouble. If you had clear discernment and you'd not had your mind poisoned and your body poisoned by this system, you should be able to know God and speak for God or on behalf of the Creator.
Speak for God, but do you believe that the spark and God are identical?
Sorry?
Do you believe that the spark and the spark?
We met a long time ago in Brighton.
Oh, okay. Nice to see you. Okay.
Identical?
Flat earther.
No, so I say it like this: like if you take an orange and you cut her open, and you look at one tiny cell inside of that orange, that tiny cell tastes like orange. It looks like orange. It feels like orange, but it is not the whole orange. And
Let's see. How long have I been listening to you now? Let's say for 50 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
I believe that you're coming from a philosophical school which is called monism in the West.
Monism?
Yes,
Okay.
and in the East it's called Advaita in India.
Okay, I haven't heard of that. but-
No?
You know,
Because
the
you
flat Earth-
basically
flat
you
Earth,
believe you
logic's
seem to
been
believe
debunked
that
about 10 times.
God and the spark are identical.
Sorry?
How are you going to
What?
explain
You
the
believe that-
seasons, man?
Yeah, you want to ask me a flat Earth question?
Well, you are a flat earther, aren't you?
We
Well,
all
it's
are.
been
We
debunked-
all
it's
are.
been
We're just
debunked
most of
many
us in
times over.
denial of that. You see, before we get into the seasons and that kind of
All right,
thing,
I'll ask you a
have to
question.
demonstrate.
Why are you so short?
You have to demonstrate.
Why are you so short?
You have
For
to
real?
demonstrate how water is curving around the outside of a globe. Demonstrate to me that. And tell me, if you can, what is the formula for the curvature according to trigonometry?
Why hasn't
of
anyone
the
fallen
globe?
off the earth?
You don't get to ask the straw man questions until you can prove
What about
this
if it's like
crazy
a
claim
coin?
that we
Like
are
NASA have done a
living
lot of
on the
lying,
side
you
of
know what I mean?
a,
There's
we
a
are
lot of
living on the
globe
side of a
and
globe.
so
It's impossible. It's impossible to
and then the light
prove.
going down.
It's impossible to prove that water will do anything but fall to its lowest point, and then when it level, or when stable, it will be level. That's what water
about the
does. That's the
seasons?
physics.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Summer.
Don't ask me what about the season
Kinda
until you
skip that
can
part.
prove, like I said, that
Seems
water
like it's
is
revolving, doesn't it?
curving around a sphere, or any in fact for anything. It doesn't matter the shape. Until you contain the water, it will drop.
Okay, how far away is the sun?
It will drop. It will drop.
How far
Well,
away
you
is the
tell
sun?
me how far is the sun.
How far away is the sun?
You tell me how far is the sun.
How big is the earth?
I don't know. 93 million miles,
Yeah.
according to.
according to basically refraction that we get from light from there, and since we can measure the speed of light, we can therefore deduce what the distance is.
Can you measure the speed of light?
Yes, you absolutely can.
You can? Have you measured the speed of light?
Actually, yes, I have.
Have you?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Oh, it's pretty easy, actually. You just use some magnetic spectrometry. You have to go to a lab, but you can actually do this really, really simply. Simply by measuring the speed of a photon through there, which you can capture and then you can extrapolate from. So it's really basic mathematics with, similar stuff.
And how far did Kepler say the sun was?
Pardon me?
There's a question you might be able to answer this. You might be able to answer this.
I'd love to talk more after I'm to dinner.
How far did Kepler say? How did Kepler get it so wrong?
Now, do you agree what his point was as far as how to define the speed of light?
I think that,
as he described it.
Yeah, I think that again, it's possible with machines to kind of come up with any sort of trickery. Now, the difficult whether there is a speed of light or light is instantly propagated in the medium is something that I have a debate in myself with. I'm not sure, but let's just accept that there is a speed of light. The ability to test something would mean that I would have to stand in one. I know how they originally came up with the speed of light was they got 3 people to stand on a mountain and they watched and they timed the light apparently getting from one place to another. And I haven't heard of any better experiment than that.
The sunlight.
But to say that it's traveled for 8 minutes, but to say that it's wait, please. I know this is triggering for you, son. But let me ask you this: if we can go 8 minutes to the sun, if we could go there and then watch a photon of light traveling, then I'd say, okay, I can see how we can prove that. But we can't prove that. We have to take it on that basis. And that's why I asked him, and I'll ask you, is how far, if it's 93 million miles to the sun, how far did Kepler say it was to the sun?
I don't know, sir. Tell me. I don't know.
It was 27 million miles when he did it. And the distance to the sun has changed 13 times in the last 100 years. From as little as 3 million, miles.
Further and closer to the sun.
No.
That's science. You can measure it.
So you think that between 3 million and 103 million, which is
how
the
do you explain the seasons, bro?
3 million
how does that work?
and 103 million. If you had a light source that changed...
Where's winter on that?
And then how come... So you tell me if I walk in a straight line now, I'll find an end.
There's no equator.
Yeah.
Possibly. Yeah, possibly, depending on what...
If I walk that way, I'll find an end.
Why have you not tried it yourself to walk to the end of the earth, the edge, to find the flat earth?
There are guys who try to do that. Do you know what the Antarctic Treaty is?
And they've not been able to do it. Why?
Yeah, because they get turned away by the military.
How do you explain
I'll get to your questions for explanation, but you still haven't given me water on the outside of a safe.
In general,
you haven't scientism, son. What do you mean is scientism? If you can test it, it's science. If you have to rely on your God, you have to rely on Brian's Cox, you have to rely on that. This is what I'm going to believe. Then it's just nothing other than another glorified religion. You see, science is what you and I can experiment. Scientism is what I have to say.
But even if you go up in a hot air balloon, you can see that the Earth is curvaceous anyway. Yeah, it's not flat.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the most famous.
See it on the horizon.
One of the most famous.
Even if you go up about, even 400 feet, even in an aeroplane, you can see it.
Not according to many pilots.
You've seen it yourself, haven't you?
No.
You have. You've seen it already. You know it's following.
Yeah, you think. So Neil deGrasse Tyson is on record saying that at 150,000 feet, you cannot see curvature. You cannot see and measure curvature. Have you measured curvature over water?
Have you been in an aeroplane?
Many times.
Have you looked out the window?
And I've sat in the cockpit.
You can see that the Earth is curved.
In all seriousness.
How much curve, son? How much?
Every person who's ever flown can see it's curving.
Tell me how much.
It's not flat.
You can't just say, I see something. You've got to continue to hypothesize and then measure. That's good science.
You see everything.
Scientism is to say, I'm not going to measure it. I'm going to ask you four-man questions.
Why you're so passionate?
But the Earth
is... Because I think that humanity is being misled. All of us have been misled. I was 47 before I worked this out. A long time ago. Let me tell you.
Would you say the moon is flat? Is the moon flat?
The moon, well, when you look at the moon, let's see if we can find it. When you look at the moon, what do you see? Do you see a ball or do you see a circle? A circle. That's what I see. So then to say, no, it's a ball, is to create scientism, because you can't see it behind it. You can't see, yes. It rolls counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere, and it rolls clockwise in the northern hemisphere. That's my observation.
Wait, so you think the moon is just flat, like a pancake?
I don't know that it's flat like a pancake, but I think that it's a...
But how far away is the moon? Like, where is the moon, bro?
Okay. There's lots of questions. Well, when I look at the moon, again, I rely on my observations, not what the television has told me, yeah? So I'm not into belief like this man here. What I want to do is I want to be able to see it, and then I'll hypothesize. If I can't go up there and measure it myself, I'm going to offer you the best that I can give you, which is that when I... Let me finish. When I observe the moon on a cloudy night, I observe the moon in the clouds around me, and I observe it lighting the clouds around me. But when I look 5 miles off into the distance, I see that it's dark down there. Yes, I don't know if you've noticed that, but this is an observation you can and should make yourself, and that is that is what you see. So I suggest that it could be just a few miles high.
But how are you seeing the moon?
With my eyes.
Yeah, but on what basis?
Well, I trust my eyes. So when my eyes see...
But how come the moon is brighter on some times and not the other? I mean, the answer is because the sun is on the side of the earth lighting it. So what do you think the answer is?
We are looking at the moment at a new moon, right? We're looking at the moment at the new moon, and last night I saw it. I haven't seen it yet today because of the clouds, but we're looking at a new moon. So it's a crescent moon. Yeah, like this. That's what I saw at about 5 o'clock last night.
And the sun on one side. That's why it's happening. But why do you think it's happening?
No, how is that possible if the sun was still up? How is the Earth throwing a shadow onto the sun if the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time? Which is what you see for 3 weeks of the month, if you're awake. If you're awake, you'll notice that the sun and the moon, no matter whether you're talking about, okay, except the full moon, that always only is really only at night. But the partial moon, which when I was a kid, they told me that the Earth is throwing a shadow onto the moon. Well, if the sun and the moon are above the horizon, then that cannot be true.
It is. Surely, if you look at the position of the planets, you have the sun over here, you have the Earth, and the moon.
But you're assuming a planet. But if we're saying,
but that explains it. That explains the crescent moon. It explains the moon becoming small, then the full moon, and the light. It explains what happens every month. It explains the annual pattern.
Yeah, if you take a light source and point it onto a ball, you will not be able to recreate the crescents in the way you do. In fact, what you will do is
if you have something in the middle. If you have a ball in the middle and you move it around, you will get exactly that.
Okay, but you're missing the point. What's the point? The point is that both the moon and the sun are above the scope of the Earth. So they cannot be, the Earth cannot be occluding part of the moon if the moon and the sun are both in the sky.
They'd be hitting the moon. What do you think the moon is? I mean,
but you really got to let that absorb rather than trying to just throw back, rebuttals at me. Really absorb the fact that other globe believers.
I'm familiar with these arguments.
So other globe believers will tell me, no, there's some other factor that's creating that partial eclipse or that partial shape on the moon, rather than it's just the shadow of the Earth. So that's when they let go of this part.
Where's the moon? How does the moon operate? Show me how it operates. On the flat Earth.
I don't know.
Does it go like this? What does it do?
Yeah,
this is a bit deep, man. This is like junior school children coming to ask me for university level stuff. You're not ready for that.
I'm just asking you, bro.
You still believe that you can walk up the side of a ball because your pencil fell on the floor. That's a belief, bro. That's pseudoscience.
So how does the sun and the moon operate away from the Earth? To make sense,
okay.
To make physical sense.
All right. So let's just say, I'll humor you. Let's just say that we live inside of an enclosed system. And inside of that closed electromagnetic system, there is the propagation, as you would find in any toroidal system. Shut up!
Magnets and copper?
You're asking me.
Are you going to explain the generator?
Me for an answer, and I'll give it to you.
Be careful, because I know generators.
You're asking me for an answer.
I know about magnetic north as well. Yes.
So let me explain to you how I see it. All right. I don't need the pseudoscientists here.
No,
I'm telling you.
Michael Faraday was a scientist. Yeah.
How do you see it?
I see it like
you lot are just mocking it.
I see it like this.
Go on then, go on.
It's possible.
I know how you see it.
It is possible for some people.
I see it in physics.
It's possible for some people to open their minds just a little.
Go on then, go on.
Let's hear what he has to say. A little bit in possibility. Because what I'm doing now is I'm offering a hypothesis, okay? All you're defending at the moment is hypotheses, but you believe in things traveling for billions of miles and underneath us and all of that sort of stuff, and none of this can be proven. It's all hypothesis. But you have trouble with me offering an alternative hypothesis. But it is the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to hold more than one
I'm going to debunk you now. Let's talk about the constellations.
Interruption, if I may.
Let me answer the question on the sun.
After him, I'm going to debunk you.
Let me answer you on the sun. The sun and the moon, I believe, are a point of light that you observe individually, unique to you, depending on your dome of reference, your place of reference on the earth. And what you're observing is a wave traveling over us, and it comes once a day, an electromagnetic wave traveling over onto us. Look, you can look incredulous if you like, but I'm giving you a hypothesis.
Why they're different on the
I'm going to interrupt you with one question, if I may. May I? So the question is,
yes, hello,
it's
guys.
a separate question.
Obviously, this is more of the actual...
Wait, you've been debunked now. Excuse me.
Yes.
Do you believe there are any circumstances under which somebody can throw a stick and it becomes a snake? Any circumstances in which somebody can throw a stick and it becomes... Do you believe that? Go on.
I've not seen it.
Huh?
I've not seen it.
But do you believe it's possible?
No.
Possible, yeah.
I mean, I'm referring to...
Moses did the snake trick, didn't he?
No, I don't. No. What you're trying to is this like a religious? Am I religious? Yeah. Religion, like NASA, is a belief that I don't carry at all.
Oh, you don't?
No. The belief that men who've never tested their spacesuit in a vacuum can go up and walk around on the moon and play golf, but not bother to take footage of the Earth, video footage of the Earth spinning. That's all belief. And that's for people who believe in sticks becoming snakes, just like you gentlemen here.
Wait,
no.
I mean,
what about the constellations then? Why is it different in the
I was under
southern
the impression
hemisphere,
that flat
man?
Earth people are all Christians, so you're not.
What?
I was under the impression that the flat Earth
There's
people...
so much stuff that you don't know, but you shouldn't not look into something just because a lot of people who are Christian believe it. There are Muslim flat earthers, by the way, who I've stood here with in Speaker's Corner. So, and it's in Islam, they'll tell you in the Quran that the sun and the moon travel over the earth, not the other way around. It's not the earth rolling underneath these two lights. They are lights, by the way.
So you're using references from Christianity?
Yes,
So
I am. I use references from Islam because there are useful things like this one here, by the way, Psalms 19:1. Your Lord Werner von Braun, who took you to the moon, that's the only inscription on his tombstone, Psalms 19:1. His name, an inscription that says,
Where did you get the electromagnetic idea from?
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. And I put there
Isaac Newton's the laws of motion. Yeah, you mention that as well.
Laws of motion. Yeah. Like
like without
a
resistance, it just continues
like
revolving. Yeah,
like a
so
torus
how's that going
system.
to work with your flat disc?
The disc is
it
inside.
going this way or that way? Which way is it going?
It's stationary, isn't it?
And why? And what speed is it doing as well? I need to know what speed that
A lot of
thing's
questions.
doing.
What speed is the Earth spinning in?
About 1,000 miles an hour.
Here in England?
Right now, yeah.
No, on the equator it's 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh,
but
God.
Here it would be a lot
Coming
less.
out with so much shit. All right, how fast is your one going then?
It's not moving.
It's not moving.
The Earth doesn't move.
The Earth doesn't move.
No. Wow, that's a surprise to you? There's no science experiment
The
that
Earth
shows that
doesn't
we
move.
Yeah. And there's no space, outer space. This is the only space that exists.
So how have we got waves and stuff and weather? How are we getting the weather? Where's that coming from?
Wow, so have you never taken a little glass of wine and imagined that tiny ripple, if it was magnified in that glass, billions of times, that ripple would be like a tsunami? Have you never imagined that?
Like the butterfly effect or something?
No, I'm talking about our oceans being vast oceans of bodies of water, and when there are
So
pressures...
where's the weather coming from?
Hold
Where's the
on,
waves
I
coming
can't
from?
get
What's
you.
happening?
You can't hear anything. You're so deaf with your NASA
Is your
plugged
channel back
earplugs.
or was your channel down for a while?
Yeah, no, I had to make a new one. They took it down.
So what's stopping the water coming off the edge then?
That's such a schoolboy
Is it a big
question.
wall or something?
The
Truman Show, innit? It's the Truman Show.
Yeah, and the sound stage doesn't have to move, but the lights in the disco, yeah, they might be moving, but the floor isn't moving.
That's impossible what you're saying though, what you're trying to project.
Why?
Because it's impossible, you can't say...
Even though you know
that's
that water
impossible,
is
because
not
there's
going to
too
cling
much
to the
evidence to say
outside.
this is moving.
What? What's the evidence that this is moving?
Have you seen the sea?
Look,
It's all over the place. What's causing that?
If we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, the seas would wash over us instantly. instantly.
not if it's all in the same
Have
direction.
you take a plate of water and walk across your house? You will spill water. If that's
Not
full
if
of water,
no
you will spill.
opposing forces.
What? But if we're spinning,
You can stand
do you know what
you can stand
centripetal
at any
force?
speed if there's no opposing forces. It's Newton's basic laws of gravity, laws of physics.
Laws of physics.
Yeah.
Which law?
The law of motion.
Okay, so what? How
The
do you?
first
how
motion,
does
if there's no resistance and opposition, it doesn't make any difference of the particles that are on anything.
Okay, so you realise that we're spinning around
If
like
you've
this.
got a ball
Yeah.
in a like a chariot or something and it's moving,
Yeah.
it's not going to be affected until you put the brakes on. Then it will move forward.
And what if you change
Or it will
direction?
move back. If you change direction, it will move back.
Okay. Well, if
But
you
there's
change
no,
direction,
there's no movement
it'll
because
move-
everyone's moving in the same
it'll-
direction.
It'll move to the side. If you turn left, it'll move to the right. That's how these things work, right? If you turn left, if you're in the car and your mate turns hard left, your shoulder's going to hit the right side of the
All right,
car.
how deep is
You
your
get
Earth?
me?
How
Oh,
deep
whoa,
is
whoa,
your
whoa,
Earth
whoa,
anyway?
whoa,
How
whoa,
deep
whoa.
is
You
your
keep
Earth?
bouncing away.
How
because
deep
your,
is your
your mind
Earth?
is like a ping pong.
How
Your
deep
mind
is
is
it?
like a
How
ping
many
pong.
miles are you going down there?
Well, I know that mankind has only gone about 8 miles down, so that's.
So you're going to say
that's
your
what I
Earth
know.
is 8 miles or
No,
10 miles, yeah?
No, that's what I can test. But I can't go
Are you sure
below
mankind's
than
gone
that.
down 8 miles?
Yeah, you
I
haven't
don't
done
think
much
that even
research.
the deepest sea's that deep, is it?
Yeah, the
think so.
San Andreas, the.
You've been watching H.G. Wells' voyage to the bottom of the ocean or
I
something.
think I think at the San Andreas, not San Andreas, yeah, San Andreas fault is probably more than 8 miles, but it's around 10 possibly. But the Kola Deep was the deepest mine mankind has ever made. In Russia, they stopped in the late 1990s because they weren't getting any deeper, and they got to about 7.5 miles. That's the deepest, and their drill bits, nothing they could do. For about 2 years,
I would say it's
they
at
spent
least
drilling.
10,000 miles diameter.
Hmm?
What do you say to that?
I would say, what, diameter? You mean from one side of the plate to the other?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
how big? How much is yours?
Well, it could be bigger than we think, much bigger. We think that there might be hidden land on a flat Earth. That it could be 100,000 miles across, but it might only be 40,000 miles across. I don't know.
What's your belief then regarding the universe and the Big Bang? How does the Big Bang fit into this, or do you believe that the Earth was ever created? How do you explain your version of the Earth?
Well, I think that in a toroidal system, because I think we live inside of a torus, an electromagnetic torus,
Right.
that it might have had a moment of spark that whatever the creator is said, poof, here it is.
Okay.
It might have had that, but I don't know that. I don't believe in the kind of Big Bang collision or everything out of nothing kind of idea.
So
But again, in terms of how this was first created and so on, it's maybe something that we might never know, and we have to be humble enough to accept that there's things that we can't know, like the size of the place, what's outside above us 100 miles up. I don't know what's 100 miles up, and I don't know what's 10 miles down.
But what I'm getting at is, so the flat Earth theory
Yeah.
is what's essential to your belief, that there has to be a creator for that to happen, or that happened by chance? Or
Well, there's a
that's
lot of
what I'm
flat
getting
earthers,
at.
and quite a lot of flat earthers are sort of agnostic about a creator, actually. They don't really see the supernatural. But for me, I'm sure that there's a supernatural omniscience or omnipresence that sort of intentioned this realm, if you like. But it may not be the only realm, and we may not be the only sort of high-end creatures here. But I think that this earth was given to us, and we were meant to be the shepherds of it, sovereign shepherds.
Okay, what my next question is, so the traditional view of the universe explains what stars are in the sky, planets, stars, galaxies,
yeah.
but then the flat Earth theory, that would greatly diminish what the significance of the stars. You just believe that just pinpoints of
No,
light,
that's
or-
it's completely the opposite of what you just described, actually. For me, when I was an atheist believer in outer space and all of that, they weren't that significant to me. But now that I know that these lights are almost like the macrocosm of you, they like in the Asian or Indian traditions, they talk about the chakras, the energy systems in your body. Well, I believe that these energy systems in your body are mimicked by the major energy systems we call the wandering stars, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Pluto, and etc. So I think that these energy points, they are vortices of energy, and they show up as light, as stars. They are close to us, and they are very significant to you energetically when you are born, and as collectively in the day-to-day machinations of the way that the world is run, that the people in power, they watch the stars very closely, and they arrange for events, false flags and lockdowns to happen at particular moments in these alignments of these lights in the sky. But they are not far off suns or dead rocks or balls of gas.
So you think it's all just light and energy?
It's all frequency.
You don't believe in that they're physical material objects?
In fact, I don't even think our world is physical. I certainly don't believe that they are rocks floating. Yes, we can touch this ground that we're standing on, and it's hard and so on. But those lights that we see and call them Mars and Venus are not stones, but they are energy centers that are traveling through the stars. The Sumerians, they knew that they were lights, and they had the astrolabe computer that they used to predict where they would be and so on 2,000 years ago. And they all believed they took the Earth to be a flat plane with this dome of energy above it. Now, at the deeper level, I do believe that we are all light and frequency and vibration. That's all we are. And the Earth that we're standing on is also just light and frequency. We are just interpreting it. Our decoders, our brain decoder, is interpreting it as tarmac or grass or ground or water. But it's all frequency, it's all light.
Okay,
yes.
do you believe then that NASA, as you've just explained it, you think NASA knows all this as the truth, but they're deliberately deceiving the world?
When you say NASA, do you mean all the NASA employees, or do you mean a few people at the very top? Because for me, it would be the latter. It only needs to be a very, very few people at the top.
Let's say it's the few people at the top.
Well,
So
like Werner von Braun on his tombstone puts, there's the roof. He put that there. So they know that, but I don't know that he knew that when he went into it necessarily. He might have gone into it really believing they could leave, and then they realized that they couldn't leave, but they had to fake the belief that we could land on the moon, because landing on the moon really diminishes what Earth is and makes us insignificant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Obviously, I don't believe in the flat Earth theory. But I've been called a flat earther because I've argued a lot on social media about the moon landings. When I see sort of, stuff about how we, anniversary of the moon landings, I kind of argued with. I've argued with people that say we did land on the moon. I don't believe at all we've landed on the moon. And I'm surprised how many people there are in the world that actually still think that we went to the moon. I think that's total nonsense.
Easy to debunk that, right?
Yeah.
Well, why do you think they hoaxed, they did that?
What their reason was to do it. I believe that America initially did intend to go to the moon, but when they attempted, they found that it was impossible, and to basically just save face, they staged the whole thing because, they had to show the whole planet, look at how great America is, we've gone to the moon. They couldn't at the last minute say, oh, unfortunately we can't go to the moon.
And why do you think the Russians, if the Russians are their enemy and Vladimir Putin's a bad guy according to the media, why doesn't he expose them?
I think there's a lot of politics behind the scenes why Russia hasn't done that, and that's the first thing. The second thing is a lot of people do expose things, but the media that controls the world filters out. So let's say in the past someone from Russia may have said, I don't believe America did go to the moon. Now, I don't think we would have been told that. That would have been censored.
Yeah.
So the
but
fact...
you don't think that like there's a Russian oligarch that bought a British newspaper some years ago?
I think...
You don't think they could just run a story on that? Let me ask you another question then. What about the staging of the moon landings? How do you think that they pulled that off? Was that done in a sound studio?
I think it was probably done in an underground bunker somewhere.
Okay.
I don't think that's very difficult.
I agree with you. I got no problem with that.
But number one reason why I don't believe in the moon landings is because if they had that technology in 1969 and they were able to go to the moon and back 6 times between 1969 and 1972, we'd be constantly going there.
By now,
it makes zero sense why America hasn't returned. And also, by now you would expect Russia or China or even India to have also put man on the moon. Because it doesn't, because it's like, once they're able to do something, they would keep doing that.
And improving on it. That's what all technology seems to do.
It makes just no sense.
So let me ask you this then.
whatsoever.
Let me ask you this. That
I will ask you this guy.
What is it about?
Take my flyer.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you in a second. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think it's possible that they're faking the International Space Station in the same way?
They could be.
I would say to you respectfully that they absolutely fucking are doing that. And we can show that some of it is CGI, some of it is done with harnesses to make them look like they're floating, and the spacewalks are done in a swimming pool.
I've watched
the bubbles.
Yeah,
in space.
I've heard the arguments.
And you've seen a man nearly drowned on a spacewalk in 2015.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And you know that they've never taken the spacesuit and tested it in a vacuum chamber on Earth, even though our vacuum chamber is orders of magnitude weaker than the vacuum of space.
The reason I haven't come to that conclusion is with the moon landings. When I always believed that the moon landings happened until I watched the program where it was explained to me why, the Van Allen radiation belts.
Right.
And then I started thinking about it, and and it was so obvious that the moon landings didn't happen because the evidence that against the moon landings happening is overwhelming.
Okay.
Regarding the International Space Station, I haven't come across
we've
evidence.
never seen that being built. Just in the same way we never saw the lunar lander work on Earth, we've never seen the International Space Station being put together on Earth. Now here is my flyer, and down there is a QR code to a site that will offer you a lot of information or deep inside the rabbit hole. And you can go and check out some of his videos on the ISS, because I can assure you the ISS is a hoax, and that there isn't this cooperation with Russia and America. It means that they're all in bed together. The Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, everyone, the British, are in bed together hoaxing humanity.
There is that underlying conspiracy, because what people forget is, in spite of all the conflicts and disputes and disagreements that happen between nations in the world, there is this underlying conspiracy that involves China, Russia, America. So the argument where people say, if America faked the moon landings, how come Russia, the Soviet Union
didn't call them out?
Well, they wouldn't have.
They're all in bed
because
together.
There is an underlying
absolutely,
agreement.
and all space agencies have the same NASA chevron in it. All of them. They're all in bed together. Excuse me, because I want to ask these guys before they run away what their questions are.
Still, fasting.
Yeah.
Hello, gentlemen.
Allah guide you.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm gonna ask you that. What's that?
Sheol.
What's Sheol mean?
It's said to be some in Bible terms they say that's hell. Yeah,
Hell.
See, this is the Hebrew cosmology.
Okay.
The Hebrew biblical cosmology talks about the waters above, and then the great deep, and then the firmament separates the waters from the waters. Yeah. But beneath that they say Sheol. Now the biblical people will say that that's hell.
Sheol means that under earth.
Yes, but I say that's possibly oil or the blood of the earth.
Who says that?
That's just me saying that.
Okay, have you get this one by revelation? Does God reveal it, or is this your thought?
This is my. I mean, I've been trying to talk with God, and clean my mind for 10 years nearly. When I discovered that, there is the whole thing of, we live on a globe, we come from monkeys, all of that is lies.
It's lies, yeah.
Yes.
So how you connected with God? Did you believe in Jesus Christ, or?
No, I believe that we are Christ. And you have the same connection to God as me. I don't need another man.
Yeah.
I revere Jesus, Muhammad, and all these prophets who've been before, but I don't say that I need them.
Does they reveal to you?
I take their knowledge.
Does they reveal to you? Does Jesus Christ reveal to you, or Muhammad reveal to you? Or
No, I don't have that. I mean, I did have a DMT. You know ayahuasca? Have you heard of that? It's a plant medicine they do in South America.
Yeah.
I took that in 2015, and there, I think I had a conversation with God or my higher self.
Okay.
But he didn't tell me about the shape of the earth. But I just realized that, my goodness, we are the center of creation. That God created you and me, but on purpose. Didn't wait for the monkeys to become the man.
Yeah.
But actually, that he intended for you to come as you are and have this experience on this place.
Yeah.
So when I put that there, I'm not saying I know what Sheol is, but they say in Hebrew, cosmology is that's the hell. But for me, this is...
some people they say Sheol is grave under earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, but when I think about what's under the oil, we got water under here, which is very good for us. We got oil, which seems to be abiotic, meaning that it's not from dinosaur bones, but it's like a blood of the earth. And that when we can drain an oil well, and we come back 10 years later, that oil well is full again. You see. So I think that it's that the earth makes oil.
So don't you think
it's a living thing?
Sorry. It's a living thing.
Just like your blood, your body makes blood.
What's the difference between this Yahweh, Allah, this merciful, this all things?
Same.
Is the same?
It's just different in different parts of the world. The Most High has got different names.
But the Shiva is different. The one the Shiva they worship is the Hindu.
Yes.
This Shiva
Yes.
having this many hands and things.
But that was
terrified figure. So Jehovah is just we created as the image of Jehovah. So how do you compare this one?
That's a good point. That's a fair point.
Yeah. And Allah is as well. Allah is the Muslims they worship. This is not God. This is a fallen angel.
Oh, Allah?
Yeah, Allah is a fallen angel. Yeah, one of the fallen angels disobeying God, and then now they worshiping in Kaaba in Mecca. Yeah. So how can he then equalize this Jehovah with the true God and with such idols?
I hadn't heard that before. You're not Muslim.
I'm not Muslim. I'm Christian.
So
thanks to God.
he is claiming stuff. It's not true.
No, he's my friend. Is Muslim. We friends. We friends. I know the light and the true God. We should worship in the God of Israel.
I've met beautiful men. All around the world, but they have different religions. And in their religion, they say this is the name that we give to the Most High.
But God doesn't form any religion.
Humans.
Yeah, humans call it, but Christianity is a religion.
God is only sends the Son.
So
the
I
true
have a
Son.
question. So you said you were looking to make a connection with God.
Yeah.
So according to me, as a Muslim, I believe there is one God. His name is Allah. We call it Arabic. So according to you, you just said, you've met many people around the world. You've met many people from different backgrounds. You've met many people from different religions. So according to you, which one of those religions, those arguments, makes sense to you? Like,
it's not.
None of them necessarily.
None of them.
None of them. But what I take from that is that the men. I had 3 Iraqi refugees come and live with my house in Cape Town in South Africa in 1993, 1994, because they'd gone away from Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf War. So these Muslim men, they stayed with me for 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks, and so we spoke a lot about these things. These are good men. And they love Allah and Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yeah.
But all they want to do is be good men and say, we must live well. We must live as good men. No, that makes no difference to the Christian man who says, we must live well. But the name that we give to the Most High is God or Allah or Siddhartha Gautama if you're Sikh or whatever. So for me, I don't want to separate people and say, you must use the word God. If you do not use the word God, we cannot talk. Well, I say, no, it doesn't matter what name you give to the Most High. I say that the Most High created you, same blood, right? We do not have different blood in our bodies. And so I don't make any distinction between your right to be the child or the product of God or Allah, the same as me. I think that we all have that equality that makes us equal. But if we use language to separate us and say, you
exactly
don't
what Islam says. Islam says, like, well, between us and Christianity, we believe that God is one. and Jesus is a prophet.
Yeah.
It's a messenger.
But we don't need any prophet after Jesus Christ
So,
comes.
yeah,
the
yeah,
world.
I'm
The
just
world changed-
explaining.
Hold
This
on.
is why I'm
Once
just
the world
explaining.
changed the flesh,
No, but-
we
no,
don't
but-
need any prophet
We're
after
friends,
that.
right? Yeah, that's
Because
right. That's
every
not-
work is
no.
finished at the cross. This is a lie. If I
Dabba,
come
dabba.
from Africa to UK to ask
Dabba, dabba.
asylum and they give me the passport,
Yeah,
if I
that's
go
why.
to the Home
That's
Office
why-
Cradle, I need
That's why I
passport,
went
They
Christian.
say,
That's
you
why.
crazy. Already we give you
Dabba,
Jabbar. You have to go work and study. This is
So
the
my
same
question,
thing.
I mean,
Muslim,
what is about?
when they
Like,
see
what's
Jesus
the,
Christ,
the
why they
catch
need
here?
another
What you
prophet?
are trying, to deliver as a message.
Well, I'm just saying
Sorry,
that
yeah.
God is within us, and that we are meant to be the master. We are we're meant to be the good shepherd. We are meant to be the disciple of God, or in the way that the prophet walked. It was an example, and I'm not suggesting we go to war, but I do suggest that these men showed us a good way to exist in this world. The problem we have is that we have given away authority. That God gave you authority, but you've given it away to the school and then to the government or the religion that says, no, you are not that important. When I grew up in a Christian household, right, and I went to church every Sunday, we used to say this thing that says, I am not worthy but to eat from the crumbs under your table. And that's not how it should be.
That's
That
not
we
for
are-
us as Islam. We don't have that.
Yeah, but
No.
I'm just saying that
Yeah,
that was my religious
I understand,
indoctrination
yeah.
saying to
In
me
Christian family.
that you're not that
Yeah,
important. When actually the man should be saying to his son, listen, son, you are so important. And you must grow up to be a strong and beautiful man, a loving man who takes care of his neighbors and his wife and all
Like
of these
many
things.
Christians says to me, you are a sinner. I am a sinner.
Yeah,
And then
you're
why
a
I'm a sinner?
sinner, yeah.
No. In Islam, we believe there is a judgment day.
Did you call
we
me
believe there
sin?
are angels. They are writing everything in the book.
Did you call
and
me
the judgment
sin?
day. No.
You don't call me sin.
No. Why? Why
No?
should I? Why should I?
Did you feel
it's
you
between
don't
you and
steal?
Allah.
You don't have another
So
wife?
my question to you, Jabbar,
You don't
one
kill
second.
people?
Let's say it. Let's
Oh, it's a lie,
analyze it.
man. Muslims, they allowed her to marry four women.
That's totally out of the context.
Yeah, that's a different.
Because you don't know why we are allowed to marry four women, and you don't know what are the conditions which are really impossible
God
to
creates
fulfill.
man and woman and becomes one.
You see,
The
but
covenant is this one.
Yeah, but some of that is given to us by these religions. If you go to
The
Africa
covenant is this
and
one.
see how the Africans do it there, they have different cultures, and it's not to say that you can only do it this way. And the thing is that the Vatican, which is the author of a lot of the problems in the world, in my view, is the ones who have given us a lot of these rules. So I try and say, okay, I got to treat you equal. And,
Did Moses was in
with
Vatican?
love. Hmm?
Did Moses, the prophet, he was in Vatican?
He was in Vatican. Was he?
No,
I don't know.
he was from the
Jabbar-
Middle East.
Jabbar, he has many
delivered us the word
misconceptions
of
about
God,
Islam.
the Ten Commandments in us.
Like for example, you go to some media, biased
people,
media
they confuse
against
these things.
Islam. You go, you see he's Muslim man, like me maybe. I have some beer. Okay, he's going to blow himself. Let's search him. He has many stuff.
Yeah.
This isn't a bias, right? Like they have the same. Like about having four women married. He doesn't know that in order to fulfill the condition where you can marry four women, it's nearly impossible.
But Jesus Christ condemns that one. Moses did this one because of the heart.
Islam came after Jesus.
So rock heart.
Yeah, but we end up being in this world of judging. We're
Yeah,
looking at
like-
judging. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. You see, where I don't agree with Islam.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
I don't drink alcohol maybe once or twice
for
a
you.
year.
So it goes with logic, right?
Yeah, but because but at the same time, I don't want someone to tell me that I can't. It's for me to choose if I want to. You see, now if I'm going to harm myself, that's for me to harm myself. If I eat too much sugar, my body is going to get sick.
But don't you
see?
think this is not a good way to live?
You have to stop.
For example, I'll give you an
I
example.
agree, but that doesn't mean that you can tell me that.
No.
You see,
For example, we have police, right?
Yeah.
Police telling you, don't kill. There are laws.
You don't need the police to tell you that. God
You
should
have
tell you
laws.
that.
It's
yeah.
already
You have
cute
laws.
in it.
We are in Britain, right?
Yeah.
We have laws.
Yeah.
It's not normal, common laws.
Yeah.
Don't kill. Because if you kill, it's forbidden, right? You can't
Yes,
do that.
yes.
So the same thing for religion.
Do not that one because of you're afraid.
As Shams is always using, I don't know if you've met him or
Yeah,
not.
a few times.
He always using, the 5 things that Islam came to preserve. But I'm not going to go through them. But as you said, alcohol, you don't drink alcohol. But inner yourself, alcohol is not good for you.
Yeah.
But yet,
But how many Muslims have I met who do drink alcohol? Not all the time, whatever, but they do drink alcohol.
Yeah, they are sinners.
Well, again, that's
some
judging,
of them they don't follow it.
That's judging. But you see, the thing, this is your temple of God, right? If you
because
decide,
it's very clear.
If you but if you decide, this is for me. This is what for my child, right? I want my child to learn. I say, okay, you shouldn't do that. You need to be careful with that. But if he jumps off that and hurts his leg, I said, okay, I did warn you, but he's had the lesson now. Next time he won't do that.
That's why we have something called tawbah.
Right.
Tawbah in Islam means that when you commit a sin or you commit, a wrongdoing, you come back to Allah and you ask for forgiveness. So the only thing that Allah will never forgive about, right, is doing shirk. It's like, I don't know in English the term shirk. Like you say that there is another shirk. No. Like you have a partner for God.
Idol.
Like there is a partner for God, and God is three, like as you said. Yeah. Like for us, it's the unforgivable one that never Allah will forgive you.
How come you're in the darkness, you're judging people in the light?
I don't understand, like he's still telling stuff I don't understand.
Keep an open mind, bro.
How can one standing?
I'm talking logic to you.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
what, and the judge
alcohol is forbidden. Is it alcohol forbidden in Christianity?
No.
Why?
In fact,
but it's bad for you.
No,
in fact, they give you alcohol on a Sunday.
Oh, that's not my point.
Like you go. I used to go to church where they gave us a little bit of wine to sip.
It's
forbidden.
Okay,
Google
the whiskey from Scotland,
those are
where they shipping that one. It's in Saudi Arabia.
That doesn't mean Islam.
Do not deceive yourself. They don't take it. They take it.
Have you ever saw
They are
someone
Let's
drinking
be
in a
honest,
mosque?
man. We're in London.
Have you
Let's
saw
be honest.
anyone drinking in a mosque?
Oh?
No.
Did you see anyone who's drinking in a mosque?
Of course not.
I live my life in Middle East.
I've never been in a mosque.
I've never saw that.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure no one can do that.
I used to sell alcohol in Sudan myself.
They are selling, but I'm telling you, the gentleman gave a good example. In the place where you're worshipping Allah or God, you are serving alcohol.
Okay, but let's not. But for me, it's more
but
about.
Let's be actual. Let's be honest, man.
See,
now, the most alcohol takers are in Dubai, Saudi Arabia as well.
Give me a second. Who's using it?
Who is it? The Muslim people.
No,
there is no any
that's
Christian.
A false claim.
There is no any Christian in Saudi Arabia.
Have you ever
I've been in Dubai, yeah.
When?
Yeah.
When?
Last year.
Where did you?
Last year.
Why did you go to Dubai?
Why
it's
did
the
you
same
go?
Dubai.
Oh.
Who you met? You said all Muslims there. They are doing that.
Yeah.
You know that Dubai, the foreigners,
tourists,
are way like 10 times more than the natives.
Alcohol to Saudi Arabia.
So imagine you are in South Africa, right? And I'm telling you, look, all South Africans, they are doing that.
Yeah.
Yet, you know that South Africa, people are 10% of the total population in there. Dubai is number one in tourism.
Okay.
Tourism. So 90% of the people there are not even Muslims.
They drink alcohol. The local people. You got out of it.
That doesn't mean that there are no Muslims drinking alcohol.
Sure, I get that, but this is my point. My point is that if I want you to be the master of your own ship, I need to let you go out into the big sea and find your own way. I can't say, no, son, you must only stay in the harbour here. You can only sail around this little harbour because there's dangers outside of there. When I say, no, in a way, it's like, don't stop your child from seeing everything and touching everything, because actually my Muslim friends, when I used to work in London, some of them would come drinking with me, and they're like, I'm a lapsed Muslim, I'm a bad Muslim or whatever, because I'm drinking and whatever, my family be so upset with me, or I'm smoking, and but I'm like, no,
you
but
don't take alcohol.
You should be.
No, it's haram. It's forbidden.
You're not living. You're not living in this world.
No, I don't do it. I'm Muslim. I've never done it in my life.
I respect
I'm very
that.
strict about
I respect that.
No.
And my children, my older children, on the other hand, they had to drink too much and get drunk.
Without alcohol,
I know.
life?
Like as I told you, like should I meet God while I'm sober or I'm drunk? Like you go to the mosque, you
what is life without alcohol in London?
Life without alcohol.
Oh my God!
Is a
It's strange for me.
life. I have a belief.
Are you honest?
I'm honest with you. I swear. I don't know if you have a channel.
Oh my God! I have got so many Muslim brothers.
I never had that before.
Just we buy and when they go home, they say that. Oh, this is haram.
Listen to me, brother.
I'm not lying.
So what I'm saying,
we shouldn't be making each other feel guilty.
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
This is the thing: is that it causes you
I know.
to look at your neighbor, your brother Muslim, who you love, and you say,
But the problem here, what's your name? Sorry,
Dave.
Dave. My name is Mahmoud. So Jabbar here is saying that
is
he
Arabic.
can't believe me that I've never tried alcohol, and I would never do that. Why?
Maybe, I'm telling you. There are many Muslims, maybe. They are in London and other place.
Don't
They are
say-
drinking
don't-
alcohol.
don't-
That doesn't mean that if I come here, I can drink alcohol. No, I have a belief. I have a belief alcohol is bad for me. I believe if I drink alcohol, I'll go back to my house, I'll kill my mother maybe. Because I'm drunk. Because if I drink every day,
don't drink until you
if I'm
get
a drunk every day,
Whoa.
I
Okay,
can
so
have
but you
problems,
jump
right?
from. I mean, I'm not supporting alcohol. I'm not a supporter
I'm not
of
too,
alcohol.
no.
But I certainly wouldn't look down on someone who had alcohol. I had a beer already once this year, one beer maybe. So, but I don't choose alcohol because I have tested it and I found it isn't good for me.
Yeah.
But the thing is that it, just because you maybe go and have a couple of glasses of wine with your meal
doesn't mean that to kill
you're
people.
going to become a drunkard.
No.
You see, that's also because it's
But that
robbing
happened.
robbing you of
But
your
that
own
happened, right?
self-control. It's
Now,
like-
many people kill people because they were drunk. right?
Yeah, that's happened.
They were driving a
different
car,
issue.
for example.
That's
Driving a
different
car.
issue.
That's not sensible either. You see.
No, driving a car.
Yeah, but you still got to be responsible for your shit.
Yeah.
So
But
it's
that's-
like you can't go
that's
drinking
harm, no?
drunk. Drunk driving, stuff like that. That is going to cause harm. Yes, I accept that, but that doesn't mean it's the same as people saying you can get flu from your neighbor. So now you got to take that.
But that's a
you got
fact.
to take that thing.
You know,
You can't get food
in
from your
medicine, I don't have a medicine background.
Yeah.
But in
How many
medicine, when you
people
go
they
to
kill
a doctor,
people because of the religion.
when
They
you go
get
to a doctor,
religion, ideology,
in
and they
medicine,
kill people.
the doctor, for example,
on.
they have the preservative medicine or treatment where you have, let's say, you have something like here, like a thyroid, right? And you have a large thyroid.
Yeah.
The doctor would say, okay, maybe we would have to go with the surgery. But before that or after that, the doctor would say the surgery comes with risks.
Yes.
Right? You might die.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But at the same time, if you weigh it, which one is better? Staying like that, you might get cancer, right? Or do it. So which one is less risk? It's, like doing it, like doing the surgery. So the same thing for alcohol. If I have a chance, if I have, like a slight chance that I might drink, go maybe a bar here or anywhere, maybe for some reason, right? I go and drive my car, and while I'm driving my car, maybe I can arrive home, but maybe not. If I drive my car and I hit someone, he died or she died.
How many accidents
that's a
happen
chance.
because of people
If I
they
have a
drank
chance,
alcohol?
something very bad would happen. Why should I do it?
All English
That's
people
why
they are drunk.
But
Islam
if it's a
came
low
with,
charge, like if it's a low charge, let's say
sorry.
it was like mountain biking, you can go mountain biking and die, right? But a lot of people go mountain biking because the risks
But
are
that's the
1 in
difference.
10,000.
That's the difference. That you're doing that, right? You are also harming other.
But you've jumped into, what you've done is you've jumped with, I'm going to sit at home and have a couple of beers, to I'm going to get drunk and I'm going to drive my Ferrari at full
No.
speed around
Even
town.
in your house, if you have a wife, or if you have children,
Yeah.
if you get drunk, I'm talking about drunk. Maybe some people, for me or you, I don't know, for anyone who is drinking, for let's say,
It does
I'm
cause
a
bad
human,
behavior. I
right?
totally
I don't
accept
drink,
it. I totally
but if I go and drink,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if I ever go drink,
Yeah.
I would really be affected. Because I've never tried it before.
Yeah.
For someone who tried it for years,
Yeah.
would never be affected,
You'd
right?
probably be a little bit silly on
Exactly,
it. But
some
you're
of-
probably not going to hurt someone.
Maybe.
You're probably not. You don't
Maybe.
have that personality. But they do say, alcohol does cause people to
course.
be violent.
Of
But,
course.
Of course. But the thing is that do I want to be in a world that prohibits people from exploring these things? You know what they charge people extra taxes now for eating sugary food because some people eat too much sugar and get fat and die and get obese with diabetes. You see, so that's like
But
you don't have the
harming
control
yourself.
of yourself.
You are not harming others. When you eat and you get sugar or whatever, you are harming yourself.
Tonight in
You're
London,
having,
tonight in London, more than 1 million people will take alcohol. I've been around to a lot of people's houses recently. You can't believe how much alcohol.
Yeah, I know,
people
I
have
know,
in their
I know.
houses. It's almost like
That's why he didn't believe me.
But they don't kill people.
There's thousands of pubs full.
No,
of
there are many
London.
people they kill.
They don't.
They do.
There's thousands
They
of
don't kill
people.
people.
Because the numbers are small. There are thousands. Not that I'm supporting alcohol, but I'm supporting people's free choice.
Now, when you compare this one, go to the Middle East, because of the intoxicated by some ideas, they get drunk and they kill people.
But
People they
no,
think
that's
is
a
actual
false
alcohol.
claim.
They don't
Jabba,
kill.
Jabba,
They
where
are
are
very
you from?
peaceful.
Take my flyer.
You're from Africa.
Yeah.
How you concluded that Middle East they are doing that? I'm from
Alcohol
Middle
is-
East.
No, the
Alcohol-
word
I'm
is,
from
the word is
Syria.
now in my hand.
Alcohol
not correct.
comes from
This is
an
Amharic.
Arabic word, right?
Yeah, alcohol.
It
Alcohol
means
now,
spirit-
yeah.
spirits,
Yeah,
and I
so,
think
yeah.
it might even
Yeah.
mean dark spirits.
Yeah.
I think that people do get caught up with spirits. So I'm not one who even. I think alcohol has been given to us in order to create disharmony. So I'm not a big supporter of it, but a guy can make his own beer in his
What
own
is
garage if
disharmony
he
mean?
wants to.
This is fermentation.
Yeah,
fermentation.
So I don't. But the more important, I think, for me, Mahmoud, is that I don't want to live in a society that says
I understand your point.
you can't do this. You
totally
can't do that.
understand.
You can't
That's
do
your
the
argument.
other thing.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
I want to be in a world that
Yeah.
says, listen, these are the
Be free,
risks
yeah.
associated with this. So take it easy there. Be careful there. But really, you're going to have to make those choices and learn that life for yourself, rather than me standing over top of you. No, you bad, you bad, you bad, you bad. Because that makes you like the Christians. That makes you the sinner.
I'm not preacher at all.
Yeah.
But I liked him. I saw him on YouTube and I was like here. I told him. I came to him and told him, what's your background? Tell me about yourself, right? I told you what you're believing in and everything.
I grew up in Christian family.
But he always, like put an implication, like saying things I've never said. Taking, words from my mouth I've never said. Like you said,
Sounds
Middle
like the
East,
Globers.
like that. No, they're not. I pretty assure you, I lived in Middle East.
Yeah.
That's not correct. You might find places in Dubai, in Egypt, in that place, like alcohol is allowed. But if you
It's
drink,
not
there are
allowed, but
laws.
people, they take it.
There are laws. You can't take it
For example,
outside.
in
There are
London,
no
drug
bars.
is not allowed, but so many people they take
How about
drugs.
drugs? How about drugs?
It's there.
Huh?
It's there. yeah.
Why? What do you think about drugs? You are okay with alcohol. What do you think
It's
about
bad.
drugs?
It's
That-
bad.
why is that?
It's bad.
Why?
Because it makes you unconscious.
What about alcohol? Never
Huh?
makes you unconscious?
I'm not taking
Alcohol
on that
makes you
level.
unconscious or not?
Yeah, I'm not taking
Guys,
on that level.
This could go on.
Yeah.
This conversation could go on for a.
That's it.
It's,
this is Jabbar.
really
this is
fun.
Mahmoud. Dave.
What's for?
Nice to meet you.
Dave,
Thank you.
nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
I
so
want to
much.
go home soon.
No worries.
I got a little
Don't worry.
boy who's waiting for
No
me.
worries.
I like the way you presented this one.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
You like that? I'm gonna.
How much it costs you to present such things?
Well, my son helped me do the artwork for this.
Okay.
But it actually cost me about 35 or 40 pounds for this one.
Only?
Yeah.
Oh.
I got it online.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was quite cheap actually to
Because
sell.
I would like to have to put like this one, a figure of Allah. They call it the Allah, the Muslim Allah here. It's not Allah idol, it's an idol. So I see that one in vision. So I try to present like this one.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean,
So it's not expensive. I thought this is like
yeah,
expensive.
I found an online print, company that you just have to put all the information of what your picture is.
What
and then
was
they
called
send
the
it to you.
website?
I don't actually have it with. Actually, I do. I can give it. No, I don't. It's on my phone.
Because I'm going to present. This is
cool,
really
eh?
it's impressed me.
Yeah,
man.
thanks, man.
Yeah.
This is my brand new flyers. They only came out today. I mean, this is the first time I had them out.
To understand people like what is your feeling.
Yeah.
So people like this one, it's easy. They can understand it.
Yeah.
What was the website?
Mine.
No,
Love
the
Truth
one
and-
you
Oh.
printed out this one.
I don't know if there's a name on this. It's called. I think it's called Hello Print.
Hello.
No. Oh man, I'll have to see if I can get
No.
that. I don't really want to end the stream. It's the only way I can get through that. Yeah. Sue's that saying that? I can't read very well at the moment. I would like to have my own.
No, I'll Google it out. Don't worry, but I like the way you're presenting, man.
Thank you. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys.
Really.
Thank you. I'm going to
Dave,
check
yeah?
this up.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
Sit.
you. Cheers, brother. Peace be with you. Now, guys, my feet are cold, and obviously it's getting dark. I think time has run away with me here. So I'm going to wrap this up. If you want to hang around, I'll have a little chat on the way out of the park. Got a bit of a circuitous route to get back home on the trains. But I won't keep the live running all that time, but I will keep it going while I'm walking out of Hyde Park. Why not? It'll be fun. There will be a video that might have gone up by now from the beginning of my day here, where I was walking into the park and there was a band of trans folk campaigning against sort of a form of, hate attacks on them and so on. And I think I said what I think on that about this being a sort of created dialectic, and putting stuff in the media to stimulate people's ire. And of course, people are being forced to use certain language to deal with, to allow for these people's beliefs or their conception of what they are and how other people need to then be forced to, just like with the alcohol debate, other people have to be forced to behave in a particular way to account for their special needs. And I'm not for that. It's been an interesting day, you know. We've had a few conversations today, and there hasn't been the throng. Well, there were a few groups, and some of them had, you know, people in those groups that were willing to, or saying, yeah, well, no, it's not a globe, etc., etc. So that was pretty cool. That it wasn't all just naysaying and negativity. But hope you like the new artwork. Thanks again to my son, Luke, for helping me. It took us days to do all of this. And then there's David Weiss's, I've given David Weiss's app a plug because, you know, there's a really good resource for people, even though I don't know that the Earth is exactly as the flat Earth sun moon clock sets it out. Or the lights work in that way, I don't know. But I think as a resource, I'm shivering. By the way, if I can't move it, I'm shaky. I'm shivering from cold. But you know, I think he's a great resource, and he's put a lot of effort into that. So props to him, and I just want to give people some point of contact. And of course, that app of his can be useful for the friend finder as well. I'm plugging, but you know, I think it's a useful kind of tool, and for people just getting into the subject, it is a way of getting to some of these videos that are out there, including some of mine. Actually, we put a few of mine on over time, so a little bit of gratification there. 1 second. Talk about yourselves, I won't.
Where are you party from?
My sister-in-law lent me an umbrella. I knew I was going to attract people's attention.
Let's go. Yes, my brother, come here in my place. You have water, you have some snacks. Come.
That's very kind of you.
Come.
You wanna? Yeah. I was just about to go and catch a train. I've been invited to have water with my friend there. I spoke to him a few hours ago. He's a preacher. I'll entertain him for 10 minutes. Come along and see. It's a bit wet this side.
No, I put. Yes, my brother. Come.
Oh, there's some food here. That's very nice.
Come.
That's very nice. I'm not really that hungry, but I don't want to be rude. Let me just say hello to the thread here. Still 55 people, which is nice and 70 likes, so thank you for that. Little sniper, how you doing? He just wants to break bread with us, I guess. Seems like it's very jolly man. And anonymous.
Yes, come. Come, you break you fast, bro.
Break the
Sit.
fast. Thank you.
Sit here. We have a this.
Oh, you're very kind.
No,
Bismillah. You know, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I went to a church in South Africa.
Yes.
Run by a Zimbabwean preacher.
Yeah.
And he contacted me recently, and he said he wants to try and get out to England, you know.
Out England?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because he's not earning enough money to keep his church going.
Well, you see, these people, sometimes what happen, sometimes they do what they call like, I want to put this one because I want to do my YouTube as well, our breakfast. You see this one.
There's some dates.
Really? Yeah. My brother, breaking fast.
Come, my brother. Take it to my
No. But I'm eating a date.
I heard the guy was arguing with him. You know, he shouted. He said bad word to me. You know.
Yeah, that's why I don't like people they talking like that.
I went to him nicely. They started to say bad things to me. The other guy, the old man. But then he said to me, "Oh, I'm from Malaysia." He showed me post. "Oh, I'm a millionaire."
Yeah, you get some very interesting minds.
I was trying. I don't know what was wrong. I was nice with him. First he called me. Then he said, "Fuck."
Oh.
I left him.
Oh.
He's the old man with his wife.
Oh. Yeah, well, people have an angle here. I get told that I'm an idiot for telling people that we don't live on a spinning globe. See, I think that nature shows us the truth is that the fruit is inside the skin, not outside the skin. So
yes,
we cannot live,
my brother.
We cannot live on the outside.
My brother, please. Come break you fast, this guy. Give it to him, this guy. Give it to him, please. Give it to him. Break it. The guy, he forget his charge with me. Come, my brother, please. Bismillah. Yeah.
You're from Africa?
I'm from Nigeria.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. My mother was born in Jos.
It's Jos, mashallah. Sit.
Nigeria.
You know what? Try this one. Try anything you want.
Thank you.
Bismillah. The water. Give them the water as well. Bismillah. Let me give you some water as well. My brother, come inside, please. Come.
Okay.
This guy, don't listen. This is the seed, like Yes.
You eat the skin as well. The whole seed.
You eat all. No, me, I have to crush it. Come, sit here, brother. Please, Bismillah. This is the water. Bismillah, I didn't break my fast. Bismillah. Enjoy. Ya salam. So now if you have any question, go. Bismillah. After we break our fast, Alhamdulillah. Here you go. Bismillah.
I got my water, thank you, brother.
Don't worry.
I'm drinking distilled water. I recommend it to everybody I speak to.
Bismillah. Sit. Relax, guys. Alhamdulillah. You see now? So I came this place. When I wake up, remember it's raining. Always I cry to Allah. I say, Allah, I want to go there, please. I need sun. No rain. Look at that. This is the blessing from Allah Jalla wa'ala, guys. Wallahi, the blessing. Yeah, I believe what I follow. I believe. Those people I tell you like hypocrite in deen. Quran I tell about them. I'm talking to them. Up to them. Bismillah. Come.
Bismillah.
Continue. Bring me. The cup. Water. Yeah.
Thank you.
Take. Benny.
Little bit.
Bismillah. I need you to do this stuff because yeah, this camera, Alhamdulillah. I don't know this technology. Look at that. La ilaha illa ant.
Can I drop the
Yeah, this technology they give me headache. Yeah. I don't know. No. This is something else. It's something else. It's something else. It's something else. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'll take a little munchie. I got a road.
Take anything you want.
journey.
Take
You know what? You know what? I had to. I was also coming for 3 hours,
Okay.
3.5 hours to get here today. And
Oh my
I
gosh,
planned
3.5
to
hours.
be here.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, it's raining, but I also had faith that my opportunity to stand here and talk would be available to me.
Thank you.
And I was ready to
Anytime.
talk to you earlier.
Anytime. You have my channel. My
I don't
YouTube
have
channel.
it. Say what it is.
SH
UY
AB.
AB.
After that space ABKER.
ABKER.
You find me in YouTube. You find me in TikTok. Personal trainer. This is what I'm doing. Always I'm in this place.
Okay.
This is my place. This is my favorite place. I've been in this place 23 years. I carry on what I'm doing. The thing is changed bit by bit with the word of God. Now, the thing is going too far. Some people, they don't like it. Some people, they like it. Yes, I believe what I follow. Some people, they come in, the new people, now they come in, they welcome me, they try to say me who I am. But the people I know, the people I born with, I live, they reject what I give them. I give them the haq, the truth, but they don't need it. Up to them.
I think we live in incredibly difficult times. And it's in these difficult times that you know what you're trying to say is going to sound crazy, like that man earlier on. It's going to sound crazy to people. They're going to reject and push away and so on. And this is a time where the armor of God is needed. Allah's strength is needed to protect us and to continue the work of speaking to people and sharing the word, right?
But we have to know, before the desert comes, before everything, Allah Ta'ala, He will send someone. He will. Someone is coming, He warn you. You will joke on him. You don't believe him. You will push him. When he cry, you cry for yourself after that. I'm sure. Yes. When he cry, you will cry for yourself. I'm sure. The guy, he asked me just now in an interview, he said to me, after any 100 years, there is someone is coming. I say, yes. I tell him, everything they ask me, I tell them with the word of God. I tell them, I'm here. I share in this YouTube. I share in everywhere. Because people, they see, I mean what I say. I'm not lying to you. You human being like me, but I give you advice. I still go in it. You don't believe, up to you. The witness is my YouTube, and you always listen to the witness. That's what I try to do.
Well, then you are bringing that message, right?
Oh
you
my
are,
days, you see.
You are bringing that message, you know, and I think that's really what you're called to do, is to bring a message.
I wanted to say something important.
Yeah, we are called to bring that message, and you know, it's not to denigrate or to hold anyone lower, but it's to say that there's a message that you're meant to be giving, and if you bring that message, then isn't that doing the work of Allah? Isn't that doing God's work to bring that message? Because if you are telling the truth from your heart, you're speaking for God, because the truth is written on your heart, and if you can speak that truth, then are you not giving the message from God? So I like to think that Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Jesus, these were men who came bringing a message from the Creator to say, hey, this is who you are, this is what you should be, this is how you should treat each other. And in the world we live in now, we're in war with each other more and more. Rumors of wars, poverty, famine, all of this sort of hardship that's coming our way. Why? Because we have fallen so far from the way that we should be. But for me, it's almost like an opportunity to bring us back into alignment with God's will, you know, so that we become more, we walk like Muhammad, we walk like Jesus. Yeah.
So, I want to say something. You see, you mentioned Muhammad and Jesus. I tell those people that didn't believe me, I say, listen, you think you slap me one? I slap you two back. Bible and Quran. Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Jesus. I mean what I say. I tell them, I say, now you have to sit there to listen what I say to those people, because everything is changed now. I take the case to God. He give me the answer in the masjid on Friday when the rain come. I say, this is the sign. I know, I believe what I believe. Now,
God, I want to go for this month, for all month. He said to me, no, I give him 10 days. In 10 days when he's finished, I will go, I fly, I will despair. I don't know where I'm going. But when I came back, the news is there with the will of God. Yes.
Well, I like what you do, and I hope to listen to you guys talk more. You know, when I come back. Are you here? You here every Sunday? Or
Every Sunday I'm here if I have a time, because this is my place. God is 23 years I'm here. They think it's yesterday. No, 23 years I'm here. So now the message, 23 years. Yeah. What do you think? I'm here 23 years. Yes. Yes.
Same spot.
Same spot. Same place. This place. When the policeman he came to me, I said to him, listen, sir.
The whole park, just this spot.
Yeah, this is spot. Because this is I stand up here always.
This is tree.
This is the tree. اللي بعيونك تحت الشجرة لا إله إلا أنت. Yes, this tree is ghost story as well. لا إله إلا
I've known
الله.
him for like a year.
So you see, so what I'm trying to do now, if they give me like gold, they give me something, they don't stop me. I say no, the world is yours. Me, I don't need that. I see what I want. I see what I want. They try to stop me. I say no, sorry. Family, anyone, I say go away. World, go away. No. I need him. I need him. I don't need you. You push me. Yeah, pray Salah. Pray inside because this is a weight there. Pray close. Bring my stuff close to me. Pray there because it's a weight. It's a weight. Yeah, bring it. It's a plastic down there. It's a plastic. You see? So the message, inshallah, with the will of God, He will conform to them. He was going up to them. I do what I have done.
When I was 25 years old, I had Muslim men who had run away from Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf War. They came to South Africa as asylum seekers, and then after a year they weren't getting any accommodation from the government, so they came and stayed with me for a while, you know. So I've known from a young man that we are the same. It doesn't matter which words you use, it's what's in your heart. And
What's
your
in your heart?
connection to God or Allah.
Yes, I believe what you say. Okay, thank you, brother. Okay, no, okay, thank you. Thank you, my brother. Okay, see you. Take care. Alhamdulillah. Yes.
That's how I sleep. That's how I sleep.
Yeah, anytime.
That we should be, you know, in loving relationship with God, and not too lost in the identity of it must be this, it must be that name, and you have to do it this way, and you have to do it that way. Because I think that this is man trying to interfere and say, if you don't do it this way, you're bad. If you don't do it this way, you're bad. But if your heart is good and you are intending to do goodness to your brother and your sister, then God is happy with you.
This is what I try to say to them. I say, listen, be careful, be careful. Our Prophet Muhammad, he said, listen, the time will come, there is people, they come out with a big bird, short clothes, they say, they call you. When they call you, they push you in hellfire. Yes, I believe that. I tell them, I warn them. Even they know some of them, they deny me. I say, okay, I still saying it, because when I say something, already he's written on you, 2 angels, they written what I say. So his witness, khalas, me, I don't have anything with you. I tell you the advice, the religion is advice. I tell them from the Quran, they think they slap me. I slap them too. God, He give me the Quran and Bible, Muhammad and Jesus.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome, brother.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Okay,
it.
anytime.
I'll be back and I'll be seeing you
Okay,
again.
when you see me, my channel is there. Everything is there.
Yeah, I've got
Thank
that.
you.
I'm sure
Thank
my
you,
sons
Allah.
will have checked
Thank
that
you.
out.
Thank you, Allah. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers,
Bye.
brother.
Thank you.
Peace be with you.
Thank you. I like that. Now, this is the factory. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, my brother. God
right.
with you. Go.
God be
Safe.
with you, brother.
Safe journey. Safe journey. God with you. Safe journey.
Thanks. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
See you next time.
You need something because you want to travel. You have to take something for the journey. Tick,
Okay.
tick, tick, couple, tick, tick, tick.
Take a couple.
Put inside your bag. Put.
I give one to my baby boy.
Put,
yeah.
tick, 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 tick,
Yeah.
because you're traveling. Tick,
All
tick.
right.
No, more. No, more. Yes. No,
Happy
more.
days.
Yes.
All right.
More.
That's it.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come. When you travel, try this stuff. Take this. Put it inside the bag. What is the bag? Open the bag.
Open the bag.
Open the bag. Ready. God with you.
That's a lot, brother. Take care, man.
This one, the last one for you. Yes. God with you. Safe.
Thank you, brother. Till next time. Inshallah. God willing, man. Alright. I'm really getting out of here now. Because I am so cold. And it's getting dark, as you can tell. And I don't mind being out of the dark, but I have to admit I do miss my family when I'm away all day. And you know, like, I've got to do Speaker's Corner, I've got to represent, but I much prefer the days when it's full of tourists rather than the deeply, like, religious, you know, say zealots who are so, you know, so deeply connected to the ego trip that they're on. I don't say that unkindly. I just, you know, it is, you know, we are ego-driven creatures. But, you know, that ego trip that they're on is so strong for them that it's almost like, yeah, so what if the earth is flat? You know, we've still got to be following Jesus, we've got to be following Muhammad, we've got to be following this guy, we've got to be following that guy. It's like, no. Whereas, yeah, when I catch some youngsters, or others who are open to hearing it, then it can take their life on a whole different journey, you know? I don't know if you heard earlier on, there was some folks who said to me, oh, but I thought all flat earthers were Christians. You know, and I don't know, I know I've had a lot of supporters or subscribers, people along the way, by saying, hey, you know, it doesn't have to be through the Christian aegis of the Christian kind of thing, you know. There are many ways to skin this cat. And I think, as I said to that other lady, Anne, I think her name was, that old lady who dominated the camera for probably an hour earlier, so sorry that it took so long to break off, but maybe you found it interesting. But I'm cold right now. I do not think that. Oh yeah, that. I'm losing my thread. Guys, I hope you've enjoyed today's chat and activism. On a personal note, I'm back out of London tomorrow. We leave London tomorrow, so we've had a few nights at my sister-in-law's place. She's very kindly let us use her bed for the last 3 nights, and the little Alexander, for Zizi, feels like a home to him, because we've stayed there, you know, 15 or 20 times on a, you know, just for a few nights at a time, but she's been like a hub for us over the last 3.5 years. So he knows the place and it's quite familiar to him. So we stopped there for a few nights, and we're going back on a new house sit. Next week, which lasts for a few weeks, and then we got another house sit, but all of that is in the Somerset area, which kind of takes us to the middle of May. So during that time, I will be doing more street activism in that area. If you didn't see the beginning, you wouldn't have seen this. Possibly you wouldn't have seen this, but I think I came here earlier today. And seems to think that the Earth is flat. I haven't been able to follow the chat today very much, and so I do apologize if I haven't given you a shout out, but I do appreciate you spending time listening and watching, and hopefully it's been of some use to you. Obviously we live in very limited kind of waters here in this part of the YouTube terrain. This is quite pretty. I could show you this rather than my face. It's all daffodils popped up in a small little sea of them here. It's quite pretty. This is, by the way, this is, if you don't know Hyde Park, this is like what they would call Mayfair down here. So fancy hotels that you may or may. I suppose this is like New York's Hyde, what do you call it? Fifth Avenue, whatever. What's that park called? Central Park. And that leads up to Marble Arch, and back through there you would get to Oxford Street. And I'm heading down to Hyde Park Station. I would normally walk from here to the Victoria Station, but the train line is having roadworks. My brain is fried right now. The train line is having train works. Yeah, you're doing a lot of juggling. And when you're being sort of put under the pressure, under the spot by people for hours in the cold, it does start to kind of, and I didn't have anybody really stand with me today. A couple of flat earth folks did stop by, but doing it on your own is like there's no reprieve, so it's pretty full on. There will be, so in terms of my movements, it may be a while before I can get back to London itself, because it's a 3.5 or 4 hour drive where I am staying. Well, I will be staying at this next place, and so it's not really practicable, and dare I say it, my car is giving me more trouble. I've got the windscreen wiper fixed quite easily in the end. We managed to get a replacement knuckle for the windscreen wiper, the part that it broke, rather than having to replace the whole thing, which would have cost in the order of 500 quid. This knuckle only cost $20 and an hour of the mechanic's time. But the brakes, front brake, was squeezing, itself, like when we were up north, Wolverhampton, and it was like I was braking all the time. It's like the brake is sort of permanently on just a bit, but it was getting worse and worse. That the car sort of stops quite quickly instead of rolling along for a while. It's using more petrol than it should do, and starting to smell the heat of the brake disc getting rubbed. So that I had that fixed up in Wolverhampton by a mechanic, and he said it was a temporary fix. It wasn't going to be like it wouldn't last forever. But I said, will it last to the end of the year? Oh yeah, it'll last to the end of the year. Well, that's 2 months ago, and it's already not working or playing up. So I can't just drive around willy-nilly. I've got to try and be thoughtful about the mileage that I do until I can get it fixed again. And he was intimating like the bodge job fix that he was doing on it was going to work one more time, and then it might be a matter of replacing parts, and that of course gets expensive. But I will be going to Glastonbury again, to on the street there, and I'm hoping to go to Bath in the next month and do a few other events, which street activism moments, which will be hopefully not on my own. There is don't want to give too much away, but there's a chance that some of the big names of street activism from the UK will be joining forces, like old amigos, to do some teamed up activism. So that's something to look forward to. Hopefully you can tune in for that. And then we're going to see what the summer brings. I am planning this festival. That hasn't gone away, but I'm just at the moment working on a venue, because the venue is, and the availability of a space and a place to do it is kind of like the first thing for me. I need to have that kind of pinned down, and then we can set up the various bits and pieces that would make it into a fun thing. More like less conference and more festival, I would say. I come here looking for the moon. I need the moon on a day when I'm trying to explain to people about how the moon looks, and I can never get it because of the cloud in this place, man. My eyes are a little bit tired, so it's hard to see. It's hard work talking to people who are getting to the resistance. Yeah, I mean, did you see that guy with the smiley face, yellow hat? He was a grown-up man, but wearing a child's hat. And I was annoyed with him. That's right. I did call him son a few times, which is obviously not my preferred thing. This is, if you see the video, it's only a minute and a half long, but there's a video I dropped on my way in here, but it was still uploading when I went live. I did write Earth is flat somewhere along here, but I think it's the next poll back. But I chatted to a group of people protesting for whatever they call it, and there were about 30 policemen shepherding them. But I assume just essentially to protect them, because I think there are obviously, like say in the Muslim community, there are like a lot of strong views on deviance, I think they would be called, transgenderism, there's strong views on that. And just like that nice man, Mahmoud, was talking about just now about, alcohol, alcohol's haram, you can't touch it, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you do need people to be free to choose what they want to do. And if they're going to ruin themselves and stuff, then, you would obviously advise them and try and support them against ruining themselves. But it is their journey and not yours. And did you hear Anne saying, she referenced the Jesuit preacher whose name slips my mind right now, but about him saying, I haven't heard the quote myself, but she was saying he said it himself, that the Vatican created Islam. So, but there's always like a Superman story or a good man. There's a good guy and a bad guy. How long has the stream been running for? 4 hours now. That's a pretty good length of time for a stream. I'm sure you guys feel like you've got your money's worth. Which reminds me, thanks to those who have supported us thus far. But if you are thinking about supporting us and thinking, you probably get plenty of money, let me just take that notion quickly away from your mind, because that's not how it is. As you know, I'm building the channel back up. Some of the supporters I had who were financial backers as a way, they kind of went away with the last channel. Not that it was huge. Probably my biggest supporter, Robert Patterson, is still there, and he's every now and again sends me a few $100, but there's not a lot of. Who's this? What kind of? Oh, look at that! See that? It is something that I'm still in, need of is some financial support. So feel free to cash at me or buy me a coffee, etc. Because because you know what I'm doing is right, and you know what I'm doing is coming from the heart and is seeking to do the very, very, very best that I can for mankind. I know I'm on a journey. It's going to take me, I don't know where. I've just got to trust that I just keep putting one foot in front of the other. That this, I think this is actually more accurately described as an airfare down here, so I may have had the flag back up there. But anyway, I do say, if you can, then please do, okay? So thanks for stopping by, guys. I should say I appreciate you being here. Thanks. 425. Yeah, well, guys, I'm going underground, and I think we will, unless there's anything anyone wants to say to me before I shoot underground. Hey, Tapper. Thanks, mate. We will be in Wales. I'm definitely going to hook up with Martin Beaker in the month ahead. I'm sure as nuts about that, because where I'm staying from the end of, where are we now? End of March. So towards the end of April, I'll be staying in Western Supermare, which is not super far from you guys, as I understand it. And so I'm definitely keen to come to Cardiff and do some work there. Yeah, sure you will. How's the one I assumed was in there? I think that's meant to be on this waste eater. Anyway, I don't know how long it's going to take me to get home, but it's going to be at least an hour and a half. So, hey, guys, I appreciate that.
It looks like you need to find some.
I will look forward to seeing you on the next stream.